talking the next American sports bro. The place you want to be. The hottest new that talks about what high school athletes to watch. College players that are under the radar. Semi-pro athletes that are getting a look from the pros. International players killing it overseas. We're talking the next American sports bro. Hey, do you have what it takes? Go to www.nextamericansportspro.com and register today. Exposure is the name of the game. If you can't be found, you can't be seen. Get your profile online and get discovered today at www.nextamericansportspro.com. We're talking the next American sports bro. Hey, do you have what it takes? Go to www.nextamericansportspro.com and register today at www.nextamericansportspro.com.
You are now listening to the MAC Yard Brawl podcast. And here's your host, Todd Worley.
Hello and welcome to the MAC Yard Brawl podcast. I'm Todd Worley, and joining me in the studio is Memphis Spence. He's a voter for 10 of the 24 National College Football Awards and a senior member of the FWAA. Why are we here today is question number one. Okay, so I've been working, I'm a pro football scout. I've been working in the CFL, the XFL, the NFLPA Collegiate Bowl, and have had many, if not all, of the MAC schools in my area at one time or another. I've grown a vast appreciation for the quality of football being played there, the quality of people being played there, and really want to help those players, schools, and coaches and staff gain some more exposure. A lot of the bigger conferences have their own networks devoted to them. Why doesn't the MAC have one? It's time to do that now. And we're here to take you inside every MAC football program. We're your one-stop shop for inside information on MAC football here at the MAC Yard Brawl. We have connected with 7 of the 12 beat writers across the MAC. And over the last 24 hours, we've been compiling interviews with them, and we're going to share them with you here today. And first up is when you win the MAC championship, you get first dibs. And the Miami Redhawks are defending champs, 11-3 season last year, and went 7-1 in conference play and beat Toledo in the MAC championship game. Joining us today is Chris Vogt. He's a beat writer covering Miami athletics for the Journal News and the Report Ohio, which is located in Butler County, Ohio. Walk us through what's the vibe and the outlook heading into the 2024 season inside the program right now.
Yeah, Todd, right now, just by seeing what's been going on the last couple of weeks, there's been excitement, it's a refreshed vibe. They're focused. I think if you kind of describe the fall camp, it's a couple reasons why it's like that. And that's because, one, you've got your starting quarterback back. And anytime something like that happens to you, the year prior, you get your guy back. You're always kind of refreshed when that happens. But when I say refreshed, you still won the MAC. But the guy who ran the offense last year, that should have been running the offense last year, is back. You've got the bulk of your defense returning. I'd imagine you'd say that they're probably a top 10 defense coming into the 2024 season, preseason wise. And then, a lot of the attention is going to be on the offensive line. You've returned 4 of your 5 starters back. So that we'll touch on more later. But number 4, basically the important reason is you're MAC champions. And I think that's one of the reasons why Miami's ready to go.
Nice. Okay. I know the transfer portal is a huge hot topic in college football these days. So I want to ask you about the Graham Nicholson situation, what Chuck Martin has said about it, and what Kalen DeBoer has said about it, and what you've understood and what you've heard within the program.
Yeah, well, on our end, we didn't really touch much on it just because it hit national news, and it's one of those things where, like, well, national news touches it. Okay, here's the thing: if NCAA is going to touch it, then I think we're going to step in. But Graham Nicholson, he left for Alabama, and I'm gonna. I mean, just like Chuck had basically said, he's calling spade. He's a straight shooter. So with all that coming out, there's two things that you can kind of look at from this. Martin says this just because he felt like it happened. And then number two is there's a kind of, you kind of look at how the transfer portal operated. Nicholson hops in December. He hops back out, hops back in the spring portal, and then 2 days later he's signed. So, do I say, Coach Martin, he's never off his rocker because he's a straight shooter, but there's a reason why he's saying that. Do I back him up on that? You know what? Hey, if NCAA is going to come up and say something about it and look into it, then awesome. But it's Alabama, and I'd imagine it's probably going to be no. They probably won't look into it. just my opinion.
Gotcha. Have there been any other key departures or arrivals from the transfer portal?
Yeah, and I was going to hit on that too with Gage Larvadan. He ended up going to South Carolina. That's going to be a huge hit for them. I think it's going to make the offense a little bit, I guess, look a little bit different. But, Larvadan, he left. And then Rashad Amos, which was the main reason why I think, Miami won the MAC, is Rashad took over. The ball was going to be put in his hands. Avion Smith did a fantastic job of stepping in when Brett got hurt and directed the offense like he was supposed to. I think it turned off Miami's offense into a running heavy offense, just like Martin had said. I mean, you look at it this way. Miami had to operate a completely different offense compared to what Brett was running, and that's, the shotgun, and Avion Smith was more of the shotgun read. And so you look at those guys who left. That's going to be a kind of a big question mark there. But, Miami's got some guys that'll step in as well. But then Avion Smith leaving to Alabama A&M, which I expected him to. I think he knew that Gabbert was going to be coming back. Avion Smith proved himself to be a starter. And if Gabbert was coming back, he wasn't going to start. So I think Avion Smith probably made the right choice there to say, hey, if I want to continue to play and start and make a difference on somebody's team, it's going to probably be elsewhere. So I think those are the big three hits. Defense not hit as much. You're going to see the bulkier defense back for Miami, which is going to be their main.
Awesome info there from Chris. Playing against Miami of Ohio in the MAC championship game last year was the Toledo Rockets. And Toledo, yes, they lost Quinyon Mitchell, first-round draft pick cornerback. But every single year Toledo is going to have some guys on their team that can play. And they're going to be talented. They're going to be in the mix. Joining us next is Kyle Rowland. He's a college sports reporter for the Toledo Blade. So you mentioned Quinyon Mitchell, but then I previously worked as the Midwest area scout for the NFLPA Collegiate Bowl. In the 2022 game, we had Sam Womack out there. Yeah. You have Sam Womack, Tyson Anderson, Logan Woodside before that, Deontay Johnson. The list goes on. How did they get those guys on campus? How do they get them to stay? And then those guys are studs that could start for just about any Power 5 program in the country.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable. It really is. I mean, it's something I've talked about and written about a lot. It never gets old being incredible, really, because a lot of those guys weren't great recruits. I mean, first of all, I guess it's obvious because they ended up going to Toledo and not Ohio State or Michigan or wherever. But they didn't have a lot of offers outside of Toledo. I mean, number one is Toledo's got an unbelievable ability to evaluate high school talent. I mean, they definitely don't fall into the trap of like, hey, let's see which kind of group of 5 guys in Ohio or Michigan or Pennsylvania have a bunch of similar offers. We're going to offer them too. I mean, they kind of do their own thing. And it's like, hey, everyone else doesn't really see anything in this guy, but like we believe in what we see and we're offering them and we're bringing them and we're developing them. And they've just done an unbelievable job at it. And you're seeing, I mean, anyone who talks to these recruits or guys when they leave, like whether it's Quinyon Mitchell, who obviously could have gone to Alabama, as Nick Saban said at the NFL draft, like the culture at Toledo, it's like a real thing. Like it's not just, hey, we're just going to give these quotes about how great our culture is because that's what people do. Like it really is a thing. I mean, Jason Candle's done an unbelievable job of building a culture that people want to be a part of, that it's kind of a player-led, player-owned program. But I mean, they have decent NIL, which I mean, you kind of have to in this day and age. But I mean, these guys just really believe they can do it. And because they've kind of developed so many of these guys, now they think, hey, like I don't need to go to Alabama to improve my stock. I mean, I don't think Quinyon Mitchell would have been a top 10 pick had he gone to Alabama. I mean, probably would have stayed where he was. So I think that's basically the gist of it is, you know, relationships and developing the talent, identifying the talent. They know how to do it.
Awesome. Yeah, it's been impressive what they at the group of 5 level. There's a short list of teams that do it as well, and I don't know who else would be even on that list. Yeah. So that they've really been impressive. What would you say the biggest key is for Toledo this year in getting back to Detroit?
I mean, it has to be offensive line, I guess. I mean, the quarterback position I think is fascinating this season because I think nationally DeQuan Finn was pretty overrated. I think everyone thought he was way better than he was, but locally he was way underrated. So like, I don't think Toledo fans appreciated how much. I mean, people last year were calling for Tucker Gleason. It's like, this guy's like setting records and playing well. But I also don't think, I mean, Ohio State fans, as soon as he went in the portal, were like, oh, I went to DeQuan Finn. I was like, I don't know. I don't really know if he would be great at Ohio State. I think Baylor is probably a fine landing spot for him. So long answer is that's why I did not say quarterback, because I think Tucker Gleason's good. I think he's shown in the past he's won some big time games at Toledo. I don't think there's going to be some, huge drop off there, but they lost all 5 starting offensive linemen. I mean, that is so difficult to overcome. They've got these transfers, some of whom I mentioned that they think are going to be good this year. They're the only team in the country that every offensive lineman on their roster, none of them have ever started a single college game. Like not just at their school, but period in college. Have not. Wow. I mean, that's incredible. So Mike Hallett, the O-line coach, certainly has his work cut out for him. I mean, it probably is beneficial that you have Duquesne first and then UMass. I do think UMass is not going to be a complete slouch this year. But you at least have those 2 games where maybe you can kind of get some continuity and cohesion before you play Mississippi State and Western Kentucky, which obviously 2 difficult games for Toledo.
Thanks for joining us, Kyle. You bring up a great point. Losing all 5 offensive linemen and being so inexperienced up front heading into the season, yes, that's a giant concern on one hand. On the other hand, this staff at Toledo has shown an ability to identify the right guys, bring them in, and develop them at all positions. I mean, I know it's a different position group, but you look at the secondary in the last 3 years alone, they've had Sam Womack, Tyson Anderson, and Quinyon Mitchell all drafted out of the secondary from a MAC school. That's incredible. So I'm not. If you want to underestimate Toledo in any year, I think you're making a mistake. So we'll see what happens here in 2024. Up next is the Bowling Green Falcons. In 2023, they went 7-6 overall with a 5-3 record in conference. Had a huge win down in Atlanta early in the season against Georgia Tech, and played Minnesota in the Quick Lane Bowl and lost a close game against the Gophers. With us today is Patrick Eakin. He's a sports editor of the Bowling Green Sentinel Tribune. Talk to us. What's the vibe inside BG's program heading into the 2024 season?
Oh my God! They are just this is a culmination of 6 years for Scott Leffler. 32 seniors. They feel good. They're picked. They were tied for third in the voting for the conference, which is the highest in Leffler's 6 years. 32 seniors. That's among the I think top 10 in the nation in seniors, and just a lot of veteran players, and they feel real good. They have quarterback Connor Basilek back, a lot of good defensive players. A couple good transfers came in at receiver, and they're just good. And I think when Leffler came on board, and it was right about COVID time too. So, and then they're 0-5 the COVID year, but every year they've gotten better. They were 4-8 the next year, and then they were they 2 straight bowl games right after that. 6-6 both. 6-6 and 7-5 in the regular season. Lost both, but they played very well against Minnesota last year. Of course, they had beaten Minnesota 2 years earlier, and in regular season games. So I think this group is just there's 5th-year players in this team, and they're more confident than I've ever seen. And Scott Leffler even says today, 4 or 5 years ago, it was a clown show. And I think one year, his second or third year, they led the nation in most first-year players, and now it's he's done a great job. I mean, we were a little worried about Scott when he first came on because obviously, he had his work cut out because even when he came into the program, they were decimated already. He had to rebuild, let alone having to face COVID. So, very confident. A lot of good vibe in the locker room, and just experience all the way around the board.
Great info. Okay. I know when you mention 32 seniors, my ears perk up. And I say that because in today's day and age, when guys have the flexibility to transfer wherever they want, that says so much about the internal culture at BG. The guys want to stay there because obviously you're not having all 32 guys play key roles. And so that shows what he's built, how comfortable those guys are, how happy they are, and how close they feel to their teammates and the staff. That's impressive.
Yeah, I totally agree. In today's day and age with the transfer portal, and I've been to numerous speaking engagements where Coach Leffler's been at, like the Exchange Club here in Bowling Green, places he goes, gets around the community, and he's not a. I think especially early on, he wasn't like all coaches. He's very honest and upfront about how he feels about this transfer portal and everything since it really kind of took over college football. He wasn't the biggest fan, but he says you got to adapt, and they have. I feel like he has. He's brought in the players the right positions. RJ Garcia comes in as he's got a couple very good receivers. One from Auburn, experienced last year. Even Connor Basilek, the quarterback, was quarterback in Missouri, and then Indiana started there. And now he's thrown for over 9,000 yards. He transferred in last year. And this year is the second year at BGSU. And Connor, he's close to 10,000 yards passing for his career. And his numbers are just terrific. And I think that helps the program so much more. And then the quarterback room is there's plenty behind him, too. So, Connor did play pretty banged up last year. But, this year, he's got Camden North, who is kind of not just a backup quarterback, comes in for specific plays. And Lucius Anderson, who is a third-string quarterback, who came in, as a recruit and is kind of waiting the void because Connor and Camden are both in their final year of eligibility. So, I think Coach Leffler's done a great job with the transfer portal and the BGSU staff. And they made the adaptation. They of course, like I said, Coach Leffler, he was pretty critical, I think, and he probably still is. And I mean, it's just for like you and I, Todd, or like when you played, you came in, you pretty much played probably 4 years, and that was it. And we saw a lot of these final COVID players playing too, who were in their 5th, sometimes even 6th year, and that kind of adds to the mix as well. So. A lot of turmoil in college football nowadays. Then you throw in NIL, and oh my gosh, So yeah, it's crazy. It's certainly a crazy environment today.
Right there with you. I know you touched on it briefly, but let's dig a little deeper. Talk about some of the key additions and departures for Bowling Green in the transfer portal this offseason.
Well, RJ Garcia is one of them, and there's actually a couple receivers, and they are the biggest additions. I think this year, a lot of those additions came in last year. A lot of them came in last year, and so this year you pretty much have a group of guys that have played together. So I don't think there's a lot of transfer additions this year. Even there really aren't a lot. RJ Garcia, the receiver room had to be replaced a little bit. I think a little bit in the linebacker position, but you still have a lot of fourth and fifth year guys there as well, like Brock Horn. And then you've got on defense, you've got outside linebacker, you got Demetrius Hardeman, who didn't transfer in but was injured most of the year last year. And at the receiver position, it's just unbelievable. You got Finn Hogan, who had that unbelievable catch. I don't know if you remember that early last year. That was kind of a highlight reel on all the major networks. And you've got Josh Harris's son. Josh Harris was a quarterback, Nervin Meyer days at BGSU, had a small stint in the NFL with the Browns, and his son is also one of the receivers. And of course, we can't forget at the tight end position, Harold Fanning and Levi Gazarick, just two experienced tight ends. So I don't think there's a lot of transfers this year. I think a lot of them have been coming into the program. I think been building. Like I said, Connor Bazelak and Camden North were both transfers when they arrived at BGSU. The 1 and 2 quarterbacks.
That was a good lengthy interview there. And I don't know. What did you think of that, Todd?
It's so impressive what BG has done there. If you look at the amount of talent and depth on the roster now as compared to what it was like when Scott Leffler took over, they still have talented players here and there, don't get me wrong, but just to have more talented players and the depth behind them as well is really impressive, and it's showing up in the results on the field. And I think this feels like it could be the year for BG. We'll see. Obviously, the MAC is wide open. I'm not predicting anything, but if it's going to happen, this could be the year for the Falcons. Yeah,
MAC's always wide open.
Up next, we've got Northern Illinois. The Huskies open up with Western Illinois at home this Saturday afternoon. In 2023, they went 7-6 overall with a 5-3 record in the MAC, and highlighted by a huge upset win at Boston College, and they also beat Arkansas State in the Camellia Bowl. Thomas Hammock is the head coach. He's entering his 6th year on campus. Joining us today is Eddie Carifio. He's a sports editor of the Daily Chronicle in DeKalb and the beat writer that covers NIU football for the outlet.
Here we go.
Talk about, we kind of touched on it earlier, but talk about some key players on both sides of the ball for NIU heading into the season.
Yeah, well, I think offensively, it's Antario Brown. I mean, they're going to go at running back. They're going to go as far as he'll take them. That's pretty much their offense is what he can do. Obviously, the line, you look at it on paper, it says 2 starters are lost, but also the 2 guys replacing them have made starts and have been with this program for a while. So the line is strength. Hammock likes running the ball anyway, and this year they're set up even more so to run the ball. So Antario Brown is definitely your key guy offensively. Defensively, I kind of mentioned Furman. He's going to be big, leading the linebackers. Him and Jaden Dolphin. Dolphin, I think, has been here since 2020. I think he went through the 0-6 season during the COVID year. That is basically the year Hammock tore everything down after a mediocre 2019. He's one of the guys who's been here since then. There's a lot of those guys. There's like 28 seniors who have spent their entire career with NIU. I think it's like 3rd most in the country, if I'm remembering right. But I believe Jaden Dolphin's one of those guys, and he's going to be a big part of that defense, providing leadership with Furman, who transferred in. And I think a guy in the secondary, Nate Valcarcel, NIU struggled forcing turnovers a lot last year. He was one of the exceptions. I think he's poised to turn the ball, force more turnovers this year. And obviously they're going to really need to do that this year to help out the offense as much as they can.
Good. So I know that the ultimate end goal for every MAC program is to be playing in Detroit in December. To me, from what you're sounding like, it sounds like one key X factor is who's the QB going to be, how's that guy going to play. But talk about what the biggest keys are for NIU to make it to Detroit this year.
I think it's the defense. Obviously the giant asterisk is Ontario Brown staying healthy. Just in general, staying healthy is obviously important, but Brown's got to stay healthy. And then I just think the defense, last year they were, 25th in total defense in the country. There were some, holes in that. Particularly the run game at times could give up some big plays. Like I said, they didn't exactly force a ton of turnovers. I think they were outside of the top 70 or 80 in that, more around 90. If that defense can still, I know you see top 25 defense and like, okay, how's it even going to improve? But I think that defense, if they're serious about getting to Detroit, it's going to have to be top 25 in a lot more than just one category. They're going to have to be up there and forcing turnovers. They're going to have to limit the run more than they have. I don't think their pass defense just on principle isn't going to be as good as it was last year, at least in terms of yards, because a lot of teams didn't throw the ball all that much either because they knew they could get some yards on the run. So I think that might take a little dip down, just regressing to the mean sort of thing. But I think everything else improves, and if they're better across the board in some of those key categories there, they can jump either Toledo or Miami and end up in Detroit.
Got it. Thanks, Eddie. Really good stuff there. We also touched base with Eddie about who the starting QB is going to be for the Huskies, and because it hasn't been announced yet, and it sounds like the coaching staff, which makes sense, they're keeping it close to the vest heading into the kickoff for the opening game. With the logic being, there's no competitive advantage to revealing who it's going to be, and that makes sense. As a former player myself, I totally understand that.
Makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
I give your enemy, what the game plan is prior to it. So, yeah.
Exactly. Up next, we've got the Eastern Michigan Eagles. 2023 saw the Eagles go 6-7 overall with a 4-4 record in the conference. They made it to the 68 Ventures Bowl where they lost to South Alabama. Eastern Michigan opens at UMass this weekend. Chris Creighton is the head coach, and he's in his 11th season on campus. Tony Paul joins us today. He's a sports reporter for the Detroit News who covers college football.
Let's get in it.
So historically, it's been so hard for coaches to win at Eastern Michigan, yet Chris Creighton's been able to really turn that thing around and do that at a pace that's never really been done in the program's history. What has been the key to him doing that?
Well, I don't know that you could point to one key. I mean, it's a lot of different things. Part of me thinks that, they found the right coach at the right time in Chris Creighton, who could kind of not be overwhelmed by the situation, come in and slowly and methodically get this thing done. But for the people that don't know how bad Eastern Michigan was before Chris Creighton got there, Chris Creighton was hired in 2014. Eastern Michigan hadn't had a winning season since 1995. So 20 years basically before he got there. The years before he got there, 2 wins, 0 wins, 3 wins, 4 wins, 1 win, 4 wins, 4, 3, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4. I mean, just a complete afterthought, to the point where there were many calls on campus from the academic community and elsewhere to dump this program because it was such an albatross around the university's budget. No one thought it was worth it. They thought, just dump this program or take it down to 1AA or FCS or whatever. Just get rid of it and make it go away. And Eastern Michigan stuck with it. They hired Chris Creighton. It was a rough first year. It was 2 wins. It was a rough second year, 1 win. And then all of a sudden, it's been a series of really pretty solid seasons, led by a 9-win season in 2022, and 9 wins was the most since 1987. So I think again they just found the right guy who would come in and first build a culture. He's a no nonsense guy. If you ever met Chris, he's no nonsense. He is who he is. He talks straight. He came in and built this culture. You know, some of it maybe was seen as kind of hokey from the outside world. You know, he built the quote unquote factory at Rynerson Stadium where they had gray turf and every day was going to work. But he built this culture and people started believing in it. And, you know, slowly but surely, you know, Eastern Michigan, when he got there, Eastern Michigan was a last resort for players to go, right? If they had nowhere else to go, they would maybe go to Eastern Michigan. Now they're starting to be guys, you know, they're starting to be near the top of guys' list. I mean, they're not getting 4 and 5 stars, but the 3 stars are, I mean, they're a number 1 on a lot of these lists because they know if they come in, they got a chance to improve and go to the NFL, as you mentioned. And they got chances to play in the postseason. They've been to 6 straight bowl games if you don't count the 2020 COVID season. They had not been to a single bowl game since 1987. So the work he's done is so impressive. And I'll give you one little other anecdote. When he arrived, Eastern Michigan football was so bad off that they canceled a series early in his tenure. They canceled a series with Michigan State, which was a big game and a big payday for them. They canceled it. Why did they cancel it? The athletic director told me on the record with a straight face, they were afraid that they were going to get hurt in the game. That's how bad they were personnel-wise. It was just a stunning revelation. And now here they are making bowl games every year. It's just really impressive.
You've got City, so driving guys 20 yards downfield and putting them on their back, right? Then, wow, man, that's amazing.
It's just remarkable where they were to. I mean, and let me just add this too. Chris Creighton is not thrilled with where they are. He gets a lot of credit, and rightfully so, for these winning seasons. But to him, he's like, all I've done is win 6 or 7 games. I want to do more. I want to win the MAC. So he's not content, and I think that that's part of the winning culture that's been developed at Eastern Michigan is just don't be satisfied.
Sure, it's worked so far. Talk about so nationally. If I'm in the Power 4 program and I'm trying to turn a program around, and I look and I see Eastern Michigan. Okay, have they won the MAC year after year? No, but he has changed the culture there and done something there that really hadn't been done. Are you aware of any Power 4 programs expressing interest in him?
I don't know any specific as far as, you know, been deep in the weeds as far as trying to hire him. I do know from talking to people around the program that he has, because I asked a former star player at Eastern, or a year ago, and I asked him, I said, why has he not gotten the interest that maybe, you know, he should have when it comes to getting another job or a bigger job? And the person told me, and the person very close to him said, oh, he has. He's gotten a ton of interest. And so as far as what those jobs are, I don't know. As far as, you know, the big jobs, I will say, you know, a lot of these power jobs, you know, they just don't. Chris Creighton wouldn't be seen by the fan base as this crazy home run hire, right? Because he's from Eastern and he's kind of boring. And you know how it is at the power level. You want some spark, you want some sizzle. And so sometimes maybe that's the reason that he maybe hasn't gotten deep into one of these opportunities. But again, I've been told that he has that opportunities and has chosen to stay at Eastern. And I do know that this offseason, San Jose State was very interested in Chris Creighton, and they talked to him. And Chris Creighton just said, look, I like it at Eastern. I got work to do. Yeah, we've won some games and we've won some bowl games and we made a lot of bowls, but I want to win a division and I want to do more at Eastern. So again, it comes down to, I think Eastern just has this guy, the right time, who wants to be at Eastern. And they haven't had that for a long, long time. A coach who legitimately likes it, Eastern Michigan.
Awesome stuff there from Tony. If one of the buzzwords in scouting when you're looking at offensive linemen is a nasty streak, and if you want to have, if you want to see someone play with a nasty streak, put on some 2016 Eastern Michigan film. At left tackle, they had Cole Gardner. or right tackle
Yeah.
Andrew Wiley. Both of those guys wanted to destroy you every single snap. Then on top of that, on the other side of the ball, they had Pat O'Connor playing defensive end. And if you ever saw the movie The Program in the 1990s,
Oh yeah,
he had the long hair flowing out of the helmet, number 99, I believe, and looked exactly like Latimer on The Program. I never saw him bash his head through a window though.
But I mean, you would imagine that he would. He kind of had that little frat boy thing about him. So, yeah, but I mean, hey, everybody, like, if you want to play line, I mean, really, especially offensive line. Defensive line is one thing, but O-line, you got to be nasty. You got to be able to, get in there, jab people, get them off there. It's all. I have no. I remember back in the 80s where it would have been thought of as something kind of little, what are you doing? If you were taking ballet or trying to work on your balance or whatnot as a defensive lineman. Now all of them do it. So now and on your O-line, you got to knock people off their balance. You got to figure out exactly what they're going to do and really kind of get nasty, get into their heads throughout the game, kind of get them off their game in order to protect your quarterback. Who do we got up next, though, Todd?
Totally. Yes, exactly. Next up, we've got the Buffalo Bulls. Buffalo opens up with Lafayette at home Thursday night. 2023 saw Buffalo go 3-9 overall with a 1-5 record in conference play. Joining us today is Rachel Lindsay. Rachel is a sports reporter at the Buffalo News. She's in her 7th year of covering college sports at the News, including the University at Buffalo football program.
Oh, love Rachel. Let's get in it.
Joining us today is Rachel Lindsay. Rachel is a sports reporter at the Buffalo News. She is in her 7th year of covering college sports at the News, including the University at Buffalo football program. How are you today, Rachel?
Good. We're just wrapping it up in about 20, 30 hours. UB kicks off against Lafayette. They get their 3rd FCS opponent in as many years and are looking for their first win against an FCS opponent since 2021, believe it or not.
Right. Along those lines, what's the vibe heading into the 2024 season inside the program?
It was funny when first day of practice way back when on July 30th. That's one of the questions we asked, what's kind of the feeling around this program? And Marcus Fuqua, former All-American safety, said the vibes are up at UB. It's a very, very different mindset, very, very different attitude with new head coach Pete Lembo, who came in January, who took over for Maurice Linguist, who left UB after 3 seasons and a 14-23 record to join the staff at Alabama as a co-defensive coordinator and defensive backs coach. And there's a lot more emphasis in the program on making connections with teammates, accountability, being involved in the community as well. And Pete Lembo has a really, really holistic approach to coaching where it's not just about the football. It's about where does this program fit into the bigger scheme of things. And I remember the day he was introduced back in January, you just felt this different sense around the football facility, around the administrators, around the people involved in the program. Like, hey, we've got a new beginning here and we can really maximize this.
That's great. That's good. That's whenever you have change like that, that's somewhat unexpected, especially that can be challenging for everyone involved. And the fact that everyone's kind of taken it and run with it so far, that's good news. Yeah. What's the talk about some, obviously in today's transfer portal area as a MAC program and as a MAC program that just went through a coaching transition, talk about the key additions and departures in the transfer portal over the offseason.
Well, it's interesting, let me back this up. We'll go back to the year before. One thing that surprised me, first off, the number of transfers that came in to play for Maurice Linguist and stayed, not just this last January, but from the previous January. CJ Agbana, who's UB's starting quarterback, he joined UB as a transfer from Southeast Missouri State in January of 2023, stuck around after Cole Snyder, the starting quarterback, transferred out after the 2023 season. And then in January, as players are leaving, guys are, give an example, Ivy League schools. You only get 4 years of eligibility. You can't do a 5th year. A lot of transfers came in those early days of July and committed to UB. Guys like Taji Johnson from Boston College, which is not an Ivy League school, but he had an extra year of eligibility. JJ Jenkins from Columbia, an Ivy League school. They got a lot of commitments from these guys, and then Maurice Linguist left. These guys all stayed. Pete was able to bring in some good transfers as well, including Malin White, who is a defensive lineman from Cornell. You might have read about him on The Athletic. He was named one of the college football freaks by Bruce Feldman. And another guy named Antonio Coakley, who's an edge rusher who I believe this is his 7th or 8th year of college football. He's been at Temple, James Madison, Monmouth. Like, hey, if you can find your eligibility and use it and get a few more degrees, why not? And that was and that was an area that Pete had said earlier. We have to, really build up an edge rusher and linebacker. They also got a huge addition. I'm kind of burying the lead here. When Sean Dolak, linebacker who led the country with 97 solo tackles in 2022, left after the 2023 season, which was shortened for him because of an ankle injury, transferred to Utah State for a semester, and then came back to join UB. And he's a local guy as well. So that really fortifies the middle of their defense, especially after the departure of Joe Andreessen, who just made the Bills 53-man roster, another local kid as well. So I would say, definitely Dolak, Coakley, Taji Johnson, Malin White, and JJ Jenkins, big additions who they're really going to have to be leaders for this team as well, as it's really sort of solidifying its identity in the final weeks of the preseason and going into the season.
Thanks, Rachel. That's
I could listen to Rachel all day. I mean, she was just a world of information, man. Just a ton of stuff.
She knows her stuff. She's definitely glued in on the program. And whenever a new head coach comes in, it's really interesting to see not just game one, but just how the team takes shape. It's one thing to preach culture, to talk culture in the off season, but then when the bullets start flying and win or lose, how does this team stay connected? How do they stay together throughout the entire season? It'll be interesting to see that. I think that's key for Buffalo this year.
Absolutely.
Up next, we've got the Western Michigan Broncos. Western Michigan in 2023 was 4-8 with a 3-5 conference slate. The Broncos open up at Wisconsin Friday night. The head coach is Lance Taylor, and he's entering his second season in Kalamazoo. Joining us today is Matthew Ayler from MLive and the Kalamazoo Gazette. He's a sports reporter that covers high school sports, Western Michigan athletics, and any other interesting sports stories from Southwest Michigan and the greater Kalamazoo area.
Let's jump in it.
Talk to us about the vibe in the Western Michigan program heading into Lance Taylor's second season on campus in 2024.
Yeah, I think, it's just a different sense of comfortability and familiarity, entering fall camp. Talking with Lance at the start of fall camp, he felt like last year was kind of year zero for him, and his head was kind of spinning at this time last year. So, there's just different energy and a different sense of confidence coming from this group. And I think that starts with the 17 starters they returned back. And then also they have 26 players that started in some capacity over the last year. So that kind of sense of continuity and familiarity is why, I think there's a different sense of just confidence and swagger coming into, this year.
That's so big in college football, having that continuity, and because not only the experience on game day, but that whole off season where those guys know each other, they know which buttons to push with each other in the off season and conditioning and drills and stuff like that, and then also in off season film work and conditioning and different meetings. That's a really key factor. I know the transfer portal is a big deal at every school, and especially MAC programs, both coming in and coming out. Who have been some key additions and departures for the Broncos this offseason?
Yeah, I think this is where Lance really attacked this offseason, and I think he had a great turnout. You look at some of these additions, 19 in the portal, including 12 from FBS schools and 9 from Power 5 schools. So really big stuff from Lance there, and the talent that he was able to acquire. And I think it starts with, their work on the defensive line. They bring in Popeye Williams, who's a Louisville transfer, just a big bodied guy, and he was a former 4-star recruit. And then they also bring in, another Louisville transfer in Rodney McGraw, and Ontario Thompson, who was an Iowa transfer, who saw some time on special teams for him last year. So 3 huge, Power 5 defensive linemen right off the bat. And then they add in another interesting piece, Devon Bugs Mortimer, who was another former Louisville commit, just Taylor obviously was an offensive coordinator, back in a couple years ago. And so his kind of familiarity with that program and getting some of those guys from that program really paid dividends. Mortimer, I think, is going to be a part of their wide receiver corps rotation and showed some real big promise in the spring game. Just watching him, he had a nice touchdown catch in the back of the end zone. So, and then another wide receiver, Jordan Parker, he's a New Mexico State transfer, really a speedster, and he could show some signs on special teams as well. But I think that the one that went right under the radar that could really add a boost is Jaden Nixon. He's an Oklahoma State transfer. He was considered one of OSU's fastest players on their team for the past couple of years, and he should be in the mix for in the running back rotation with Jalen Buckley, who was a freshman All-American last year, was the MAC Freshman of the Year, coming off a 1,000-yard season. So I think he gives them kind of like a sense of speed and big playability out of the backfield. So plenty of talent that he was able to acquire, and really they didn't lose much. They didn't lose many pieces out of the portal. You look at a backup quarterback like Trayson Bourget out of BYU, and then CJ Hester was kind of like a backup running back. But outside of that, there really isn't anybody significant that they lost. So really impressive for Taylor to kind of acquire that much talent. And then again, not see many people leave through the portal. So that was huge.
Yeah, of course. Teams across the MAC have been giant killers in recent years, or for about as long as you can remember back. Big one for the Broncos Friday night up in Madison. Talk to us about the keys to winning that game and what you've learned about Wisconsin in terms of their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, I think it starts in their secondary. Wisconsin, I think they have one of the best secondary units in the nation. So that'll be key, for Western, just trying to establish the run and leaning on that to maybe, use some play action pass and to give, starting quarterback Hayden Wolf some time to, find some receivers. But Wisconsin coming off probably a mediocre year under first year head coach Luke Fickell. I think the key thing will be their starting quarterback that came over from Miami, Van Dyke. I think he gives them a little bit of a spark on offense. But really, I think, for Western to compete in this game, they're going to need Hayden Wolf to show some explosiveness. I thought too many times last year he was just kind of stagnant and through kind of the intermediate routes. I think they need some more explosiveness in this offense, and to make a statement, early on, he's going to need to play pretty clean and pretty efficient ball for them to have a chance.
Todd, I mean, we just went around the MAC in 24 hours and we hit 7 key beat writers. Everybody knows their stuff. I wish we had more time to get folks in, but for the 5 teams that we weren't able to actually get their beat writers in, what information do we have on that for the preseason?
Great question. First of all, if you are working the media and cover one of those other teams I'm talking about, Ohio, Ball State, Central Michigan, Akron, or Kent State, reach out to us. The answer is yes. We want you on our show. We want to include everybody. So we're going to start with the Ohio Bobcats. In 2023, they went 10-3 overall and 6-2 in conference play. Had a huge win early in the season. They got to host Iowa State, which was a rarity for a MAC school to host a Power 5 program, and got the W in that game. Then they capped the season off with a blowout win over Georgia Southern in the Myrtle Beach Bowl. Ohio opens the season with a big one this Saturday at Syracuse.
By the way, I had somebody on my show, Tony Syracuse said, and who covers the ACC, he said that this might be an upset. He said, of all the games that he could see being an upset in the ACC, the Syracuse-Ohio game, keep your eye on that one.
That's not a bad call. You've got, so for all you, if you're also a Big Ten fan, Kyle McCord was Ohio State starting QB last year. He transferred to Syracuse in the offseason. This is his first game with Syracuse. OU is also breaking a new QB as Curtis Rourke transferred to Indiana. Parker Navarro is taking over as a starter this year for the Bobcats. And one thing I thought was impressive, when Tim Albin is entering his fourth season, and Frank Solich had a heck of a run down there in Athens. And then I think a lot of people thought there might be a drop-off when Solich retired. But then 2022 and 23, both years OU won 10 games apiece. First time that's ever happened in consecutive seasons in school history. What an accomplishment, taking over for a legend like Tim Albin did, taking over for Frank Solich.
That's hard to do.
Very hard to do.
Extremely hard to do.
Very hard to do. Next up, we've got the Ball State Cardinals. 2023 was a down year. They went 4-8 overall and 3-5 in the conference. But when you look a little bit closer, 3 of those losses in conference play were by 7 points or less. And if Keon Magwood is an impressive slot receiver, and just so he's also a Columbus guy like I am. Went to Walnut Ridge High School.
Mm-hmm.
And if you haven't already done so, do yourself a favor and check out his highlight reel catch and run for a touchdown against Western Michigan in 2023, where he made about 17 people miss on the same play. And I haven't, full disclosure, I haven't played video games lately, but back in the day I did. And there used to be, we all did. It's something we would call in a glitch when you would have a ball carrier with the ball. There's 4 or 5 guys surrounding him, and all of a sudden he's on the other side and he breaks free. You have no idea how he got through there. Yeah. And so when I saw that play against Western Michigan, that's what that nickname, I think, stuck out to me. Keon Glitch Magwood. I love it.
Keon Glitch. That's perfect. That's fantastic. We should start calling people Glitch. You know, if they have a big play where they make a whole lot of people miss in the MAC, we're going to start calling them Glitch, the Glitch Award or something.
Okay. I like that. that. And then another thing to watch for the Cardinals, Kyle Kelly started several games at QB for Ball State last year. He's moving to the defensive side of the ball this year, though. Really someone to watch in the future in terms of pro potential. I think you've got a guy with the size and the movement skills he could, obviously we have to see him play on defense, but he could be someone that is an NFL player on the defensive side of the ball. Ball State opens up with a Missouri State at home on September 7th. They have a bye week in week 1. So they're not playing this weekend. One thing I think that's really big to mention about Ball State, they recently got an indoor facility, which I think is going to be massive for them moving forward. They did not have one before that. So you're talking about trying to practice outside or in a makeshift indoor location in November in Muncie. That's rough. And to convince recruits to come there and do that. And so they were still able to do what they've done in that situation. And now they've got an indoor facility. I think that's going to be really big for them moving forward from a recruiting standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Huge. I used to hate the snow in Louisville, much less Muncie, Indiana. It's just come down over the river for whatever reason. It just the weather dynamics. Once you cross that Ohio River, it gets really crazy up there, and especially in Muncie. They have snow probably 20% of the year. So that indoor facility, once they get practicing in that's probably going to improve practices from here on out.
I would think so too, and hopefully it helps them in recruiting as well. I think that's going to be big. Up next, we've got the Central Michigan Chippewas. CMU went 5-7 overall in 2023 and 3-5 in the MAC. They open up against Central Connecticut State Thursday night. Jim McElwain's the head coach, and he's entering his 6th year as a head coach at Central Michigan. CMU returns a combined 17 starters on both sides of the ball. Marion Lukes at running back returns after he rushed for 737 yards and 5 touchdowns in 2023. And he's also brings some value in the return game on special teams. Joe Labus transferred to Central Michigan from Iowa, and he's going to be starting at QB for the Chippewas. And this is impressive, I thought. The Reese's Senior Bowl recently announced their watch list for the 2024 season in the 2025 All-Star game. And 3 players for Central Michigan made the watch list. It was Marion Lukes, the running back, the receiver Jesse Pruitt III, and right tackle Braden Swarthout. And to have 3 guys on one roster in the MAC on that watch list is impressive. We'll see. Like I said, the Chippewas have a lot of experience coming back. We'll see what they can put together this season. Man,
Todd, there's been a whole lot of stuff that we've hit in this show. I want to tell somebody more about how they can get more out of this show. The shows are going to be going longer, and there's going to be a part of the show where people can get advanced analytics. If you're putting a little action on some of the games, you'll be able to get more information there. Tell people about this MAC Yard Brawl Club.
Of course, if you want to be an insider and get some information, if you like point spreads, you like over-unders, you like prop bets and things like that, we're going to be talking about some things like that. And click on the QR code that's on the screen right now, and you can sign up to be an insider, and we will be digging deep on some of the MAC matchups as the season progresses. We'll be starting that next week, once games have been played.
Absolutely. And this is how you get into be part of the club. You'll be able to, there are kind of two different tiers. One of them is just pretty much information to use at your leisure. The other one, you'll be able to do Q&As or whatnot directly with the both of us on a monthly basis if you want to get a little bit deeper into whatever you're trying to do. So go find out about the club, scan the QR code, and become part of the MAC Yard Brawl Club this season. I tell you what, Todd, this show in and of itself is going to open up a world of possibilities for a lot of the kids in the MAC. I know that just this year, myself, as I'm voting or whatnot, I have my eyes on a lot of guys, especially, and I want to highlight this one guy because he's on the Bronco Nagurski, my preseason for my Bronco Nagurski award list. He's also on the Bernardic award list, and it looks like he's on the Jim Thorpe award list. That's Maxon Hook of Toledo, the safety. To get on three of these, there are so many people that can't even get on one of these lists. To get on all three, and I'm a defensive guy, so I'm watching all these. I'm like, well, hey, wait a minute, I'm writing the same name. Now, CJ Nunnally out of Akron, he's on a couple of these lists also, both Bronco Nagurski and Bernardic. But Maxon's on three, and I think watching these guys over the next few over this season, keep your eye on those two guys in particular. There are a lot of other guys that we'll bring to your attention as viewers and listeners over the season also as to who's on these lists, who to watch, who actually, has a shot at pro ball. Todd, you're a guy that really hits hard on a lot of other schools. You said we got two other schools. Would you briefly talk about those two other schools before we get out of here?
Yes, of course. The Akron Zips 2023 was a down year, 2-10 overall, 1-7 in conference. Yeah. It's Joe Moorhead's third season on campus, and they open up at Ohio State this weekend. Ben Finley transferred over from Cal and has won the starting QB position. Looks like the defensive front is going to be a strength of the team. And you mentioned CJ Nunnally, the defensive end, who was first team All-MAC in 2023, had 15 and a half tackles for loss and 7 sacks. I think from the outside looking in, I really see this program as a sleeping giant. You look at where they're located in terms of proximity to high school talent and the facility they have there, both the stadium and the indoor facility. It's amazing. I think at some point things are going to click there. We'll see when it happens. Lastly, we've got the Kent State Golden Flashes. 2023 went 1-11 overall, 0-8 in the conference play. It was Kenny Burns' first year on campus. This is his second year. They open up at Pitt this weekend. And from listening to his game week press conference, he's impressed and optimistic about how much the squad they've grown over the offseason. Unfortunately, running back Gavin Garcia is out for the season with a knee injury, but he feels like at all position groups they've created competition, and he thinks that's bringing out the best in each unit. And so on offense, he said that Devin Kargman recently won the starting QB job in a fall camp battle with Tommy Ulatowski. But so it's his show to run starting this weekend in Pitt.
And that's fantastic, man. We have to give shout outs and special thanks. Special thanks to Chris Volt. Special thanks to Kyle Rowland. Special thanks to Pat Eakin. Special thanks to Eddie is it Carifio?
Carifio. Yep.
Carifio. Okay. Rachel Lindsay, Tony Paul, Matt Ayler, and everybody that makes this show possible. We thank you. And I can't wait to the next MAC Yard Brawl podcast. What about you, Todd?
It's going to be fun. We're going to have a MAC Yard Brawl of the week for the game of the week. We're going to have a MAC Yard Brawler of the week for the player of the week. This is going to be fun. And like I said, we're going to get into some inside analysis now the games will have been played. And we're going to have a lot of fun here. Stick with us.
Make sure to join up today the MAC Yard Brawl Club. We don't want the prices to go up. We've been talking about, did we set the prices too low to begin with? And if you get in now, you'll get that price, and that's the price that you're going to pay. We don't know if we're going to raise this price or not, so get in now. We'll see you guys next show. You've been listening to the MAC Yard Brawl podcast with Spence and Todd. See you in a little.
We're talking the next American sports pro. The place you want to be. The hottest new that talks about what high school athletes to watch. College players that are under the radar. Semi-pro athletes that are getting a look from the pros. International players killing it overseas. We're talking the next American sports pro. Hey, do you have what it takes? Go to www.nextamericansportspro.com and register today. Exposure is the name of the game. If you can't be found, you can't be seen. Get your profile online and get discovered today at www.nextamericansportspro.com. We're talking the next American sports pro. Hey, do you have what it takes? Go to www.nextamericansportspro.com and register today at www.nextamericansportspro.com.
All right. All right.
Welcome to this week's episode of the MAC Yard Brawl podcast. I'm Todd Worley, and joining me is our co-host and producer, Memphis Spence. We've got a great show on deck for you today. We sat down with Steve Wiltfong. He's the VP of Recruiting and Transfer Portal for On3 Sports, and we interviewed beat writers on both sides of this week's Bowling Green against Penn State showdown. First up, though, we've got a quick whip around the rest of the conference.
Miami opened the season with a 13-6 loss at Northwestern on Saturday. The Redhawks defense picked up right where it left off last season. Coach Martin praised the defense, saying that, hey, holding the Big Ten Wildcats to just 13 points, if that was their job, then they did their job well. Miami's offense simply just didn't do enough. You had Brett Gabbert back at quarterback. Took him a little bit to kind of get going. The second half looked like Brett Gabbert, despite tossing 2 interceptions. On the bright spot, he looked more comfortable as the game went on. So I think we're going to see prime Brett Gabbert back in full swing here before no time. Bright spots on offense, Cade McDonald. 8 catches, 105 yards. That was a career high for receptions for Cade. Did a wonderful job being a big target for Blaine Gabbert on Saturday against Northwestern. Defense-wise, Matt Salapak. The MAC Defensive Player of the Year last year, wrapped up 10 tackles. He's doing Matt Salapak things. Overall, I would say a C+ performance for the Miami Redhawks. It looks like they're probably going to have to take a little bit of time to use this bye week, figure some things out before they head on into their home opener against UC on September 14th.
Hello, this is Kyle Rowland from the Toledo Blade. Last week went well for Toledo. Week 1, got a win over Duquesne. I thought quarterback Tucker Gleason was solid in his first start as kind of the guy in the post-Don DeQuan Finn era. Only thing he kind of had some issues with was throwing the deep ball, easily correctable thing. Defense struggled at times in the first half, but really clamped down on the second half. Duquesne only had 5 first downs. They had less than 100 yards. Certainly some things they need to iron up. UMass this week, I think, is a huge kind of get confident, shore up some of the issues you've had, because the 2 weeks after this are not make or break for their season for Toledo, but make or break in the sense of becoming a national story and perhaps being a contender for the Group of 5 playoff spot. You got a road game at Mississippi State and a road game at Western Kentucky. 2 very difficult games, but also 2 that can kind of spotlight yourself and get you ready. So I expect Toledo to play well against UMass. I think they'll be 2-0 going into the Mississippi State game. And all in all, solid performance in week 1 against Duquesne.
NIU, obviously a big win last week, 54-15 over Western Illinois. Degree of difficulty increases a little bit this week when they head to Notre Dame. Western Illinois still searching for their first win from 2021. Notre Dame is ranked 5th in the country. So obviously a little bit of a difference. Obviously it's going to be a very, very uphill battle for the Huskies in this one. I think you look at game 1 standouts. You got to look at what Ethan Hampton did. They were playing the starting quarterback very close to the chest. He ends up just eating up that defense, and they weren't even playing conservative. Kind of maybe you would have expected more of a game manager mode. I certainly was. He was hurling up deep passes. They were catching them. So it was really impressive to see that. I assume they're going to get back to the basics with Ontario Brown next week. He only needed, I believe it was 8 carries to get about 72 yards. He was probably going to have about 3 times as many carries, I would assume. Maybe not any more yards. They're going to have to run the ball. They're going to have to get it to work really well. Obviously, their pass defense, or their pass rush, they were impressed with the defensive line. Talking to them today, both the coaches and the players said they played very well. Only 1 sack they came up with, though. That doesn't seem to really be worrying them a ton. They like the way the D-line played. The Notre Dame offensive line is inexperienced, so that's the one advantage the Huskies are looking at. I mean, obviously, you're just going to assume they're going to be behind the 8 ball in terms of size and speed, probably, but they do have the experience advantage there. So we'll see how it all plays out. Notre Dame's a 28-point favorite in the game. That sounds about right. If you're looking for a score prediction, 38-17, let's say Notre Dame wins out.
I'm Rachel Lindsay from the Buffalo News, here to give an update on the University of Buffalo football team for MAC Yard Brawl. Buffalo faces number 9 Missouri on Saturday in Columbia, Missouri. Faces an SEC team for the first time since 2012 when it lost to Georgia. UB beat Lafayette 30-13 in its season opener August 29. They got a 195-yard, 2-touchdown passing performance from quarterback CJ Ogbonna. But now they pivot to play one of the SEC's top teams in the Tigers. Keys to facing Missouri. Secondary needs to be prepared. Mizzou threw for 300 yards, averaged more than 10.3 yards per pass last week against Murray State. UB also has to clean up the special teams issues, and there were 2 big ones against Lafayette. A muffed kickoff and a blocked punt that set up a touchdown for Lafayette. Also, UB cannot be intimidated in a Power 4 environment. They played at Wisconsin, they've played at Penn State, they've played at Nebraska, they've played at Maryland over the last 4 to 5 years. And these places, they're loud. People are fortified. Yeah, this is going to be a bye game for them, but these are the kind of games that are going to show UB what they're made of, and this time they're going to do it against the number 9 team in the country.
Central Michigan beat Central Connecticut 66-10. The Chippewas play at FIU this week in a big Group of 5 versus Group of 5 matchup. The Akron Zips opened the season with a 52-6 loss at Ohio State, and they travel to Rutgers this weekend. Kent State lost to Pitt 55-24. The Golden Flashes head home this week to host FCS St. Francis. Eastern Michigan had a big win at UMass 28-14. They travel out to Washington this weekend. Ohio gave Syracuse everything they could handle, but ended up falling 38-22. The Bobcats host South Alabama in another key Group of 5 showdown this weekend. Ball State was the only team in the country that had a bye last week, but the Cardinals jump into the action this week with a home game against Missouri State. Western Michigan dropped a heartbreaker at Wisconsin 28-14 after hanging tough. The Broncos head to Columbus to take on Ohio State this weekend. In this week's, we are going to have, every week, we're going to have a MAC Yard, we're calling it the MAC Yard Brawler of the Week, which just goes to the player of the week from a MAC school. In the inaugural MAC Yard Brawler of the Week for this week is Ohio University running back Anthony Tyus III. While OU dropped the game at Syracuse, Tyus had a huge game. He rushed for 203 yards and 2 touchdowns on 16 carries for the Northwestern transfer. His highlight of the game was a 46-yard touchdown run early in the fourth quarter where he took an option pitch and just outran the entire defense. Congratulations to Anthony. Steve is a VP of recruiting in the transfer portal for On3 Sports. Steve and I worked together closely when I was with 24/7 Sports. He has as good of a pulse on college football recruiting from coast to coast as anyone that you're going to find. Talk to us. Things have changed on recruiting year by year, and especially in the last several years. In this day and age of college football, with the transfer portal and with NIL, it's a challenge for a group of 5 and in particular MAC programs when you can develop guys, turn them into great players, and then a P4 school comes in and poaches them. How do you think MAC schools can continue to build a quality roster year after year when there's so much turnover and uncertainty from year to year?
Right, like a Carson Steele, right? He leaves Ball State, goes out to UCLA, and had he stayed at Ball State, right? He was what, among the nation's rushers, and stayed, at UCLA under 900 yards. I don't know, man. I mean, does he get drafted if he stays at Ball State and rushes for 2,000 yards? I don't know what the answer is. He's obviously on an NFL roster and good enough to play in the league and earn that. Is it always the right move to go somewhere else? It's certainly you want to test yourself playing against the best competition you can find. It's kind of a interesting topic. Is it always better to move up and test yourself? I don't know. But certainly, the MAC schools could poach from the 1AAs and NAIAs and evaluate talent from those college ranks and, try and push kids into the portal the same way that the highest profile schools in college football are doing. But for the mid-majors, recruiting still pretty status quo, turning over rocks, making sure you're getting into the high schools and evaluating at a high level. I mean, there's a lot of good football players out there, making sure that you're offering the right ones. And, by doing that, you got to pound the pavement and get into your schools and maintain those strong relationships with the high school coaches. So who the guys are that are capable of playing high-level football, that have a lot of upside, guys that you can pull it out of them.
Definitely. So tomorrow you get the call and you've been hired as a head coach of the MAC program.
I'm excited.
You're excited. Day one, what's your recruiting strategy?
Well, probably connecting with the high school coaches in my state right off the bat, right? And introducing myself. Well, I probably have some commits I got to maintain, right? So finding out if we like them, watching their film, reaching out to the ones we like, and then reaching out to the ones we don't and saying, hey, maybe you're better off looking for another place. But then building rapport with the high school coaches. And look, I mean, if you're a MAC program, you're still recruiting nationally, right? Looking for hidden gems and in other areas. But I think foundationally, you're going to do your best with home cooking and regional-based recruiting and going from there. That doesn't mean that you still don't go down into Florida and Georgia, where there's so many good high school football players, using your assistant coaches' connections and resources, because they've worked at various places too, and finding guys that are capable of helping you win games.
Of course. How would you mitigate the potential losses from the portal? How do you retain guys? How do you navigate that?
There's nothing you can do about schools with a higher profile trying to poach good players from you. I mean, all you can do is create a good culture and a good environment and atmosphere that guys want to play in. And they have a sense of pride playing for you, and they're excited about helping you do historic things, competing for conference titles. And now there's 16 teams in the college football playoff. 12 teams. Can we snag one of those spots? Can we do something legendary? You're playing with your best friends within a culture that you enjoy. And then we're going to, you already know that you're going to be maximized here. you move up a level, are you going to touch the ball as much? Are you going to play as many downs? Are you going to be the focal point? Or are you just another guy to help that? I mean, you obviously they want you to come play there. They see you helping them, but you're one of our very key players here. And, there's people in the NFL from all over, from FCS, lower FBSs. And, again, you go there, you rush for 900 yards, you stay here, you rush for 2,000. So those are some of the things that I'd be pointing out. But at the end of the day, these families are going to do what they can. They're going to get paid, probably have more NIL opportunity, probably getting paid to go to those schools and make a little more money in the short term. What can I do to rally my base? Western Michigan's got Stryker up there. How invested does Stryker want to be in Western Michigan football? What can we do to retain these rosters to make your Saturday experiences for your alma mater happier? It's tough, right? I mean, those schools have more resources. They'll pay a guy more money than you can pay him to come be a role player for them.
That was a good interview.
Steve is on it. He knows the recruiting game. He up and down from coast to coast. He's really keyed in, has a lot of great sources, works his tail off. Really pleased to have him on the show. Now, this week's MAC Yard Brawl of the week, and that's another thing we're going to be doing for the game of the week. So this week's MAC Yard Brawl of the week is the Bowling Green heading out to Penn State. In 2022, Bowling Green won on the road at Minnesota. In 2023, BG went down to Atlanta and won by 2 scores against Georgia Tech. Also in 2023, Bowling Green played Minnesota in their bowl game and gave the Gophers everything they could handle. Can Bowling Green pull off the shocking upset in State College this week? We sat down with beat writers on both sides of that game to find out more about both squads. Joining us first is Sean Fitz. Sean has been the publisher of Blue and White Illustrated on the On3 Sports Network since 2022 and previously spent 12 years running the Penn State site at 24/7 Sports. Sean and I worked closely together when I worked for 24/7 Sports. He's a dominant force in the Penn State market and very glued into the Penn State program. Spinning ahead, Penn State has a home opener now this week against hosting Bowling Green. That you've heard of, have there been any key injuries to some guys that may be Penn State players that may miss this week's game?
They seem okay. The guy they missed this last week was Khalil Dankins. He was backup tight end, and Penn State runs a lot of 12 personnel, so the tight ends are pretty prevalent. If you're 1, 2, or 3, you're gonna play a decent amount. So he's the guy to look at this week.Tt State also has a bye next week, and you hate to play this game because it is a Division I team coming in. But if you can sit him this week and then get him an extra week off before they play Kent State in a couple of weeks, maybe we'll talk about that in a few weeks. But that's the one to look at. And then at receiver, Liam Clifford's probably their number 2. He played 21 snaps on Saturday, which was a lot lower than we expected. He had missed some time late in camp, and then Caden Saunders, who was expected to be in that wide receiver rotation as well, missed a bunch of August training camp. He only returned punts for Penn State last weekend, and he just fair caught them. We saw him in warmups. He's clearly not back to 100%, so that's one to look at. And that's pretty much it. They had a backup linebacker that was injured on a kickoff coverage. We saw him after the game. He seemed okay, but got out of week 1 fairly unscathed. And that's what this team needs, because it's not as deep as it was last year. They've already had some injuries, missing a defensive end in Zariah Fisher, a backup quarterback Jackson Smolik. There's been guys that have been, sidelined for a significant amount of time. Keon Wiley's a linebacker that they missed probably more than the stat sheet would show. So that's where they're at. They're pretty well set, and I think they're going to work in some younger players this week as well.
Awesome. You've rattled off some names on both sides of the ball, but for Bowling Green fans who haven't seen Penn State play yet this year, who are some key guys on both sides of the ball to look for that really are glue players for Penn State?
Yeah, I think you look at, you got to start at quarterback. That guy's touching the ball on every play for the most part, because they will work in a backup, Bo Perbula, who will run the ball quite a bit. But Drew Aller is the guy. He came out and was, I think, surpassed expectations against West Virginia. Threw 3 touchdown passes. 2 of them were to Trey Wallace on the outside. Trey is a guy that we've heard great things about for a long time, but he hasn't been able to stay on the field for injury purposes. So he came out, he had over 100 yards and 2 touchdowns last week. So that connection started off really, really well. The big thing with Penn State this year is how far can Drew Aller take them? And there were questions about his mobility, questions about how he would handle things on the fly, and he did both excellent. I mean, he was excellent at that on Saturday. Got out of the pocket and ran. He dropped about 10 pounds this offseason, so a little bit more agile than he was last year. So, I mean, it was I don't want to say a complete surprise, because he did carve up West Virginia pretty good last year, but at the same time, he did it in a different way. He extended drives with his feet. He got out, he had this pocket presence. He did a lot of really cool things. If you're looking at that progress. So Drew's the guy there. I mean, defensively, the safeties are the heartbeat here. Tom Allen has come in. He's moved from a 4-3 to a 4-2-5. They did play a little bit of 4-3 last week. But you look at Jalen Reed and KJ Winston. Those 2 are all Big Ten level safeties that they just fly. And it's really cool to watch. The defense is aggressive, not as aggressive as Manny Diaz was last year, but aggressive in the sense that those guys are all over the place and they have a lot of team speed on defense. So West Virginia, tried to widen things, throw some shorter stuff, get the running game outside. And Penn State, I think, just was a little too fast for that on defense.
Awesome. Okay. Good info. So at halftime, you make it through the first half. Penn State's got the lead. Then you've got the long delay. And I think you've got college kids on both sides of in both locker rooms. You have no idea how they're going to come out after that delay. I thought that spoke really highly of Penn State's leadership, both on the coaching staff and the veteran players on the team, to come out ready to roll right as soon as the second half began after the delay and drive the ball down and score a touchdown, and never let West Virginia back in the game at that point. What has that been? Has leadership been a common buzzword in fall camp, and how would you assess that right now?
Well, first with that situation, so back in 2017, they lost to Ohio State in a heartbreaker. And then the next week they went to, or it was a week or two later, they went to Michigan State and they had a lightning delay there. And they were on track to win that game. They came out of lightning delay and Michigan State beat them. And that might have been James Franklin's best chance to make the playoff in 2017. So that was, I don't want to say fresh in the mind because it's 7 years ago, but the first thing that comes to your mind as a Penn State fan, a coach or whatever, when a lightning delay happens, when a weather delay happens, is Michigan State 2017. So I think there were some lessons learned from that. It's one of those things you write down. You never know if you're going to use it, but there are lessons learned from that. And they kept them loose. They weren't in the locker room. You saw them in the tunnel just kind of hanging out, and they've got the bikes going. They've got the stretching going and everything like that. And you could see, you kind of watch them to get a feel of how close this thing was actually to restarting. And, Penn State had a plan for it, as crazy as that sounds. So they've done that. So that I think that starts with James Franklin. He remembers all these kinds of things, and he's got guys that have been working under him for the longest time. And they sort of, go, they don't want to feel that feeling again, because that is one that every time that you talk about James Franklin's record or getting over the hump at Penn State, Michigan State 2017 is a big thing that's waved around. So they did a nice job with that. As far as team leadership, it is, I think, a work in progress. That was one question that we had through off season, and actually last year as well. It's college football, so you got to cultivate those new leaders, and have they been able to do that? You look around and you think it's heading in the right direction. I think some of the stuff you saw from Drew Aller last week, scrambling, getting a first down, popping up, and throwing his arm up in a first down signal. That's not his natural personality. That's something that they've worked on to maybe get a little bit more out of that. So I think that was good to see. So I think it's heading in the right direction. But yeah, you've got to have a strong core if you're going to come out. They came out and scored a touchdown right after it, right after that delay, and looked pretty strong and really, from what was a great atmosphere in the first half. And I tell you what, it was 85 and sunny at kickoff. It was hot, humid. Penn State did a good job of rotating guys in, keep them fresh. I think that whole game or that whole day, it was a grind. It was like going to your bullpen and using some guys that you typically wouldn't for a little bit longer. And then, at the end of the game, you still got your closer fresh. So I think that's what we saw on Saturday from Penn State is just an overall administrative win. I think they did a really good job with that.
And now, from the Bowling Green side of things, we've got Patrick Eakin, who joins us again this week. We're thrilled to have him back. Patrick is the sports editor of the Bowling Green Sentinel Tribune. Yeah, big one. It's obviously going to be a great atmosphere there in State College. Talked about last year BG went on the road, and not only did they beat Georgia Tech, they beat Georgia Tech convincingly. And then then the year before they won at Minnesota. Then the 2023 bowl game in Detroit played Minnesota, gave it Minnesota everything they could handle too.
Yes, they did.
So you've got a BG team here that has MAC championship aspirations. You've got 32 seniors that have been there and done that. How do you expect them to approach this game in State College on Saturday afternoon?
Well, I think if you talk to Coach Leffler and the captains and the leadership of the team, it's like any other game. And that's what they tell you. It's very cliche, but I think it's the way to approach it. And that's what they're going to do. I think, I don't know about game strategy or what's, they don't really reveal a lot of that to us. Coach Leffler telling me they're very talented. Obviously, Penn State is, they started out with a big win easily. And it's a rough place to play. I think for college football players, they like that environment. These guys like that. They like being the underdogs. And, it's a matter of fact, Penn State, it's not just it's a crazy environment. You've got tens of thousands of students, chanting in unison. You've got, it's almost a cult, I think sometimes. You and I were texting back and forth. We both, I know some Penn State people, and how they're just the fans are. They're crazy. They're just into it. It means everything to them, absolutely everything. And so they got to play in that environment there. But I don't think that's going to bother them. I think that the challenge is Penn State is probably as good a football team Penn State has had in a while. I remember Coach Leffler even said in the press conference on Monday that he saw Penn State as similar to what Michigan was last year. And they had to play Michigan last year, and they had a good first half against Michigan. And Coach Leffler has always said when the MAC schools play the Big Ten schools, sometimes the issue is not the talent, and especially at the first level, the starting level, the talent is the depth. And, the MAC schools don't always have the depth that the Big Ten schools have. And that's where sometimes you see Big Ten schools wearing down MAC schools. And you get in a game like this, teams aren't going to show a lot because they want to save a lot of that for their league play. But which is, in both leagues, they've gone to 8 games this year, so it's less non-league action. And we'll see. I think BGSU feels like they can win. I know these are athletes that don't want to back down. They a lot of them have played in Power 5 conferences. There's quite a few transfers from Power 5 conferences, and not just transfers, guys who played big time, starting with Connor Bazelak, who, started at Indiana, played there, and then he played in Missouri 2 years and started. I mean, he's close to 10,000 yards passing at the 3 schools he's been at. This is his final year. He's going to want to prove something. And you have RJ Garcia, who's hurt right now, so I don't think he's going to be playing. But you got some receivers that came from Auburn and some major Power 5 programs who were actually getting a lot of playing time. I don't know how Leffler was able to find these guys and get them to transfer in and for what reasons they transferred. But it's just amazing how many Bowling Green picked up. So they do have a lot of people, and all these players, even the ones who have returned, have played in those environments. So I think that's not going to be an issue for them. Remember, I think they're going to relish it. So we had a good crowd here for the Fordham game. A lot of students. It was nice. Of course, school had already started. It was hot. It was sweltering hot. It was one of those days. I was surprised there weren't many more cramps, but it will be better weather too. So, we'll see. I think they're ready. I think they're going to be as ready mentally as they can be.
Great interviews from both guys. Lots of information there, Todd.
They're both glued in, and this is an interesting matchup. Penn State's super talented, no doubt about it, but Bowling Green's going to come into this game with a mindset that they're going to shock the world. They've done it before. Can they do it again against a super talented team? We'll see.
It's going to be rough. It's going to be rough, but we'll see what happens. Tell everybody what game you're previewing, and if they want more information, how they can get it.
Exactly. Yes. So for our exclusive club members, we are going in depth on the Ohio State Western Michigan matchup. We're going to break down the matchup, both sides of the ball, talk about different key players in the game on both sides of the ball, what the game's going to come down to, and we're going to. And if you're someone who's interested in point spreads and over unders and things like that, this is a place to be. We're going to talk about those things as well.
All right, guys, we love you. Thank you for watching this. Make sure that you like the show. If you like it, follow us on Instagram. We're also on Threads and X at MAC Yard Brawl. And we're going to see you all next week. You've been listening to the MAC Yard Brawl here on the SRA TV network.
We're talking the next American Sports Pro. The place you want to be. The hottest new that talks about what high school athletes to watch. College players that are under the radar. Semi-pro athletes that are getting a look from the pros. International players killing it overseas. We're talking the next American Sports Pro. Hey, do you have what it takes? Go to www.nextamericansportspro.com and register today. Exposure is the name of the game. If you can't be found, you can't be seen. Get your profile online and get discovered today at www.nextamericansportspro.com. We're talking the next American Sports Pro. Hey, do you have what it takes? Go to www.nextamericansportspro.com and register today at www.nextamericansportspro.com.
All right. All right.
Welcome to this week's episode of the MAC Yard Brawl, your go-to place for inside information on MAC football. I'm Todd Worley, and with me is Memphis Spence. We've got a great show lined up for you today. We shine the spotlight on Northern Illinois after the Huskies' giant upset at Notre Dame. We take a deep dive into the Miami-Cincinnati game this week and speak to some guests on both sides of that game. First up, though, is a whip around the MAC.
Let's get into it.
I'm Rachel Lindsay from the Buffalo News, and here's an update on the University of Buffalo football team, which hosts Massachusetts at 1 p.m. Saturday at UB Stadium. The big question is, how will the offense regroup after a 38-0 loss at number 6 Missouri, and how will the wide receivers in particular regroup with the loss of Nick McMillan, who won't play this weekend because of a left knee injury? J.J. Jenkins, a transfer for Columbia, is now penciled in on the depth chart as one of UB's starting wide receivers, along with Taji Johnson and Victor Snow. And UB's got to kick it up after having only 55 passing yards at Missouri, which is also the number 1 pass defense in the country. UB also needs to capitalize on possession. They only had 52 plays to Missouri's 83 last weekend. And UB's longest drive was 9 plays and 4.5 minutes. UB also has another factor they've got to look at. They're going to be playing UMass, coached by Don Brown. Don Brown is a bit of a defensive wizard. He was at Michigan, he was at Maryland, he was at UConn as a defensive coordinator, he was at Arizona as a defensive coordinator before taking over Massachusetts in 2022. Minutemen are going to focus on defense, and that's going to be a challenge for the Bulls coming out of that shutout at Missouri.
Let's touch on some injuries from Western Michigan. I got word from Lance Taylor that starting left tackle Adam Vandervest is going to be out for the year. He had a season-ending knee surgery. And Kenny Womack, their leading wide receiver, is dealing with a hand injury that he suffered in fall camp. He broke a bone in his left hand. He's considered week to week by the staff, but signs are looking towards Womack returning once MAC play kicks off here in a couple of weeks. So, the keys for Western Michigan. against Bethune-Cookman on Saturday. It's got to start with Jalen Buckley. Buckley is the reigning MAC Freshman of the Year. He put up over 1,000 yards rushing last year, and he ran for a pair of touchdowns against Wisconsin. It's got to start with him. Got to establish the run. That's where the Broncos thrive. That sets up Hayden Wolf, their quarterback, in this passing game, who, obviously they're dealing with their leading wide receiver and injury, but I look for receivers like Anthony Sambucci, Malik Diadon, Bugs Mortimer, or Jordan Parker. One of those guys is going to step up and have a big game for them. It starts with running the football. That opens up the passing game. And I look for Hayden Wolf to take some more downfield shots under the new offensive coordinator, Walt Bell. Stretch the field vertically. I want to see some explosive plays. That will give Western Michigan some confidence, going into the middle of their season. The defense is going to need to contain the dual threat abilities of Ransom, and I look for their defensive line to really kind of establish themselves as a standout group. But the keys, again, it's got to be running the football. It's got to show some explosiveness in the passing game, maybe a turnover or two from the defense to get themselves in the victory column. My prediction, Western Michigan 35, Bethune-Cookman 14.
Hey there, Maction fans. This is Cade Hampton with the Muncie Star-Press giving you a quick report on the Ball State Cardinals. Ball State started its 100th football season with a 42-34 victory over Missouri State. Redshirt freshman QB Caden Simonza shook off an early pick six and scored 5 total touchdowns, throwing for 4 and running for 1. And Eastern Kentucky transfer running back Braden Sloan made his Cardinals debut in style with 149 all-purpose yards and 2 touchdowns. On the defensive side of the ball, the Cardinals played suffocating defense, holding the Missouri State offense to 0 points in the first half and holding them to just 3 for 10 on third down conversions. For a quick injury report, wide receiver Justin Bowick was out for the game, and wide receiver Ty Robinson was hurt on the first play from scrimmage. Look for wide receiver Cam Pickett and Malcolm Gilley, as well as tight end Tanner Koziol, to step up if those two are unable to play this weekend. This weekend, the Cardinals will travel to South Florida to take on the Miami Hurricanes, and while it's not looking like a good game for the Cardinals, it's expected to be a pretty one-sided affair in the Hurricanes' favor. The Huskies of Northern Illinois showed us last week that anything can happen when the MAC comes to town.
The UMass game was pretty uneven for Toledo. Very weird game. UMass ran about, 88 plays. Toledo only had 45. It seemed like they either had 0 yards on a play or 40-yard touchdown on a play. Just so many explosive plays, a kickoff return. I think going into this week against Mississippi State, Toledo's defensive line, which had 15 tackles for loss and 5 sacks against UMass, can really set the tone at Mississippi State. In these types of games, whether it was close losses at Notre Dame or Illinois, or previously wins against Michigan, Penn State, Iowa State several times, Kansas, Minnesota, Purdue, Toledo's had a lot of them. The story of the game was always how good their defensive line plays. I think they have to be active. Quarterback Blake Shapen, Baylor transfer, ironically, Jaquan Finn took his job at Baylor, has not thrown an interception since last November. He has 5 touchdown passes this season. He's completing nearly 70% of his passes. Toledo's defensive line has to get after him. And if they do, I think Toledo can win. And I think Toledo will win. I've had this feeling all summer. I think they're catching Mississippi State at a perfect time, quite literally, actually. They're coming off a road game at Arizona State last week, a night game. They didn't get back to Mississippi till after 6 a.m. on Sunday. I think that helps them. But this is also a rebuilding program. They have a first-year head coach. I think everything's just kind of set up for Toledo to win. I think it'll be a razor-thin margin, though. I expect regardless of who wins, it's going to go down to the final seconds of the fourth quarter.
In other scores around the MAC this week, Western Michigan got shut out 56-0 by Ohio State. Bowling Green fought till the end, but lost 34-27 at Penn State. Akron lost 49-17 at Rutgers. Kent State had a disappointing home loss to FCS St. Francis, 23-17. Eastern Michigan lost at Washington, 30-9. Central Michigan lost 52-16 at Florida International. The Ohio Bobcats had a nice G5 win over South Alabama in the home opener in Athens, 27-20. This week's MAC Yard Brawler of the week is actually two players. When a MAC team scores one of the biggest upsets of the college football season, we think that justifies selecting two brawlers of the week, and so that's what we've done. As we know, Northern Illinois pulled the stunner in South Bend over the Fighting Irish, 16-14, and because of that, we selected NIU running back Ontario Brown as one brawler of the week. He rushed for 99 yards and had 126 yards receiving as well. On the defensive side of the ball, defensive tackle Devontae O'Malley had 3 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, and he forced a fumble as NIU held the Irish to 14 points and 286 total yards. Congratulations to both of those guys.
Congrats, guys. Y'all deserve it.
Up next, we take a deeper dive into that upset that the Huskies pulled in South Bend. And we sat down and spoke with Eddie Carifio. He is a sports editor of the Daily Chronicle and a beat writer that covers NIU football. So coming into the game, you have to think Notre Dame preparing defensively. They knew Ontario Brown was the center, the focus of the NIU offense. He still comes in without even playing much in the second half. He still has a massive game, 99 rushing yards and 126 receiving yards. How was he able to how did the NIU's offense still get him off like that, despite the Irish focusing on stopping him?
Yeah, no, it was just obvious. It was getting the ball in different ways. I think his 2 biggest plays were obviously the catches from Ethan Hampton on the passes. I think he had like 13 catches for 56 yards in his career coming in. I mean, he hasn't been known as a pass catcher. They haven't really called on him to do that much, and they decided that was the best way. It would catch Notre Dame off guard, and he was capable of it. That was something he said in the press conference, actually, is that he didn't even, it was surprising to him that they were going to ask him to do that, but it's like, okay, and you saw the results. So it was a lot of creativity from a coaching staff that's kind of dipped and waned in that category sometimes. And when they're at their lowest, they could get the Huskies get very predictable in their play calls. When they're at their highest, as you see Saturday, it catches everybody, including Notre Dame, off guard.
Of course. Staying with the offense here, so Ethan Hampton came in, won the starting QB job. How would you assess his performance over the first 2 weeks of the season?
Surprising, if I'm going with one word. Kind of thought he was going to be a game manager coming in, to just save short throws. And a lot of that was in the Notre Dame game. But if you go back to week 1 against Western Illinois, obviously it's an outmatched opponent even, before we knew what was coming with the Notre Dame game. I mean, it was an FCS school that hasn't won a game since like 2021. So, but there were still a lot of downfield passes for Hampton in that one, a lot of bombs and a lot of ones he was connecting on. And in the Notre Dame game, he wasn't obviously called upon for that. Obviously, most of his yardage came on, the 2 plays to Brown, which weren't big downfield. The first one might have been, I don't think it was more than 10 yards downfield. It was close to the big touchdown run. It was a little past the line on that, but I don't think you, by any stretch, call that a downfield pass, a bomb. So that's probably been the most the surprise. That's probably been the how you would describe his play so far, is that he seems to have been seems more capable of game manager, although we saw the game manager capability shine against Notre Dame. I mean, he got so much done with his legs. There were 2 third and short, 4th and short situations where he scrambled for a first down on both of them, including that 4th down on the final drive there. He joked after the game that the team calls him immobile because of his lack of speed. But again, it got that was a huge first down. There was one earlier in the game too. I think it was on a field goal drive where it was like a 3rd and 2, and he had nothing, and he ended up scrambling. And then on that 4th down, on the set of downs before the field goal attempt. They were about the 31 into the win. It was probably too long. They wanted to get it closer. He had 3 receivers on the play. All of them were being clamped down. So he just scrambled for it. So it's been surprising for a very long answer to that question.
Yeah, that might be one of the best nicknames I've heard. That's hilarious. I like
T-Mobile, that's why I've been dropping it every time
That's
I can.
Right. So the defense, after the Irish had a big win at Texas A&M. They come home, and the Husky defense just clamps down, holds them to 286 total yards, 14 points. What was the key to the performance by the NIU defense?
Yeah, this defense, is obviously legit. I think one of the biggest things that we've seen change from last year is their ability to force turnovers this year. They were very light in that department last 2 or 3 years, really. For as good as that defense was last year, they didn't force a lot of turnovers. But you look at key 2 interceptions. I mentioned the Furman one earlier in the game, and obviously the one by Amari Knighton to set up that last drive were just big. And those weren't, those are pass deflections in years past. And they ended up being interceptions this year. And I know the one led the points by Knighton in the fourth quarter. I'm pretty sure the Furman interception led to a field goal. Even if it didn't, it's still a big momentum changer, obviously. I think that's the biggest difference for this defense. I think line play is also huge. I mean, there were just the 2 sacks, but both by O'Malley. They have 3 sacks in 2 games. If that starts clicking up a little bit, the sacks and the turnovers, which Coach Hammock always points out those 2 things are related. If you get pressure on the quarterback, that's going to cause him to make mistakes, which the defense can capitalize, secondary can capitalize off of. So those 2 things keep trending up, which definitely was a big upward trend after the Western game, which had 1 sack and no turnovers. So if it keeps popping up like that, it bodes really well for this defense.
Of course. What a performance, man. So coming into the season internally, I would imagine the NIU players and coaches had aspirations to make it to Detroit, to make it to the MAC championship game. Now with a massive win like this on the road against a top 5 opponent, what does a win like this do for NIU's confidence moving forward?
This might sound a little weird, but they're not lacking in confidence. I mean, if you listen to they've been saying all year how this is a special team. And then after the Notre Dame game, they were like, no one thought we were going to win this game. We thought we were going to win this game. They were, and that it didn't come off as the usual, the usual team speak sort of, bravado sort of thing. I mean, this is a team that has completely bought in to themselves. And that's, I think, one of Hammock's strongest strengths as a coach. I mean, he gets guys ready to absolutely believe in every aspect that comes to that. I think I mentioned it on here before about them, almost being portal proof, or as close to a portal proof as a MAC team can be. They haven't had anybody leave since June 1st, which obviously there's a lot of that, especially with the MAC schools at this time. They had Trayvon Rudolph enter the portal in December, and he quickly came back. There's a culture and a buy-in of a belief, of what this team is capable of that everybody's 100% in on. So confidence-wise, honestly, I mean, it gets my attention, it gets your attention. It makes us a little more confident in the 15% chance. I saw the ESPN analytics people giving them a making the playoff, but it gives all of the outside forces confidence. But this team was absolutely confident. I don't think it can go up any.
Right. Okay. That speaks to the culture they've got. That it doesn't matter what the outside world thinks. They had a belief they're going to get it done, and they did. What a win.
Yeah.
Great stuff from Eddie. There's such a big win for the Huskies on the road, not just for their program, but for the entire conference. Absolutely.
I can't even imagine what those guys are going to remember that forever.
They will. They will. See if it can spur them to a great season in 2024 here. Next up, we are going to take a deep dive into the Miami-Cincinnati game, and that is this week's MAC Yard Brawl of the week. It's the Victory Bell game where the Cincinnati Bearcats traveled to Oxford for a showdown with the Miami Redhawks at Yager Stadium. Chris Vogt joins us today. He's a beat writer for Miami Athletics for the Journal News and for the Report Ohio, which is located in Butler County, Ohio. What's talk about Brett Gabbert? You know, he was missed the last half of the 2023 season, comes back to start the opener in 2024. Now he's got one game under his belt, then a bye week. How do you expect him to play this week against Cincinnati?
I see Brett coming back from this bye week being resurged. He's going to be ready to go. As you saw in the Northwestern game, that he was able to get more comfortable. He was able to kind of get back to old Brett Gabbert ways. It just took him a little bit, but Brett is going to be there. I think he is going to be primed and ready to roll. But you know, you never know. I think Brett's ready to go for week 3, and it's just all about being able to stay consistent, trusting his teammates, and staying on track. But Brett's ready to go, and he's healthy too, so that's a good thing.
Good. You know, from watching Cincinnati and doing some prep work, I see this kind of as a strength-on-strength game. You had for the Bearcats, running back Corey Kiner had a huge game against Pitt last week with 149 yards on 20 carries. And I know Miami's defense, in particular the run defense, is the strength of the team. What are the keys for Miami? So it really is strength on strength here in my eyes. What do you see are the keys for the Redhawks defense to slow him down?
I just think Miami's just going to have to continue to play the same way. I think not letting the big play affect them. They let 2 big plays go with Northwestern. They kind of sat back a little bit in the fourth quarter, and I honestly don't know why. I think the secondary let a couple big passes go. So if Miami can consistently stop the run, stay consistent with the pass, and I know I'm being cliche-ish there, but if Miami stays sort of, I would say, conservative in terms of their defense, I think Corey Kiner is going to have a hard time chalking up some yards, and he's a local boy too. So if Matt Salopek can kind of round up the defense and keep it going, I think Miami's going to have no problem with what Corey Kiner has, what he has to offer. But I think it's Sorsby you got to worry about. That guy's going to sling the ball, and I wouldn't be surprised if that dude sees 40 attempts against Miami.
You read my mind. That was my next question, was about Sorsby. So when from what I saw again in the Cincinnati Pitt game, I felt like Pitt was really only able to generate some pressure when they blitzed, and when they didn't, and Sorsby had time to be comfortable in the pocket, he can deliver strikes all day long.
Yep.
So who are the key guys on Miami's defense in generating some pass rush for the Redhawks?
Yeah, Ty Wise and Salopek are going to have to be the guys. Those are the guys that you're going to look at to be leaders. Walters is a fantastic defensive back. So I think those 3 guys are going to be the ones that are going to have to step up and do their job. Walters is the safety. So he's the guy that cannot let wide receivers back behind him, or Sorsby's going to have a field day. But Salopek and Ty Wise are the guys that are going to have to make sure that Sorsby's going to have a hard time. Like you said, if he's got time, I think he's going to tear up Miami. But I see those 3 guys being the mainstays for Miami's defense this week. I think you're going to see those 3 guys' names a lot.
Great stuff from Chris there. Next up, we've got Scott from the UC side of things. We've got Scott Springer. He's a beat writer that covers Cincinnati football for the Cincinnati Enquirer and Cincinnati.com. He's also covered over a decade's worth of Victory Bell games by radio as well. So when Scott Satterfield came in last year in 2023, I think expectations were high because Luke Fickell had really done a nice job of building the program. And then last year didn't go how the Bearcats wanted, obviously. And kind of one of the keys to that early in the season was that overtime loss against Miami. How do you feel like UC is approaching the Victory Bell game this year in light of what happened last year?
I think they won't necessarily admit it. I think maybe last year it was overlooked because the following week you had Oklahoma coming in. And, the game was there for the Bearcats to win. They had the game-winning field goal attempt, but Mr. McKee blocks it, and then he made a big big play in overtime there, and it went Miami's way. Gabbert played a great game. Miami's always hungry. It's everybody forgets. It's like these are a lot of times kids that know one another, and they got recruited too. And the MAC probably gets discounted quite a bit. If you look what Northern Illinois just did to Notre Dame, and Bowling Green just played with Penn State. Miami's the MAC champion. Over the years, MAC teams have done some great things, and Satterfield himself coached at Toledo. So he's well aware of the league and everything. I just think, probably with Oklahoma coming in, maybe the prep went a little more that way than with Miami. I think this year, I can tell you, they pinpointed this game. It's one of the goals and all that, and they've had people come in and talk about it. And I think they're much more focused on it. And surely after that disappointment against Pitt, it becomes crucial now to go up there and fare well. I mean, the Pitt game, I don't have an explanation for it. 27-6, 4:50 left in the third quarter, and somehow you lose. That's not supposed to happen, but yet it did. Give credit to Pitt. They've got to go play West Virginia. We'll see how good they are, coming out of here. Last year, UC was 2-0 going into that Miami game, and everybody was very, very optimistic. And then Miami gut punches them in overtime, and it's not a rivalry unless both teams win. So you can't expect one team to just run off 16 straight wins. Because I can remember going back and being at games, and Ben Roethlisberger was 3-0 against the Bearcats. So Miami has had the upper hand before. It is a pretty crucial game for the Bearcats. I'll say that, though.
Of course. And just from a momentum standpoint, with the new coaching staff taking over for the Bearcats last year, 2023 didn't go how they wanted it. Now this year, you have that huge disappointment against Pitt last week. How do you think? What's the mindset this week of do you see it as kind of like a crossroads of we need to turn this thing around now and build some momentum for the rest of the season?
I think there has to be some pressure to do that. Now, what they've said is the senior leadership or the captains and all that. Last year, they had some guys that there was some infighting after that game because no one wants to lose the Victory Bell game, and that didn't sit well. There was a notable missing player against Oklahoma the following week, so you can do the math on that. But this year's team, they were more mature about it. They accepted the loss. I'm sure it still stung, and right now they're totally focused on Miami and trying to get the bell back, and they have to erase it because realistically it's only game two. Like Florida State's 0-2. Notre Dame was probably heading to the CFP according to some people, and now they're 1-1. So a lot of weird things happened in week two. So in the end, it's a loss. It's just the way you lost really, really stings. You maybe would have rather lost 28-10 than 28-27. Had they blocked the field goal at the end, UC's 2-0, and you're hearing a totally different tune, but it didn't happen. They gave up a big comeback to Pitt. Pitt's the one that's 2-0. And if Pitt had lost, I guarantee in Pittsburgh, somebody would be calling for Pat Narduzzi's head. That's just the way it works. It's a funny game, and people are just cuckoo about college football. It's more popular than ever. You can have all these house rulings and this and that, and people saying it's going downhill, but people are still watching in big numbers.
Of course. It really is a game of inches. What does this, on a macro level, what does this rivalry, the Victory Bell game, mean to Cincinnati?
Well, it's tied 60-7. And if they're only going to play two more, I think they would rather have the winning record. So therefore, it's important. And then the Victory Bell itself, they'd like to have. It was nice and comfortable in the Richard E. Lender Center there for a while, and they had to tote it out last year and watch it go by. And I've been on both sides watching teams storm. I've seen Miami storm my way while I was on the UC sidelines as a radio reporter, and then I've seen UC go get it and then bring it back. And I can tell you, Doug Rosfeld, who's the chief of coaching for the Bengals, former Bearcats center and a captain, he came in and spoke to the guys yesterday and tried to fire them up. But he was legendary for if they won in Miami, all the way home on the bus, clang, clang, clang. And, you hear that nonstop. It's a good ring if you win. If you lost, you don't want to hear it. You want to cover your ears and run.
Todd, he's the kind of guy that I could sit there and listen to all game long. Seriously, he's Radiohead like me. Oh, man, I love guys like that.
You want to talk about a college football historian, obviously a UC historian, but college football in general. Yeah. And such a pleasure to listen to, such a wealth of knowledge, knows this program backwards and forwards, knows the history of the rivalry, knows the key players and coaches over the course of time. Really impressive guy here, and glad we have him on the show. And now we're going to take a deeper dive and analyze this game from just about every angle you can think of. Everyone here knows what happened last year. Miami had been on a long losing streak against Cincinnati, goes into Nippert Stadium last year, pulls the upset in overtime, huge win for the Redhawks. That propels them on to win a MAC championship in 2023. On the other hand, Cincinnati's season kind of went off the rails at that point. They were 2-0 going into that game, lose in overtime to Miami and end up going 3-9 in 2023.
Yeah, welcome to the Big 12.
Welcome to the Big 12. And Miami really
it kind of ushered that in a little bit,
They did. The Redhawks didn't exactly help the Bearcats set the tone on the season very well, did they? Mm-hmm. Looking at this matchup, I think starting more at the macro level, you think about coaching continuity and team continuity on both rosters, and I think you have to give the edge to the Redhawks in this one. In those two areas. Chuck Martin's been there much longer. There isn't as much transfer portal activity with Miami as there is with Cincinnati. So from that standpoint, early in the season, I would imagine that Miami is going to have the edge in chemistry up and down the roster. The game's also in Oxford, so that's an additional advantage for Miami. But there's going to be a lot of Cincinnati fans there. It's going to be an awesome atmosphere at Yager Stadium, and we're actually going to be there. So more details on that later, but we'll be there providing pregame and postgame coverage.
If you're listening to this, you're going to have to, and you're at the stadium, you're going to have to catch up with Todd. I won't be there. Todd will, but go, dap him up a little bit, shake his hand and find out more about the MAC Yard Brawl while you're there.
And if you've got some good food at your tailgate, I like to eat, man. Let me know.
I might fly up there just to do that. I got some good food at the tailgate.
So back to the Victory Bell Showdown. I think one thing to consider is the veteran players on Cincinnati's roster. I know they've got a lot of new faces this year, but the guys that have been there, think about their career. They've seen so many guys come before them in their program that never lost to Miami. They swept Miami, beat them every single year. Right. So now you've got some veteran players on UC's roster. That was a tough pill to swallow for them last year. And that they've been thinking about this for a full year now. Those guys are hungry for revenge coming into this game. I think that does help possibly give Cincinnati a bit of an edge here in that one area. And you also think about UC had a heartbreaking loss this past week to Pitt, where they were up 27-6 late in the third quarter, and Pitt comes back and wins 28-7 at UC. That's a gut punch loss for Cincinnati, and really, again, another really tough one to swallow. But I think one thing to remember is I think having Miami this week kind of may benefit UC. You would think, it might be hard to get up 2 weeks in a row, but when you have a heartbreaking loss like that, most really competitive people, the first thing they want is another opportunity as soon as possible to get right back on the horse and try again.
Well, Todd, it's really more about like Scott Satterfield really preparing them for this game, because it could continue to spiral out of control like it did last year. Keep that in mind. So, now we're going to see whether or not Scott can actually, rally the troops, get behind this game, and make sure that this season doesn't go the way of last season, because last year, a heartbreaking loss led to just pretty much casualties the entire year. Well, now it looks like we've run out of time for this show. Make sure that you catch us in MAC Yard Brawl Overtime. Become a subscriber to the show, and you can catch all the extra stuff that we talk about. If you want to put any action on something, there's probably information that you need for that. If you want to ask questions, if you want to get more involved with the show, make sure you scan the QR code, subscribe subscribe to the Patreon, and you get the rest of the actual show. Also follow us, if you're scrolling media, follow us at MAC Yard Brawl on Twitter, Instagram, and on the YouTube page. Subscribe to the YouTube page so that you get updates of any free content that we put out. The show always broadcast on Thursdays. That's when the new shows come out. And we will see you next week.
We're talking the next American sports pro. The place you want to be. The hottest new that talks about what high school athletes to watch. College players that are under the radar. Semi-pro athletes that are getting a look from the pros. International players killing it overseas. We're talking the next American sports pro. Hey, do you have what it takes? Go to www.nextamericansportspro.com and register today. Exposure is the name of the game. If you can't be found, you can't be seen. Get your profile online and get discovered today at www.nextamericansportspro.com. We're talking the next American sports pro. Hey, do you have what it takes? Go to www.nextamericansportspro.com and register today at www.nextamericansportspro.com.
All right. All right.
Welcome to this week's episode of the MAC Yard Brawl podcast, your one-stop shop for inside information on the MAC. I'm Todd Worley, along with Memphis Spence. Guys, this is shaping up to be one of the most exciting MAC races in recent history. You consider the talent and the experience of the teams at the top of this conference. This thing is wide open. You've got heavyweights that are going to be taking each other on week after week, winning, and then on top of that, winning Power 4 conference battles. This is an amazing time in the MAC right now. We are the place where you can turn to for inside information from the media that covers these teams, and also an in-depth analysis of the key matchups in this conference each week. The headline grabber from this past week was obvious. Toledo blowing out Mississippi State on the road, 41-17. If you've been with us for a while now, you know in our very first show in the season preview, Toledo beat writer Kyle Rowland predicted in that episode that Toledo would win at Mississippi State. Then he came on this past week and predicted that same thing again. So for viewers of our show, Toledo winning that game should not have come as too much of a surprise. Then if you look at last week's Miami-Cincinnati matchup, the Victory Bell game, and you listened to our preview of the game last week, we took a deep dive into that game, and just about everything we expected to happen in that game actually did happen in terms of the way Cincinnati won, why they won, Cincinnati's defense playing well in the red zone against Miami, Cincinnati having trouble rushing the passer, Miami, just different factors that we predicted would happen did actually happen. And then in our MAC Yard Brawl overtime segment that's for subscribers only in last week's show, there were 4 bets that I said that I liked, and 3 of them hit. So if you're into that, we are having fun here. We're just getting started now. Today, we've got a great show for you on deck. We sat down with Kyle Rowland, the beat writer for the Toledo Rockets. We discussed the Rockets' big win at Mississippi State and what's next for them. We took a deep dive into the Buffalo and Northern Illinois matchup as well. Huge conference opener this week in DeKalb. First up, though, we've got a quick update from Bowling Green and Western Michigan.
Let's get it.
The Miami Redhawks are coming off a 27-16 loss against UC at Yeager Stadium on Saturday, and they're going to head on over to South Bend to play Notre Dame in a big-time contest. This will wrap up 3 straight games for Miami that are playing FBS programs. After this loss against UC, Coach Martin said that, hey, his team's playing with a lot of effort. He's happy with that. However, there are some things throughout the entire course of the game for UC and against Northwestern in the first contest that kind of shows a little concern, and that's the running game. They're going to have to see more complementary running game to mix in with the passing game so that Brett Gabbard can sort of continue to get back on track. But in terms of healthiness, the Red Hawks are great. Going into South Bend on Saturday, they're going to have a running game to compete with Notre Dame. Notre Dame is ranked number 17 in the nation, so it's going to be a tough contest for Miami to kind of hang in there with them. But hey, it's possible. We saw it happen with Northern Illinois. So coming into this weekend against Notre Dame, look for Miami to stay conservative, but also try and figure out some more things to compete with a top-notch program.
Todd, this is Pat Eakin with the Bowling Green Sentinel Tribune. Bowling Green goes into College Station this week after a bye week and taking on Penn State 2 weeks ago. They'll be playing in one of the largest stadiums in the country once again. And after an impressive showing at Penn State, nearly taking down the Nittany Lions, leading almost 3 quarters. I think they're ready for Texas A&M, ranked 25 in the country, just coming off a win of Florida. BG does get back. Running back Terrion Stewart. He missed the Penn State game. He leads one of the leaders in the country in breaking tackles. And I think the Falcons are hyped and they're ready. Coach Scott Leffler said they had a good week of practice. And we'll see if the BGSU can be the next MAC team to pull off the major upset. So it's going to be exciting. I do think BG has their work cut out for him up against Coach Mike Elko, who coached at BG 5 years, was a defensive coordinator. But we'll see how the Falcons can do. I think I got to predict an A&M win. But you never know about these MAC schools, especially the way things have been going lately.
Western Michigan football got in the victory column for the first time in the 2024 season on Saturday, scoring the first 28 points of the game and racking up nearly 700 yards of total offense, cruising to a 59-31 home opening victory over Bethune-Cookman. This was a statement considering Western Michigan was held to just 14 points through the first 2 games of their 2024 season, albeit to Big Ten opponents in Ohio State and Wisconsin. The Broncos didn't waste any time. They scored on the first play from scrimmage, a 54-yard touchdown from Hayden Wolf to Anthony Sambucci over the top of the defense. And it was really a night of career firsts for a trio of Broncos. Oklahoma State transfer running back Jaden Nixon, Sambucci, and Zahir Abdus-Salam, a senior running back, all had career nights. Nixon finished with 189 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Abdus-Salam with over 100 yards on the ground and 2 TDs. And Sambucci with his first ever 100-yard receiving game. Quarterback Hayden Wolf threw for 300 yards for just the second time in his Bronco career. And defensively, Western Michigan had 4 sacks and 12 tackles for loss. Obviously, this is a game Western Michigan was expected to win, but it's a nice step for them to kind of, take the chains off of their offense and really show what they wanted to do this season. In the preseason was talk about how they wanted to stretch the field vertically and just have more explosive plays under first-year offensive coordinator Walt Bell.
Awesome. And now in other MAC news from this past week, Central Michigan lost 30-9 to Illinois. The Chippewas open conference play this week by hosting Ball State. Big game for both teams. Ohio beat Morgan State 21-6, and the Bobcats play at Kentucky this week. Kent State had a rough one at Tennessee, lost 71-0, and now they go on the road to play Penn State this week. Ball State lost 62-0 at Miami, but let's see if the Cardinals can bounce back by starting out 1-0 in the conference play this week. The Miami Redhawks hung tough with Cincinnati, but lost 27-16, and now they travel to South Bend to take on the Fighting Irish. Buffalo beat UMass 34-3 and heads to Northern Illinois this week. Akron got its first win, 31-20 over Colgate, and now the Zips head to South Carolina this week. Eastern Michigan had a big win against a Group of 5 opponent, beat Jacksonville State in overtime at home, 37-34, and the Eagles host FCS St. Francis this week. And as we all know, the headliner from this past week was Toledo winning at Mississippi State 41-17 in a game. It wasn't even that close.
Nope.
Such an impressive win. I want to talk about that a little bit before we bring Kyle Rowland on the show.
Sure.
So it's always, throughout history, it's always been impressive when you have a MAC program be the Power 4 or previously Power 5 program.
Right.
But now in this day of NIL and the transfer portal, it's that much more impressive. And so just here's kind of an analogy that's been kicking around in my head. Let's say you're at a middle school, okay? And you're forming a middle school football team. And instead of a 7th grade team and an 8th grade team, you've got an A team and a B team.
Okay.
And you've got 200 kids trying out for the team. Team A is going to have 50 players on the roster. Team B is going to have 50 players on the roster.
Right.
And they're going to be 100 players that don't make either roster, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So all 200 kids show up and for tryouts, and you've got Team A has a staff of, they have so many coaches on their staff where they've got someone that can just watch the running backs, a coach that can just watch the receivers, a coach who can just watch the linebackers.
Right.
They have one coach or more for every position group to watch them all, focus on them, and select who they want for their roster. Team B has one coach. That's it. They have one coach coaching everyone, evaluating everyone, doing everything on his own. Okay. Doesn't have much help. That coach doesn't have any help at all. He's doing it all on his own. His staff is obviously undermanned. But then here's the kicker to that. Not only that, but Team A gets first pick, but they don't get just the first pick. They get the first 50 picks. Okay, so they watch all 200 players play for a week for tryouts. Then they get the first 50 picks. They pick the 50 players they want, and then before Team B ever gets to pick anybody, and then Team B has to pick its 50 among the remaining 150 players.
Yeah.
But so obviously the deck is severely stacked against Team B and for Team A. But then on top of that, then let's think about what if. So Team A forms their team, Team B forms their team, and now the teams are scrimmaging each other in practice. And let's say Team A says, "Man, how does Team B have a guy like a Sam Womack on Team B? How does Team B have a Tyson Anderson? And how do they have all these talented guys? But you know what? Let's offer them some NIL money. Let's take all the guys that we already passed over, but who Team B saw the good in them. Team B saw the potential in them. Now Team A comes in and says, we're going to take those guys from you. And so now Team B, not only did Team B was severely behind the 8 ball in terms of being undermanned, understaffed, and not even having any picks in the top 50, now they lose a lot of their best players. So for them to, obviously the deck is significantly stacked against them. For Team B to even come close in any type of competition against Team A would be impressive. What if we say for Team A, when they play, they're going to have 99% of the fans cheering for them. It's never going to be the other way around. Team B is never going to have a home field advantage in any way, a home crowd advantage in any way. That's what happened. That's what Toledo did. To do that in this NIL era, to go into Mississippi State's house and to dominate them. This game was never close. It was over early, and to do that is such an amazing testament to the undermanned staff. You look at the on-field and off-field staff at Toledo versus Mississippi State. Like the head count at Mississippi State is so much higher. The resources at Mississippi State so much higher. It's not even close.
Yeah.
Yet Toledo is the one who identifies the guys. Toledo evaluating talent is a lost art in this profession. And even in this era of NIL and the transfer portal, so much can still be accomplished when you evaluate talent better than your competition does. That's what Toledo has done, not only to evaluate those guys, to believe in those guys, to develop them, and then to develop the culture where all those guys play together and believe in themselves and perform at the high level. Such an amazing accomplishment by the Toledo staff. Can't overemphasize that. That really impressive performance by not just the guys on the field, not just the coaches on staff, just that entire organization. They're really impressive outcome there.
Yeah, Todd, and I mean that's you hit it on the head basically. Jason Candle he's done such a great job at putting that his small staff, his small group of staff together to evaluate talent. But not only are they evaluating talent, and not only are they developing talent because they may have a couple of NFL guys on there, but they're also putting them in formations and schematics that actually are winning, beating SEC teams. And that's something, if you could do the first two, but you can't do the third, then you're not going to crush Mississippi State like we just watched. And that is a testament to they have the whole package there. That is they know what they're doing. They were very informed at what Mississippi State was running. They knew exactly how to attack them. They went out, executed one of the best wins that I've seen a MAC team just go on the road in SEC territory and lay the smack down. That was impressive.
It was, and then what was almost as impressive was the post-game locker room footage when Jason Campbell, Jason Candle was ringing the cowbell in the locker room. That's out. Love that little dig there. I know schools like Mississippi State often they're closely watching schools like Toledo and other MAC programs to try to get those top performers to transfer to Mississippi State. Yep. So then to go into their house and blow them out like that, what a message that sent for the Rockets program, but for the conference as a whole. That was amazing.
Poetic justice, because they've been trying to recruit their guys for a long time, and they just okay, you can take these guys, you take these guys. We'll come down there and beat you anyway with the guys we still have.
Of course. And then take your money. I think Mississippi State, it was reported that they paid Toledo $1.2 million to get their tail kicked.
I don't, something that's something I still don't understand, Todd, is the same thing with Memphis, with Florida State over the weekend. They were getting paid like $1.3 million to go in there and win. And I'm like, man, Memphis was in a Cotton Bowl a couple of years ago. Are we still paying FBS programs that have NIL money also to come in and play you on that? I don't understand that. FCS, I get it. FBS programs like Toledo or Memphis, man, you watch out. Watch out. You might get, you may have to pay the piper and take a loss. Yeah. And that's been, that's been kind of trending since App State did it to Michigan. So it's a real thing in this day and age where these, non P4 schools are very well equipped, very well coached. And a lot of times the NIL is really, it's leveling things out. People can get on the field and get some NIL money in places where they're not playing at other places. And that actually makes sense in a lot of guys, the opportunities that are at these other programs makes sense these days.
It does. It doesn't. And P4 programs, when you schedule one of these top MAC teams, you're in for a fight, man. You may get out of there with a win, but it's going to be a battle for 60 minutes, and you might also get smacked like Mississippi State did.
Exactly. Yeah.
So really impressive result there for the Rockets. Can't say that enough. This week so coming into the season, when we had an interview with Kyle Rowland, Toledo's beat writer, for a season preview for the Rockets, he talked about all the talent Toledo had, but he did mention that Toledo is replacing its entire offensive line and that there wasn't a single offensive lineman in Toledo's program that had ever started a college game at any school, ever, not one game.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, and that's such an important position group to have zero experience like that is natural to give you pause about how good can they be offensively this year. And so with that in mind, we gave this week the MAC Yard Brawler of the week is the entire Toledo offensive line. I'm going to name some names here. We've got Grant Zimmerly, Carter Fowdy, Ethan Spoth, Cole Rett, and Alan Jones Jr. None of those guys have ever started a college game heading into the 2024 season.
Amazing.
I'm going to say that again. None of those guys have ever started a college game heading into the 2024 season. They went on the road against an SEC school, helped the offense score 41 points and didn't allow a single sack. That's an amazing performance by those guys. They are our MAC Yard Brawlers of the week. Congratulations, fellas.
Toledo just went in there and beat, Dak Prescott's alma mater like that. That's he's got to pony up some NIL money now.
To Toledo, baby.
Yeah, maybe.
So joining us now, like I mentioned, we've got Kyle Rowland joining us now. He is the Toledo beat writer for the Toledo Blade. Kyle, after a massive win for Toledo on the road down in Starkville against Mississippi State, not only to win the game, but to just blow them out in such a decided outcome, that was really impressive. What to you stood out about how Toledo was able to win that game so convincingly?
I mean, basically everything, just because it was, both sides of the ball, even special teams to an extent, just emphatic. The first drive of the game, I think it's always important in those situations, kind of set the tone. If you're the underdog, take the crowd out of it. They've got the cowbells and everything down there, and it was loud. But Toledo, just marches right down the field, tons of chunk plays on that first possession. Also 3 penalties, and they got behind the sticks a few times, and it just did not matter. I thought the offense, Tucker Gleason, the O-line just kind of set the tone from the get-go. And then on the other side of the ball, as impressive as the offense was, and when you put up 41 points and all the yards and everything that Toledo did, the defensive line, the front 7, I thought maybe was even more impressive. Mississippi State was just never going to do anything offensively because there was so much pressure on the quarterback. They couldn't run the ball at all. Toledo had 5 sacks, 6 tackles for loss. It's just an all-around unbelievable performance. And I think if Mississippi State would have had Toledo's uniforms on and Toledo would have had Mississippi State's uniforms, or vice versa, if you understand what I'm saying, people wouldn't have been surprised. They would have been, oh, yeah, of course. This is what's going to happen. Mississippi State should blow Toledo out. But, it was just an absolute, woodshed 60-minute beatdown that I don't really think even Toledo probably expected, but a great performance, and now a great opportunity for Toledo. It's only 3 games into the season, a lot of football left, but they have that signature win. Even though Mississippi State's not great, they probably won't have a great record. But if you go undefeated or 12-1 with a win over Mississippi State, you certainly are going to be in that playoff conversation.
Of course, and a blowout win against Mississippi State. Exactly. So obviously, I don't think like you said, no one really expected that much of a blowout. But you did come on our show, both in our season preview show and last week, and both times you predicted on air that Toledo was going to win this game. What gave you the confidence in Toledo winning the game, and was that what you saw in this game?
Yeah, part of it was I just didn't think Mississippi State was great, but. Toledo always plays well in their group of 5 games. They got blown out by Ohio State a couple years ago. But, other than that, they probably should have beat Notre Dame. They should have beat Illinois last year. They've beaten Penn State. They've beaten Arkansas. They've beaten Michigan. They've beaten Iowa State numerous times, Minnesota, Kansas. They just generally play well in these games. They've recruited incredibly well the last 6-7 years. I think Jason Candle's a very good coach. It's interesting. I think we talked about this in the season preview. When DeQuan Finn transferred, there was mass panic from some of the fans, and nationally people thought, oh no, Toledo's losing this great player. And DeQuan Finn was great. The stats, tell the story. But there's always been confidence in Tucker Gleason at quarterback. He's rescued them a couple times the last few years when Finn got injured. So I did not think there was a massive drop off at quarterback. And then you saw what happened Saturday. Gleason was 23 of 28. He has 0 turnovers this season. And that's one of the biggest differences between him and Finn. Finn was unbelievably dynamic, and he did great things with his legs, but he also threw a lot of interceptions. If you don't turn the ball over, chances are you're going to win a lot of games. So I think that's been one of the big differences, and that was one of the big differences Saturday. At Illinois last year, Finn threw a pick 6 that probably cost Toledo the game, and just I don't know. Just they've got amazing leadership this year. They've got great skill players. I mean, Junior Vandeross and Juwan Newton are both, high level wide receivers. So maybe the offensive line isn't as good, but they've been able to kind of work around that. Defensive line is dominant. It's a really good team.
It is. Wow. I was going to ask, you brought up some great points, things I was going to hit on. So coming into the season, you made a really interesting observation about how Toledo not only had 0 offensive line starters returning, they didn't have a single start in the program at any level of college among their offensive linemen on this year's roster. Now, so to me, that is can be a red flag for a team in college football. And so then you not only do you then they come in and play well enough to blow out Mississippi State, and they're 3-0. Talk about how that group has gelled so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they've done a really good job. And on Saturday, one of those guys was injured. So they moved one of the guards to center. One of the guys at guards, a redshirt freshman, and his first career start at Mississippi State, and he graded out pretty well on Pro Football Focus. Some of it is that they have played well. They've protected. There have not been a lot of sacks this year against Toledo. I think maybe only one. A few tackles for loss, but nothing horrible. And I think Jason Candle's called a good game, kind of getting the quarterback out in space, some formation things to kind of mitigate the lack of experience. Toledo, are they running the ball as well as last year when they had, a 1,400-yard rusher, Penny Boone? No, they're not, but they're running it fine. Like it's not an issue. Their ground game was far superior to Mississippi State's on Saturday. So it's not a problem.
Awesome information from Kyle there. Rockets fans, you guys are so fortunate to have someone. He works hard. He knows his stuff. He knows the history of this program backwards and forwards. He just has his pulse on the program, and like
ton of information.
So much good information, and we love having him on the show. Always a valuable resource for us. And this week we've got, as we mentioned before, Central Michigan plays Ball State in one of the first in the MAC opener for both of those squads, and then also Buffalo heads to Northern Illinois for what is our MAC Yard Brawl of the week. Huge game for both programs. Obviously, it's the conference opener. NIU's coming off the massive win in South Bend, but then they had the bye week, and Buffalo just had an impressive win, 34-3 at home over UMass. We had beat writers on both sides of this game join us. We had, first up was Eddie Criffio. He's a beat writer covering NIU for the Daily Chronicle. What has, whether it's Coach Hammock or the players, what have they been saying about what they've seen out of Buffalo? Like things that they're concerned about, or the keys to the game on their end?
Yeah, Hammock, he does it a lot, and most coaches do, but it was really hammering home the respect he has for Pete Lembo at Buffalo, the first-year coach up there, special teams guru, he called him, so they're ready for something there. It seems to be a lot of respect for Coach Lembo, and he also was asked about Buffalo being ranked 10th in the preseason MAC poll, and he was like, "Yeah, we're probably too low." So I mean, obviously there's respect for the program that seems to be coming from Hammock.
Gotcha. So going back through with even more of a fine-tooth comb, going back through the Notre Dame game, one thing that just stood out to me so much was on a macro level, the culture of this program. Like, no matter what happened in that game, they didn't flinch. They, whatever the bad calls on the field, breaks that went against them, big plays by Notre Dame, the crowd getting into it, didn't matter. Like, Northern Illinois just kept playing, kept believing, kept staying together. What do you think the key is to them having that type of culture?
I think you look at it, it's the 35 whatever. I think it's 35 seniors, which is like sixth most in the country. The 23 seniors that have been with the program for 4 years, which I believe that one's third most in the country, behind only Stanford and Army, and obviously they're there for reasons other than football at those two schools. Hammock has got as close to a complete and total buy-in as you could get from the players at this day and age, especially from a school that doesn't have access to the NIL stuff. I mentioned Hammock's been pounding, getting the crowd up there. He's been doing the same thing with sponsors. I think that's the next phase of what he's trying to do is to get the donors and get the sponsors to get that program up. But the original point of them rolling with the punches and everything, I mean, that's if that's indeed the culture of this team, and they proved it at a very high pressure spot, like you said, there was I didn't even realize when the game was happening that the spot on the third down and the fourth down call, just how awful the call that was. I'm trying to write 2 versions of a story at that point. So, my eyes were else, they're short, whatever. Oh, good, there's a break I can write. So I didn't realize exactly how short or how rough of a call that was. But yeah, they roll it. It's really impressive what they built. I think a lot of that is, you look at those 20 seniors that have been there for at least 4 years. A big chunk of them went through the 2020 season when they went 0-6. On top of everything, COVID and not looking like there was going to be a season, then having the season and not winning a game. They went through that. Then they went through winning the MAC the next year. Then they went through 3-9 after that. And the roller coaster that was self-contained last year. There's not a lot this team hasn't seen, in the 4 to 5 years these seniors have been on the roster. And they're playing with that experience and that confidence now. You saw it Saturday, and if you keep seeing it, then it's going to be a very good year for them.
Of course. So everyone, this is no secret to opposing coaches or fans or media, whoever. NIU's offense starts and finishes with the running game, right? And so you have to, if you're playing against NIU, that's got to be your key. At some point, whether it's this week, next week, against one of the tougher teams in the MAC, and at some point, someone's going to force them. Someone's going to at least limit the running game. What have you heard from the NIU players and coaches in terms of how their trust in Ethan Hampton, if and when the ball, he's kind of forced to win a game for them?
Yeah, well, it hasn't exactly been in the game-winning situation. I mean, obviously against Notre Dame, but they used Gavin Williams, but Hampton had a big run. Hampton showed a lot of stuff this year. So I've actually been incredibly impressed with how he's played. I threw for the 5 touchdowns against Western, and it's FCS school that's had their struggles, but it was still a ridiculously impressive game that he had. And then even in Notre Dame, he had a high completion percentage once again. He's got one of the top completion percentages in the country. He's taking shots downfield. And I'd be remiss to point out that Ontario Brown's touchdowns one touchdown and another big play did come through the passing game. Mm-hmm. So Hampton has looked like a little more than a game manager, even than we would have expected. This is a small sample size through 2 games, but he's looked, I think, better than a lot of people. I know he's looked a lot more impressive than I kind of thought he was going to look. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a big reason this team has been again, 2 games, one of them Western Illinois, but as successful as they've been offensively is because of him.
Eddie is a treasure, man. First of all, that beard is outstanding.
We have to get some NIL money for that beard. We have to. If you're out there right now and you do nothing else, if you actually subscribe to the show, we're going to start sharing some of that money with Eddie's beard. Not Eddie, just Eddie's beard.
Just a beard.
Yeah, just his beard. That's what we're going to do.
That is legendary. Like I said, with this conference just has some really impressive beat writers, and we've got a lot of them joining us on this show, and it's been a pleasure to work with them. Again, Eddie is so dialed into this program, knows what the culture is like, knows what the players and coaches are like, knows what to expect from week to week, and really fortunate to have him on our show with us. Next up, we've got Rachel Lindsay. She covers the Buffalo Bulls for the Buffalo News, and she's going to talk to us about where things stand with the Bulls after the big win over UMass and heading into the MAC opener. So Buffalo obviously had the tough one at Mizzou, but then bounced back with a convincing win over UMass at home, and now the MAC opener this week out of NIU. What's the pulse inside the program in terms of how they feel they're playing, what their expectations are this week, and all the above.
Obviously, UB had a very, very different schedule the first 3 weeks of the season. You open up against FCS Lafayette, a team that was really good on the run. It was a good test early on for the defense. They handled Lafayette pretty well. Lafayette's ranked in the FCS polls. Second week, you get number 9, then number 6, now number 7, Missouri, which probably has one of the best receivers in the country, one of the best pass defenses in the country, and really contained UB. I even said yesterday to Pete, I said it was kind of a weird luck of the draw. That game was scheduled in 2018. Little did we know in 2024, Missouri would be one of the top 10 teams in a college football playoff contender. So you kind of have to take the mulligan there. Last week, Pete Lembo, the UB's coach, had said, UMass is going to be a really good test for us because they're more along the lines of what we are in terms of a G5 program. Same resources, same kind of fan base, same kind of players, same kind of schedule. The UMass is going to be in the MAC as of July 1st. And against UMass, and the UB's defense dominated. We saw Marquise Cooper's 100-yard touchdown return, unofficially about 105, 106 yards. Pick 6 return. The defense really, really set its tone. They're probably one of the hardest working, habit-building defenses, that they believe they've had, and a veteran defense as well. UB's offense was very methodical. They were without Nick McMillan, who's out with a left knee injury again this week, which he sustained at Missouri. But you saw the receivers, how versatile and how deep they were, including J.J. Jenkins, the graduate transfer from Columbia, had a 40-yard touchdown catch, longest pass of the year for UB. So they're very methodical. Ditto for the running game as well, too. UB uses a running back by committee. It's been Jaquez Barksdale, who's kind of been the standout so far, but in the fourth quarter, Lamar Sperling, former Mr. Ohio USA Today Football Player of the Year, came out, had about 85, 86 yards, all in the fourth quarter to really help offset and lift UB, offset Marquise Cooper's pick 6, and really help break that open that game. And 34-3, but it was a lot more competitive than people think because UMass has this fantastic defense, but their offense got thrown off.
Yeah. You read my mind exactly. I was going to talk about the depth and the talent in the running back room there. It's really impressive. You've got, Al-Jay Henderson, Jaquez Barksdale, then, Lamar Sperling with a breakout game. Would you expect Sperling's role to continue to increase after the big late surge against UMass? Do you think his role increases moving forward?
That's been hard to say because I'm an advocate. I've covered college football for 15 years. I'm an advocate. Go with a bell cow running back. I just want to see that one guy. Maybe it's the old school fan in me as well. But I would say, God, just, take Jaquez Barksdale, go with him as long as you can, see how much you can max out about him. But one of the things that's smart about Pete Lembo and Dave Patnod's offense is that they really try to keep the pulse on the defense. What guy is really going to fit in and really take advantage of, or when a guy gets tired, who needs a spark, when another guy doesn't find the motor that he needs, who can we fit in? It's actually a pretty smart philosophy, one that I've been skeptical of, but at the same time, I'm not getting paid all this money to coach these teams. So I'm like, okay, if you put it in context to see, hey, and to keep these guys fresh, because let's be real, 12 games, maybe 13 games, maybe 14 games for some team. That's a long season. And running backs, they tire. They got to take care of their bodies. They have to take care of themselves. The team has to take care of them.
Definitely. Great point. You touched on the injury to the receiver, McMillan. Any other key injuries that you're aware of?
Jaden Oliver, he's been out with an unspecified injury, hasn't played so far this season. They really haven't given a lot of detail on him. He's a cornerback. And James McNeil, he's a local Buffalo guy. He's a true freshman. He's about 6'2", about 195 pounds. He's a very versatile guy. He was a running back at Bishop Timon St. Jude. And he could probably play anywhere on the field they put him. He hasn't played at all this season as well because of a left foot injury. But Pete Lembo said in his press conference this week, he's on track to come back soon. And they were very complimentary of his first training camp there as well. It was just kind of a fluke injury that happened with a left foot injury. So, that's another thing. Other than that, bumps and bruises so far. I guess you always talk about a team health being a big key as to what's going to help get a team through the season. And Knock on wood, UB's been lucky so far, other than, Nick McMillan. With Nick McMillan out, they've really been able to exercise their depth at wide receiver, especially last week at UMass.
So looking around the MAC, obviously you had NIU and Toledo with massive wins. You had BG and Miami of Ohio with close calls against P4 opponents. Do you sense like a hunger with inside the Buffalo program? You've got a first-year coaching staff. Do you sense a hunger for them to kind of make their statement and say, like, here we are now? And do you feel like this is a week that they have the mindset that they're going to do it?
I was speaking with some of the players yesterday for a story I'm working on later in this week. One of the things that's interesting is if you look at UB's defense, a lot of those players, I would say about at least 7 or 8 of them, were either freshmen or sophomores when UB went to the MAC championship game in 2020, the COVID shortened years. A lot of those guys were freshmen, redshirt freshmen, didn't have big roles on the team that year, but they saw what it took. They saw the guys like Jarrett Patterson, like Kyle Van Trees, like Malcolm Kuntz, with the Raiders. They saw what these guys did to help propel it. Granted, it was a shortened season, it was because of COVID. And they said, we got a taste of this. We knew what it took to build habits, to build a winning culture, to do this. That is really what has driven this defense this year. So, yeah, they are thinking about this. Even Pete Lembo said, is a razor thin margin from here on out. They're up against NIU, number 23 on the country, second ranked team in 3 weeks as well. I mean, it's a feather in the max cap that we're having this game as well, too.
Awesome stuff from Rachel as well. Again, super dialed into the program.
Awesome.
Understanding, that's extra challenging too. You've got a first-year head coach so just how it takes time for the players and coaches to mesh, it also takes time for the local media and the new coaching staff to mesh. And she already has such a good pulse in that program. This is such a big game. Obviously, it's a MAC opener for both teams. You look throughout college football, not just this year, but year over year, one frequent occurrence is you'll see a team get a big win, especially if it's on the road. Then they come home the following week against what's perceived as possibly a lesser opponent, and they have a letdown. They don't play nearly as well. Maybe they eke out a close win. Maybe they lose. And so I think the timing of this game is really crucial here because NIU obviously had the massive win in South Bend, and we're going to talk about that more in a minute. But if this game had been played the last week, immediately following the big win over Notre Dame, that to me, that's a totally different animal than it is now because NIU's players and coaches, they had it because of the bye week last week. They had a chance to kind of bask in the glow of the huge win without having to sacrifice any time for preparing for the next week and without having to just have any sort of distractions. If the game had come immediately after that win, again, if this game had been last week, I'd be more concerned about how NIU will play this week, but I'm less concerned about that because of the timing. They've had time to soak the win in, but then also regroup, recalibrate, and prepare for this one. And so then you have to think if you're an NIU fan, how can you not pack that place this week, make it loud, make it vocal, make it hard to play there? I mean, your team just had arguably the best win in school history.
Absolutely.
History of its program. And now they're coming home with a very realistic chance to make a run to win the MAC championship. And
Todd, no disrespect to Toledo going in and beating Mississippi State, but the biggest win in MAC history may have been NIU over Notre Dame. I don't think any MAC team has beat a team ranked 5th in the nation by a lot of different polls, including the FWAA poll. I don't think that's ever happened before. That's in that type of testament to that school. I can see where you're saying though that it could be a letdown. It could be a letdown, but it's less likely to be now that they've gotten it out of the system and got a week of practice in also. So I understand that.
I think so. And then, fans, I know there were some NIU fans that made the trip to South Bend, but those fans, but then also the ones that weren't able to be there, man, get in that place early and often and be loud, man. Make it just a fun environment.
But now, let me ask you this though, because now my mentality would be if I'm Buffalo, there's a target on NIU's back now, because now they're the man. They're walking around. We beat Notre Dame. Now now we have to beat you because you're in our conference. You have one of the biggest wins. If we can beat you, then maybe we end up winning this conference. Don't you think Buffalo comes in with that type of mindset?
Amazing point. You read my mind. So Buffalo. Okay, you have to think about this. They have a brand new coaching staff this year,
right?
And so they haven't. Too early for them to have kind of left their mark on anything yet. And Buffalo has seen Bowling Green and Miami of Ohio have narrow losses to P4 programs. They've seen what Toledo did to Mississippi State. They've seen what NIU did. I promise you, those guys from Buffalo are thinking, man, like, what about us? We want to do something for everyone to see us. And now the NIU had that big win, and NIU is nationally ranked, and it's at NIU. It's the MAC opener. I would be stunned if Buffalo's players aren't thinking this is our opportunity to kind of shift the spotlight on us, get a huge win for us as players, but also for this new coaching staff, and kind of say, like we are a force to be reckoned with this year and in the future. And so this is, I think that's good. I would expect that to be Buffalo's mindset, relishing this opportunity while the spotlight's on NIU, to steal it from NIU and shift it over to Buffalo.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm thinking in the mind, the player's mind goes off like, oh, you're the man now. Well, now we have to beat the man, right?
Yeah.
We have to take you down in order to kind of make this season something. They didn't have a really good outing or whatnot earlier on, and they didn't get a chance to beat their P5 opponent. But now they're playing a team that did, and this would be their opportunity to take down somebody that's already in the national spotlight and have it shift. So I think that's spot on. I think that's exactly, and I believe that's probably what the coaching staff is telling them. Like, hey, this is they just won the Super Bowl. Now you take their ring from them.
Right.
And that's kind of, you hear that stuff in the locker room all the time. So I think I think this is going to be an incredible matchup. Incredible matchup.
I think so too. I'm excited about it. I'm going to go a little deeper on what I saw from NIU and South Bend, and then shift gears into this matchup. So some thoughts, like obviously the win speaks for itself. Okay. There was nothing fluky about it. NIU outgained the Irish by over 100 yards. You look at the character, the toughness, the physicality, the mentality of NIU's team on offense and defense. It's so impressive. The defensively have to feel good about the run defense and not giving up the big play in the passing game. The concern I have on a macro level defensively is there isn't a consistent pass rush right now when a blitz isn't called or a pass rush game isn't called. And so to me, that is one area where if NIU wants to do what it wants to do this year, I think that's an area of possible growth. To me, the best players defensively right now, early in the season, look like defensive tackle Devontae O'Malley. I think he's flashed some explosiveness. One guy I'm really excited about is defensive tackle Skylar Gill Howard, explosive kid with knee bend, really tough matchup inside. And then also safety Nate. I'm going to try not to butcher the last name. Nate Valcarcel.
I think it is Valcarcel. Yeah.
Yes. Like the explosiveness there, the range there. He's a downhill guy. He can tackle, and he's got some ball skills too. And then you also look at corner Jayshon Prophet, like his ability to mirror on the edge out there. Offensively, you have to. So in this era, it's so hard to find tough physical guys that play offense. Okay. So much of football has turned into more of a finesse game on offense, and that's not NIU, man. Like their slogan is the hard way. That's how they play. These dudes are tough. They're like they're not like you're in for a fight for 60 minutes. So this offensive line, they come off the ball. Again, you'd think you could expect that, but that's actually kind of a rarity in this day and age of college football. But it's not just the offensive line. It's the tight ends, the fullbacks also. The fact that they have a fullback, the fact that they use their tight ends so much. This is a team that's fun to watch for me as a scout from a scouting standpoint. I like the way the offensive line run blocks. I think the one that stands out the most to me right now is right guard John Champ. Tight end, and with tight ends in this day and age, it's so many of them are just essentially big receivers that maybe they'll get in someone's way in the running game. Look at number 80, the tight end Jake Applegate.
Yeah, Jake
Applegate.
Yeah.
That dude will come off the ball and he can play. Then obviously Antonio Brown is one of the best running backs in the country. And so you have that offensive line, that group of tight ends and fullbacks blocking for this type of running back. And he's such a perfect fit for their scheme. He's patient, his vision, his feet, his explosiveness, his top end speed. Ask Notre Dame about his top end speed.
Exactly.
So they've got some guys that can run back there. They couldn't run with him. So
it was interesting during that game. I know that there's blocking is so essential, especially against a team like Notre Dame. And I saw a whole lot of 12 personnel where there weren't a whole lot of hands on Ontario Brown. And that's the thing. Like, he would run through some tackles, but he was getting through that line like butter, man. And I was like, man, what? It seemed weird, like, to watch NIU's line push around, Notre Dame, and I think it caught them off guard the entire game because they didn't expect bullies to come in and bully them, and I think that's why you saw what happened to Purdue the following week. They just kind of took it out on poor old Purdue. But NIU, you're right about what they do. They have a fullback. They have two tight ends, and both of them are monsters on that line. They not only are they pass catchers, but they can block. They can block just like any of the guards. And I'm like, man, these guys are the fundamentals. I think when you see a win like that, you're like, okay, how does that happen? Thomas Hammock, the fundamentals that I saw in that game, it was like I was watching actually two, P4 schools. I was like, man, these guys they got the fundamentals down. Now it's just about execution, and they were executing way better than Notre Dame just that day. You play that game, I think with a team like that, you play that game 5 times. Notre Dame may win 3, NIU 2, but NIU won that day, and that's all that matters. And you only get a chance every year to play a team once, usually, unless you see them off in the playoffs or something like that. And NIU won that day, and I think there was more of the fundamentals that I saw in that game. There weren't a whole lot of extracurriculars. There weren't a whole lot of penalties that sometimes teams blow up down the stretch. They're also well conditioned going to the fourth quarter. This year, I've watched so many teams. They look like conditioning was an issue. Arkansas up by 21 going into the fourth quarter, lost it. There's some conditioning issues. You're like, defense looks tired. Guys are getting sluggish. The penalty flags are flying in the fourth quarter. That wasn't the case with NIU, and that's coaching. That's preparation and coaching. And Todd, that a historic win, and I'm so excited about 2 undefeated teams. NIU ranked in the top 25. This is going to be good.
It will be. It will be. And you talk about Ontario Brown. So in scouting, you'll often see running backs that have the movement skills are impressive, but maybe they're not super crafty in terms of their vision and finding what's there and exploiting it. And then, or the other way around, that you've got a crafty guy just doesn't quite have that burst you're looking for. Ontario Brown is that combination of both. And so, like you were saying, he's got that patience and vision and the feet to get to find what's open and then exploit that. And then you're in trouble at that point on defense. I think, and there was nothing mismatched about that game. There weren't any players on the field where NIU just couldn't handle them.
Right. Even in the zone blocking schemes, you know what I'm saying? You saw some zone blocking schemes out of 12 personnel with the 2 tight ends, and I was like, okay, this is basically who's better at the line. But when you started seeing it develop, you're like, man, everybody's blocked. I mean, if you're Ontario Brown and the only person you have to beat is one out of place linebacker, and you get 10 yards. Hand him that all day. He's going to win that battle, right?
Yep,
and that's that's what was so impressive about that game. I went back and watched, and I was like, oh, they were getting beat up front, and you just never see that with MAC teams and a team like Notre Dame or Northwestern, or where all these NFL offensive linemen and defensive linemen come from. They don't. They teach line up there. There's not Illinois. There's so many offensive and defensive linemen and legends that have come from schools that you don't expect to see, like NIU beating you in that category. Maybe they have a all-star wide receiver or whatnot, or maybe they have a Ontario Brown or whatnot, but they usually never have the offensive line that can just line up with some other guys that are going to the NFL and execute for 4 quarters. And that's what we saw. That's what happened.
Yeah. And there's some other things that really stood out to me also. I think one big question moving forward, JJ Lippy, the left guard for NIU, went down in the second half of that game, did not return. Hopefully with the bye week, he was able to get back healthy, and we'll see. Let's see if he can play against Buffalo. I think NIU was still able to move the ball some without him, but obviously you'd like to have him if possible. I think one thing, so obviously this is Ethan Hampton, the QB. It's his first year as a starter. I think obviously the running game is the best friend for any QB, and the way NIU can run the ball at you, it really has set Ethan Hampton up for success. He's making the makeables now. There are relatively easy completions he's making, but against Notre Dame, there are also some short passes in tight windows, and he put them in. They're absolutely on the money. He was saying, you want to put between the 8 and the 7? I'm going to put between the 8 and the 7. You want wherever you want that ball, he's going to put it. And then so that his touch and accuracy on short passes in that game was really impressive at times. And then typically a good decision maker. He's tough. He's got some movements, a little bit of a movement skills to him. So impressed early there. Receiver Cam Thompson, I thought he flashed a little juice. Look to see what he can do moving forward. I think one question for them, whether it's this week or against other opponents down the road for NIU, can they consistently throw the ball when they have to? Because obviously every defense, when you play NIU, you're coming in, you're going to say, we have to stop Ontario Brown. It's possible no one's going to be able to, but at some point you think someone may have, whether it's their personnel matchup, the schematics, whatever it is, or injury issues on NIU's end, where someone might be able to do it one day. And so can Ethan Hampton consistently win with the pass, throwing the ball when he has to? That's going to be a question that may end up deciding whether or not NIU can win the MAC championship this year. And then the other question to me is defensively, they have to develop the pass rush. I think
I was going to come back to that because right out of that 4-2-5, it's sometimes it's harder to. I don't know. I mean, if you're bringing somebody to the line, who's that going to be? Is it going to be your corner, your nickel? Prophet may have to come to the line and make some stops. So, but there has to be a blitzer that you don't know where they're coming from, and I don't know who that guy is because they're out in pass coverage. They're good. They're better than average. But blitzing, it didn't seem, and maybe that was just because I only watched that one game. Maybe that was just a package for Notre Dame. Maybe they thought we don't have to blitz Notre Dame, right? We don't have to get pressure on them. They'll, maybe they saw something with the film that said, we don't have to do that to win this game. And if that was the plan, then it worked. But if it's not, and they just can't get a pass rush, that's not going to work throughout the rest of the season.
Those are some strengths and weaknesses that I've seen on both sides of the ball, both for NIU and for Buffalo. And now we are MAC Yard Brawl overtime subscribers who now it's their time to shine. They're going to find out how I see this game playing out. I'm going to make a prediction on the final score, how I see it playing out and why. Then also give some bets that I like this week, if you are into point spreads, prop bets, things like that.
That's all for this portion of the show. If you are a subscriber, you get to listen to the rest of this. Head over to Patreon by scanning this QR code right here and subscribe. Subscribe, become a member of the show, become part of the club, ask us questions. You'll get personalized really treatment from us at that point because you're going to be helping build the show. We'll get your questions answered. We'll go to the press conferences or get the guys on that you want to talk to, that you want to hear from. So go ahead and subscribe. If you love this show, if you love the MAC, if you love MACtion, if you love what you're hearing so far, subscribe, and we will see you next week.
Thank you guys for joining us.
We're talking the next American Sports Pro. The place you want to be. The hottest new that talks about what high school athletes to watch. College players that are under the radar. Semi-pro athletes that are getting a look from the pros. International players killing it overseas. We're talking the next American Sports Pro. Hey, do you have what it takes? Go to www.nextamericansportspro.com and register today. Exposure is the name of the game. If you can't be found, you can't be seen. Get your profile online and get discovered today at www.nextamericansportspro.com. We're talking the next American Sports Pro. Hey, do you have what it takes? Go to www.nextamericansportspro.com and register today at www.nextamericansportspro.com.
All right. All right.
MAC Yard Brawl podcast. We are your one-stop shop for inside information on the MAC. I'm Todd Worley, and with me is Memphis Spence.
Hey.
We've got an awesome show on tap for you today. What we're going to do, we're going to take a closer look at Buffalo had a huge win at NIU, 23-20 in overtime. We're going to take a deep dive into that game. And we're also going to take a closer look at our game of the week this week, which is the Akron versus Ohio game. First up, we've got the MAC Yard Brawl whip around.
This is Patty Ken with the Bowling Green Sentinel Tribune. How you doing? It's a big day for Bowling Green. First, just finishing the last two games against two ranked teams, Penn State and Texas A&M, losing both games by a touchdown. It's been a little bit disheartening for the Falcons to be 1-2 right now when you consider what they've done. Matter of fact, Coach Scott Leffler said when they flew home from Texas, from College Station, this team was down and out. They were not happy. They wanted to beat Texas A&M, and they felt like both Penn State and Texas A&M were wins for them, or could have been wins for them. And they're not really calling it a moral victory at all. So they go host Old Dominion this week. They face Old Dominion for the first time in program history. It's a homecoming game. And Harold Fanning is leading the nation among tight ends and receiving yards right now. 145 yards receiving against Texas A&M Saturday. And quarterback Connor Bazelak needs just 22 passing yards to reach the 10,000 for his career. He's fifth in the nation among active players in career passing yards. Injuries, not much to report on Bowling Green's side. One lineman went down, but Coach Leffler thinks that he can be ready to go, if not for Old Dominion, by the time MAC play opens a week after that for Bowling Green. So things are looking up for BG despite a 1-2 record, but don't tell the players that. They're not happy with the way things turned out, and hosting Old Dominion is a chance for them to get a bounce back. So we'll talk to you soon, Todd.
Hey there, MACtion fans. This is Cade Hampton with the Star Press here in Muncie, Indiana, bringing you another quick update on the Ball State Cardinals. Last week, Ball State suffered a tough loss in their MAC opener, losing 37-34 on the road to Central Michigan. It was a great game for the offense. Quarterback Caden Samanza had one of his best days of his college career, and tight end Tanner Kozial went over 100 yards receiving and a touchdown. Wide receivers Cam Pickett and Malcolm Gilley also stepped up with a touchdown in the absence of Justin Bowick and Ty Robinson, who are both still expected to be out this week. Special teams also played great against Central Michigan. They blocked a punt, blocked an extra point, had great kick coverage all day. This week, the Cardinals will travel to Harrisonburg, Virginia to take on James Madison. And James Madison is coming off one of the most impressive group of 5 wins this season, a 70-50 victory over North Carolina. So it'll be a tough matchup for the Cardinals going against an undefeated, good-looking Dukes team. But, with this offense, they should be able to hang in there with them.
In other scores, Kent State lost 56-0 at Penn State. They host Eastern Michigan to begin conference play this week. Miami of Ohio lost 28-3 at Notre Dame, and they return home to Oxford to host UMass this week. Central Michigan beat Ball State in a thriller to open MAC play. They won 37-34. And the Chippewas host San Diego State this week. Eastern Michigan won 36-0 at home against FCS St. Francis, and they travel to Kent State to open MAC play this week. Toledo lost a heartbreaker at Western Kentucky 26-21, and the Rockets have a bye this week. The Akron Zips lost 50-7 at South Carolina, and they play at Ohio this week to begin conference play. As we mentioned, NIU lost a tough one in overtime at home to Buffalo 23-20. But the Huskies have an opportunity to get back on the horse, and with another P4 game this week playing at NC State. Western Michigan was off last week and heads to Marshall this week. The MAC Yard Brawler of the week is Buffalo linebacker Sean Dolak. If you haven't seen this guy play, that you need to do yourself a favor and check him out as soon as possible. He's instinctive. He's a downhill guy, impressive explosiveness and range. You want to look at the stats from the NIU game where he led them to that big win. He had 19 tackles, 4.5 tackles for a loss, which is really impressive, and an interception late in the game that set up a key field goal for Buffalo to come out with a win.
Key interception, man. That actually made the game. When I was watching it, I was like, oh my goodness. He's been everywhere, and I didn't know that he was one of the leading tacklers in the nation until that game. And I found out really quickly why a lot of pro teams are interested in him.
They are, and he's a former walk-on, which is incredible. There are so many, we put this out on X, there's so many P4 programs out there that don't have anyone in their linebacking core that's as good as Sean Dolak is. And then here he is, a former walk-on starring at Buffalo. Really, really impressive story. Really interesting story for him to develop like this, and then also for the Buffalo staff to find him and develop him. And we touch on that coming up now. We've got Rachel Lindsay from the Buffalo News. She's going to go in depth about the win at NIU and talks about Sean Dolak and talks about the game the Bulls have this week at UConn.
Let's get in it.
NIU had one of the biggest wins of the college football season, winning in South Bend. Then they come home and they open up against Buffalo to begin conference play. And the Buffalo Bulls go on the road and score a massive win in overtime over NIU. Joining us now is Rachel Lindsay from the Buffalo News. How are you, Rachel?
Hi, Todd. How are you?
Doing well. It's an exciting week in the MAC here. We're excited about it.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Talk about the win, like what the keys were to coming out with an OT win.
Yeah, I could summarize the whole game by saying, watching NIU and Buffalo, it was like a 12-round prize fight. Teams were swinging. It was very much a defensive game. But at the same time, in the first half, UB's offense was not consistent. I think they had one drive of more than 3 yards in the first half. The defense really kept that team going and kept them in the game. But NIU took this 14-3 lead. They were just, I don't want to say a well-oiled machine because that's a little too cliche, but they were efficient in building that lead. But you really saw the resolve of Buffalo. I've covered this team for 6 seasons. This is my 7th year covering them. And the last couple of seasons, I think if a team at UB had been down 14-3 at halftime, the attitude would have been, let's just survive and get this over with. This year, it was different. They got a couple explosive plays on a long catch and double coverage by Victor Snow for a touchdown, and then a long run by Aljay Henderson to come back within striking distance. And then took the lead on Upton Belenfont's second field goal, the double bird heard around the world at this point in the MAC. And in overtime, it really was a matter of just UB's defense. They wanted to play defense first to stop the run, contain Northern Illinois, and then they blocked a field goal. So defense and special teams really worked well together, complementary football, as they call it. And in the second, in UB's, when UB went on offense in overtime, it was the same thing. It was like, let's just manage enough to stay alive. And Bellenfant scored the game-winning field goal, which is kind of wild for a player who was injured during most of training camp and wasn't even the number one kicker. So it really was an element of resolve we saw on UB, something we have not seen in this team, probably not since Lance Leipold coached it a few years ago.
Wow. That was so impressive for any team to pull out a win like that, but then to be under a first-year coaching staff doing that was so impressive to me from the outside. What were the players saying in the locker room after the game in terms of how they felt they played, what they thought the keys were to winning the game, how they stuck together?
It really was. It was really about their belief in each other. Sean Dolak talked to reporters after the game. He's really, the emotional leader of this team. He's he came back to, and part of his emphasis of coming back was helping this team win and really turn around the program. The thing they kept saying was we saw a lot of resolve. We saw a lot of resiliency of this team, something that, to be honest, this team had been lacking over the last couple of years as well. This team, they just did not give up. Again, like I'd seen so many times in the last 2-3 years, the team was just like, all right, let's just get through it, which is not the attitude anymore. Their attitude is, and they said this after the game, going into overtime, we're going to go out and win this game. We fought this far. We got to thread the needle. That's really, really what you took from this team. And it gave this team a very important emotional lift, again, among a first-year coaching staff, among a first-year head coach. Pete Lembo is not a first-year head coach. He's been around the game quite a bit. But it really said, and the players, even this week have said that they will be the first to say, we have seen such a difference in the entire mood and psyche of this program over the last 8 months under Pete Lembo.
What do you think? That's such an interesting point. What do you think the key is to that change? Just a new staff, or what do you think that is?
I think it's a new staff. I think it's a new attitude. I think there is more accountability in the program, taking responsibility for the things you do, following through and completing tasks, little things. Pete wants his players to be ingrained, not just in the program or in the athletic department, in the school. I mean, he's, there's so much of that. And I don't want to say there's a swagger among this program. There's definitely more confidence and more of a belief. And I think that came in one day. If you meet Pete Lembo, he's this very even keel guy. He values every relationship he has with people. And he came in and said, let's start fresh. Let's start new. Let's see what we can build here. That was really a big thing. It was really a change of attitude and a change in, the players getting more respect and treated better. I mean, even when Pete came in, I remember when he was introduced in January, talking to athletic department people, and there was just this sense of relief around the program. Like, all right, we've got something new here. Let's see what we can do with this.
That's interesting. So you touched on the Victor Snow touchdown, and I know, so that stage of the game, NIU looked like they were out playing Buffalo in all three phases at that point. And then, so I believe it was Buffalo has the ball at NIU's 46-yard line. It's 2nd and 7. So if that pass is incomplete, it's 3rd and 7. NIU makes one more play. Buffalo's not even a field goal range. Who knows if Buffalo ever gets back into the game? They throw the deep pass in the end zone to the smallest guy on the field. He's 5'8", 170. He's surrounded by two bigger defensive backs from NIU, and he makes the play somehow. To me, that was definitely the play of the game. And then,
absolutely.
Could be the play of this. Could be the play of the season if Buffalo makes a run at this thing. What was said, whether by Victor or by some other people in the program, about that play?
I talked with Caleb Haynes, the wide receivers coach, yesterday, and he said, I couldn't tell if he caught it or not. Not in that he doubted Victor Snow, but he couldn't see it. The guy was in double coverage. Victor Snow is 5'8" on a good day. And he's being covered by a safety and a cornerback that are 6'1", 6'2". So I'm up in the press box. I couldn't even, I even turned to people and said, did he catch that? Are we sure? And sure enough, he pops up. There's the single touchdown. The ball is in his hands. And I said, well, there's the doubt. And I even said to a couple of people, I said, that's changing the energy of this game. That's giving UB that confidence. We go back to, it was a 46-yard pass. We go back to UB needed explosive plays. As you know, the big gain, 15 yards or more plays. And they got those on two of the most pivotal plays of the game, the 2 touchdowns. That's what they needed. They needed to make that offensive production. And I was talking with a couple analysts the week before the UMass game. A couple of them said UB needs to create more big time explosive plays. I mean, they can do it. They have the tools. They just gotta, again, I use the term again, thread the needle. They've got to do that. And that's a matter of repetition and practice.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head both with the Victor Snow play, but then also Al-Jay Henderson's long run in the fourth quarter. I think that was 3rd and 7, kind of on the edge of field goal range, if I remember, and Buffalo's down by 7. And amazing play call on 3rd and 7 defensively. You're thinking it's a pass, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Right.
UB offense calls a running play, surprises NIU, and hits a big play on that. Amazing call, amazing run by him.
Mm-hmm.
What was said about the thinking behind the play call and the execution for the touchdown?
It was the same thing. It was like, Al-Jay Henderson's field vision, saw the hole, the offensive lineman opened up the holes for him as well. And it was one of these, you got to keep running. I mean, that was what it was. I mean, Al-Jay Henderson pretty much put everything into it. UB has a running back by committee approach. You're going to see a different guy kind of pop up every game. It's been Jaquez Barksdale. It's been Lamar Sperling. Now it's Al-Jay Henderson's turn. And I'm generally not a fan of that. I'm a big believer in the bell cow back, as I've said before, but at this point it's working. They have different styles of running backs that can adapt to different plays. And kind of this was Al-Jay Henderson's time to see what the defense gave him, see what the offensive line gave him, open up and do this as well. And, he really, again, another momentum change in play in there as well. I shouldn't say momentum changing because I would say the momentum was in UB's favor, but it really kind of helped them the impetus take that into the end of the fourth quarter and into overtime as well.
Mm-hmm. And if NIU gets a stop there, they maintain the lead, and maybe they just hang on for dear life and win that in regulation. And then I thought those 2 plays, if either of those 2 plays goes the other way, NIU probably wins the game. But that's what those games come down to is your playmakers making a big play. And that's what Buffalo did. That's how you win.
And speaking of big plays, Sean Dolak's 53-yard interception return, that was the one that, I would say basically, again, firmly, figuratively and literally put the ball in the hands, that set up Upton Belenfont's field goal as well, too. Went ahead 20-17. And, it was like, okay, they can do this. Defense, obviously, Northern Illinois was able to kick that field goal towards the end of regulation. But overtime, it was like, oh, God, we have overtime. We have to defend ourselves. It was like overtime. They said, let's go out and win this. UB was stout in that approach.
Next up, we've got our MAC Yard Brawl of the week, and it is Akron at Ohio. Big one for both teams as they both open up MAC play. Akron's had a tough first 4 weeks of the season, going 1-3, with the one win being at home against FCS Colgate in a game that the Zips trailed 17-0. Akron played 3 P4 programs and lost in lopsided fashion in all 3. But this is a chance to possibly right the ship. So we've got Drew Bailey. He's a sports director of WZIP-FM, which is the University of Akron student-run radio station. Big game this week in Athens. What's I know it's been a rough non-conference slate for the Zips, but the good thing about it is now conference play starts. Everybody starts with a clean slate, and they've got a big one in Athens this weekend. What's the vibe in the Akron program after what happened in the non-conference schedule and heading into this game at OU?
Yeah, I think it is a clean slate. We had 3 big bye games, which is just obviously the nature of college football, where the small schools need to get paid by the big guys sometimes. So we funded our athletic department nicely with games at Ohio State and Rutgers and South Carolina, and that went about as expected, I think. So I think we're ready to put that non-conference slate behind us and just start clean with this MAC conference slate.
Definitely. What do you sense is the confidence level among the players right now heading into conference play?
I like to think it's high. I mean, it's probably difficult after big losses, like I said, to Ohio State, Rutgers, and South Carolina. And we haven't won at Ohio since 2004. So I'm sure the players are confident. I'm sure Coach Moorhead is trying to, preach to them that we can't look at the past and can't look at the last few weeks, but I don't know. Like to think we're confident going into MAC play, but also it's hard to look past what's happened in the last few weeks and the last few years against OU.
Right. I think there have been some bright spots, like the first half against Ohio State. There were some highlights against Rutgers. They hung tough with South Carolina for a bit. So, I mean, hopefully they can pull the positives out and try to correct some of the negatives, and then see what can happen in conference play. Are there any key injuries that you're aware of right now?
Yeah, Alex Adams, we're not really sure what's going on with him. He was our leading receiver back in 2022, caught 9 touchdowns, I think close to 1,000 yards. Didn't play, I don't think, at all last year. And he dressed against Colgate, which was our home opener, was expected to play, didn't end up playing. The update we've heard with that is that he has a lower body injury. That's what Coach Moorhead's had to say about that, and hasn't said much more. So not sure when he's going to come back, but that would be a nice addition to our receiving core. And then on the defense, Shimon Cooper, he has played 1 year with the Zips. I think he had like 57 tackles, I want to say, last year. Transferred from Illinois. He could be a big help at the linebacker position. Not sure his status, but he has not played yet this season.
Gotcha. Okay. So like you mentioned, Akron struggled on the road at Ohio in recent years. What do you think the keys are to winning this game this week?
I think it's limiting, number one, Ohio's rushing attack. We've struggled just in general against the running game. Colgate had a running quarterback in Michael Brescia. We saw South Carolina, Robbie Ashford ran all over us, and he was their backup. So we've just struggled to stop the run game. And then offensively, we need to establish our own running game. I think our offensive line and our backs collectively, that's been our weak spot on the offensive end. We've seen Ben Finley, I think, kind of catch his stride with some of his receivers, but we've had almost nothing in that running game. And I think as we get into MAC conference play, that's really important. And, the MAC is a rushing conference, I think, traditionally, and we need to figure that out.
Of course. So on a macro level, you've got, I've been to Akron's indoor facility and their stadium also, and arguably the nicest facility in the MAC when you combine the stadium and the practice facility and the offices and everything. And you're in a fertile recruiting area. What do you think? So to me, I feel like of any school in the conference, Akron is kind of a sleeping giant, and this thing can get going quickly by the right people at the right time. How do you see Joe Moorhead overall progressing in terms of building this program to where it really should be?
Yeah, what I really like to see is more local recruiting. We have Hoban right in our backyard, which is a huge powerhouse in Ohio. And I don't know the last time we had a Hoban guy at Akron, which is something that I always think of. I don't know how that's not happening. Moorhead's been active in the transfer portal, but if we could somehow find a way to get more local guys that stay at Akron for 4 years, and we make Akron a place where local kids want to come to play, I think that's how we start really turning this program around.
Sure. And then in that stadium, if they can fill that thing up, that's going to be a really tough place to play if they get to that point.
Yeah. And we just got, I don't know if you've seen it, we got our expanded video board. It's like doubled what it was before.
Really?
Yeah, InfoCision is awesome. Just need to play some better football there sometimes.
And the food in the press box.
Yeah.
Like that's near or at the top in the conference.
I haven't been to the other press boxes, but yeah, it's pretty good up there.
They take care of you. That's always a good stop. I know that. So you mentioned some of the keys to winning this game against OU. How do you see it playing out?
Just this game as a whole, like what do I predict?
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll come out slow, honestly. It seemed like against Ohio State, we came out, that was probably our best start of the year. I don't know if that's just feeling energized, playing at the Shoe in Columbus. But against Colgate, we were down 17-0. It just seems like, unfortunately, we struggled coming out with the energy we need to right away. So if I had to predict, I feel like that would probably happen again, where we come out slow. Maybe Ohio takes a lead early. And hopefully we can establish something from there. But I think this will be a close, low-scoring game. I do see Ohio winning, unfortunately, but I do think we're in this game if we can establish our rushing attack and limit Ohio's rushing attack.
Gotcha. Okay, next up, we've got Tim Albin had his weekly, Ohio's head coach Tim Albin had his weekly press conference, and we've got some sound out of that where he talks about what to expect this week for the Bobcats.
Let's get into it.
The injuries are a concern, but we're going to continue to have the next man up mentality and get going. All right. So we're going to correct the mistakes from the Kentucky game and move on after today. We're past the 24 hours. Going into Akron, again, you look at, okay, well, it's Akron and their schedule. their stats and their record. I say it every year. We start league play. You throw all this out because of who we're playing on conference. And they do a really good job. Coach Moorhead's done a great job there in his time. They have gone through some things with the portal, just like we have, looking at their roster. Offensively, there's they've got a lot of transfers on the 2D, as do we. And defensively, they returned they basically returned their front seven. They replaced their secondary. And so there's a lot of similarities with non-conference and a lot of similarities with the portal stuff. And it should be a heck of a game. It was a heck of a game last year against them, the season finale. And I'm anticipate the same thing. I do know, I'll end it with the best part is we're glad to be at home. And to be honest with you, so we have some guys available to us to play if we need it. But most importantly, it's homecoming, the best game day experience in our league with the best fans.
Great information there from Drew. It's obviously been a rough start to the season for the Zips. You like the fact that Akron came back from 17-0 against Colgate. You also are concerned that they were at home against an FCS team and fell behind 17-0. In the 3 lopsided losses to Ohio State, Rutgers, and South Carolina, there were some, if you look at the game in kind of small segments, there were some small victories you can kind of take out of those games. Obviously,
Sure.
the final score was not anything close to what the Zips wanted in any of those 3 games, but there were some bright spots that came out of all 3 games. I think this week this week could be the fresh start that the Zips need. This is the opening of MAC play. They're on the road against OU, and as Drew mentioned, Akron hasn't won in Athens in about 20 years. So this is a really, if I'm a vet on the Akron roster, I'm thinking, man, like, we have a blank slate starting conference play this week. We have a chance to do something that hasn't been done by our program in a really long time in beating OU. And we have a chance to kind of announce ourselves to the rest of the league that, we're going to be a force this year in MAC play. And so this is an opportunity, I think, for the Zips. And so now we are going to take a deeper dive into this matchup on both sides. And so our subscribers will have all the access to that. And we're also going to get into some bets that we like this week, both in this OU Akron game and some other games, some involving MAC programs and some not involving MAC programs.
If you are not an exclusive member of the Brawler Club, then you're not going to get this information. And we're asking that you actually do that now. Support the show and get everything that we do. The full-length interviews, we're going to start giving those away. All of this information, everything that we do, we compact the show into something bite-sized. But if you like it and you want more of this action, then you'll get everything. You can open up the doors to everything with an exclusive membership to the Brawlers Club. You can start there though. You don't even have to start there. You can start with the free show, and we'll connect with you. We'll start getting some of your questions or whatnot. We'll start interacting with you. But if you want everything, this is for the free club that you see here. The free club's there. You can get in that for free. But if you want everything, and including the information that we're about to give away, then you need to be part of this club, the exclusive MAC Yard Brawl Club, the Brawlers Club. That's where all the ballers hang out. That's where everybody that loves MAC action hangs out, and you can be part of that club to basically get all the information that we have, all the insider information that we have on this conference. So we definitely want you to do that. For those of you that are needing that, just make sure to scan this, go sign up for the Patreon, and then you'll have access to all of the secret and exclusive information that we do on this show. For all of those out there that love this show, make sure to tag a friend, tag a family member, let them know that the MAC Yard Brawl is what to watch. Follow us on YouTube, follow us on Rumble, follow all of our social media threads, X, anywhere that you can find us, Instagram. Follow us on all the social media, and we will catch you again in the next show.
Thank you guys for joining us.
Something in your wildest dreams, straight out of a magazine. You show up and kill the scene. I got what you want, I got what you need. We're moving and don't look back. So quickly it just might crash. We kill it like a heart attack. We got what you want, we got what you need. Let's go. I'm talking out of control. We got the best show. You're coming with me, cause we bring the party. Let's go. I'm talking out of control. We got the best show. You're coming with me, cause we bring the party.
All right. All right. All right.
Welcome to the MAC Yard Brawl podcast. We are your one-stop shop for inside information on the MAC. I am Todd Worley, and with me today is Memphis Spence.
Hey.
We've got Monster Week in the MAC this week. We've got a great show on tap for you today. We're going to be taking as you can imagine, we're going to be taking a deep dive into the heavyweight showdown in the Glass Bowl between the Miami Redhawks and the Toledo Rockets. And later in the show, we're going to be discussing some point spreads, some different action that you might want to take on this week's games. So our MAC Yard Brawl overtime subscribers already know that 3 of the 5 bets that I said I liked last week, they hit. And we're excited about what we have in store for you for this week's bets. But first, we're going to go with the MAC Yard Brawler of the Week. That's our player of the week. And this week's MAC Yard Brawler of the Week is Ohio wide receiver Coleman Owen. He caught 6 passes for 130 yards and 2 touchdowns in OU's 30-10 homecoming win over Akron. Coleman has had a huge season for the Bobcats so far. He's a transfer from Northern Arizona, which is an FCS school. And you think about the job that OU's staff did to evaluate, identify, pursue, and recruit him to get him on campus, and then to get him up to speed so quickly. He's had a huge season so far, and have to give a ton of credit to the OU staff for landing him out of the portal. Then obviously a ton of credit to Coleman on having such a great season so far and such a big game against Akron and the MAC opener for the Bobcats.
Yeah, Todd, I don't know how they actually found that guy. He looks like he's already up to speed from game 1. So, how he figured out the playbook or how they deciphered the playbook to him and how him and his quarterback have been connecting so many times that it looks natural. Big up for this guy. Big up for Coleman. He's doing a great job. One of the best transfers in terms of wide receivers out there right now.
He is, and you look at that's so hard to do. He had a huge game against Syracuse in the season opener for Ohio, and to immediately and Parker Navarro is the first-year starter at QB, and so to come out of the gates with that chemistry and with him having a full understanding of everything, that really shows a lot about OU's coaching staff and about Coleman Owen's football IQ to pick up the scheme so quickly and to just play well right out of the gates.
I wouldn't
really
be
impressive.
surprised if he starts getting a little bit of more attention from pro scouts, just looking around like, hey, because that's one of the things that I would look at is like, hey, how quickly can somebody pick up on an offense, for changing from one team to another, because football IQ is still something to be heralded. And, once you do that, once you know where to be, let's see the performance. And the performance has been outstanding. So some pro scouts are probably turning their head like, hey, who is this cat? Let's find out.
I mean, for sure, he's going to have every at least one scout from every team in the league is going to take a close look at him. When you're that productive at any level, scouts are going to take a look at you. And then, yes, when you're thinking about his FBI, he's going to check that box immediately. And so, for him, probably two keys are going to be, what does he measure in terms of his height and his length, and then also how is he going to test? And then so those things are important with receivers, but he's been productive. He catches everything. So it's obviously he's going to have to keep playing well as the MAC season unfolds, but really good start to the season for him so far.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Coleman.
Congrats. Very good. Very nice game. We're going to go with the MAC whip around to find out what else is happening around the league.
Let's get in it.
So quick check-in on NIU from Husky Stadium immediately after the press conference here just got over. One of the big things, obviously, is the focus is turnovers. NIU 4 turnovers in the loss, one of them obviously on a Hail Mary late. It's still 4 turnovers, including 2 inside their own 2-yard line, which lead directly to 14 points in a 1-score game. So obviously that's kind of the focal point here. I mean, the offense just has to stop turning the ball over. Hammock full-throatedly defended Ethan Hampton. He's a starter. It doesn't help anybody looking over their shoulders. And it's not his fault exclusively for the turnovers. It's been a mix. The offense, all the players on the offense have been, a missed block here, a missed assignment there. So that's kind of what they chalk that up to. So you're going to see Ethan Hampton moving forward. Also, though Ontario Brown failed to reach 100 yards, Hampton did point out his performance of just gutty and called it one of his best games, even though he finished, I think it was like 24 for 89 or something like that. Called it one of his gutty performances, and that's the type of performance you need in the NFL. NFL is a game of 3 or 4 yards, 3, 4, 4, and maybe a 10 or 12 in there, and that's what he gave them last week. So moving forward against UMass, obviously a team that Hammock said is a lot better than their record indicates at 1-4. So we'll see what happens on Saturday. I know NIU doesn't play a lot of win by more than 1 score, but obviously it would be big here for them to get that done if they could. Anyway, that's what's going on in DeKalb. See you guys.
Hey Maction fans, this is Cade Hampton with the Star Press here in Muncie, Indiana, giving you a quick rundown of the Ball State Cardinals. Last week was a rough one for the Cardinals as they suffered their 3rd consecutive loss, this time a 63-7 loss to James Madison. James Madison does look like one of the best teams in all of the Group of 5, led by star quarterback Alonzo Barnett III, and the Duke's aggressive defense forced 3 interceptions of Ball State QB Caden Samanza, who had only thrown 2 interceptions coming into the game all season. As far as injuries go, wide receivers Justin Bowick and Ty Robinson are both still out, although Robinson is expected to get back on the practice field soon. And linebacker Joey Stimler missed the game against James Madison, and freshman linebacker Sam Feeney stepped up with 2 sacks in his absence, but the team is hoping to get Stimler back soon as well. This week, the Cardinals will return home after playing 3 consecutive games on the road, and they will host Western Michigan for their 2nd MAC game. It is Western Michigan's first MAC game. Both teams into the game at 1-3, so they'll be looking to get a big win and get their seasons back on track.
Todd, despite the 1-3 start, Bowling Green State University football is within a touchdown of each of its 3 losses, including 2 losses to Penn State and Texas A&M. But Coach Scott Leffler is not making excuses for the 30-27 loss to Old Dominion on Saturday, but he says it gives the Falcons a chance to right the ship. Heading into Mid-American Conference play this week, they take on Akron. An Akron team that's 1-4. They've had some big losses to Ohio State, but we know this is the MAC, and we know what the MAC can be like. There's been some good things that came out of that game. For the second week in a row, BG tight end Harold Fanning Jr., Mid-American Conference Offensive Player of the Week. It's the second week in a row for him, 188 receiving yards. Coach Leffler says this guy's an NFL player, and people need to start watching him. He caught 12 passes, and he was targeted 12 times. Scored 2 touchdowns, including a 59-yarder where he tiptoed the line, and they get another receiver back, RJ Garcia, this week at transfer from Power 5 conference school. So we'll see if Fanning gets some help from the receiver corps this week at Akron. So don't count the Falcons out just because of a 1-3 start. You know, they're 16 points away from being 4-0, and that's against 2 nationally ranked teams. So we'll see how they prepare against a good Akron team. Thanks, Todd.
Rachel Lindsay from the Buffalo News. UConn dismantled Buffalo 47-3 last week in East Hartford, and which was a complete letdown for a team that was coming off beating the then number 23 team in the country a week prior in the Mid-American Conference opener. Now, UB has to completely reset as it resumes its Mid-American Conference schedule October 12th against Toledo. The bye week comes at a good time for the Bulls. It's imperative that UB has to find offensive consistency. We're more than a month into the season, and the offense cannot be a work in progress anymore. It has to have an identity. One of those things that has to do, UB has to manage third down situations better. They were 1 for 14 on third down at UConn. Very concerning. And a lot of managing those third down situations comes from gaining yardage and executing in first and second down situations. UB is off this weekend, so the bye week comes at a right time. And again, UB has to reset to face a MAC title contender in Toledo next weekend.
In other news, as we said, OU had a happy homecoming with a 30-10 win over Akron to begin conference play for both schools. Ohio has a bye this week, and Akron hosts Bowling Green this week. Ball State lost a tough one, 63-7 at James Madison, and the Cardinals are at home to play Western Michigan this week. Central Michigan had a huge win, beat San Diego State in a thriller in Mount Pleasant, and the Chips have a bye this week. Western Michigan lost a close one at Marshall, 27-20, and the Broncos travel to Ball State to begin conference play this week.
That should be a good one too.
Should be. And then Eastern Michigan and Kent State both began conference play. Eastern Michigan had a big win on the road, 52-33 over the Golden Flashes, and both teams are off this week. And now, as if we even needed to tell you, if you're a MAC fan and you're watching this show, I mean, unless you've been living under a rock, you know what the MAC Yard Brawl of the week is. We shouldn't even need to tell you, but just in case, it is the Miami Redhawks at Toledo Rockets. Monster game for both teams as they open up conference play. You look at what happened last year, that game in Oxford, Toledo gets out to the big lead. Miami comes back and just runs out of the time, so Toledo ekes out of there with a win. Then in the rematch in Detroit for the MAC championship game, Miami wins. So now these two schools hadn't played in a long time until last year, and now they split last year, and now there's a big one this week in the Glass Bowl. Miami just eked out its first win of the season with an overtime win at home against UMass, and Toledo was just on a bye following a heartbreaking loss at Western Kentucky. We're going to go in depth on this one here. First up, we've got Kyle Rowland from the Toledo Blade. So looking into this matchup with the Redhawks, if you go back, obviously they played twice last year. There was a regular season game down in Oxford, then the MAC championship game in Detroit. And then, so the first half of the game in Oxford, Toledo, really outplayed Miami. That second half was when Miami wasn't able to come back and win, but they still gained some traction, then won the game in Detroit. So for the last, 6 quarters or so, Miami has kind of outplayed Toledo when they played against each other. Two totally different teams now this year, though, obviously. What have the Redhawks said, what have the Rockets been saying about how they think that this year is going to be different and heading into this week's game?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how, these teams went like 13 or 14 years without playing each other, and now this will be the third time in 13 games they've played each other. So quite the difference. I think a lot of the secrets are just out. I mean, when you play a team that frequently, even if some of the players are different, I mean, in general, the schemes are similar. Both coaching staffs are pretty much intact. So I don't think there's a huge amount of mysteries surrounding, the opponent for each team. But I mean, certainly like losing the MAC title game it hurt Toledo last year. Like they want to kind of get back at Miami for that. Jacquez Stewart talked about crying in the locker room at Ford Field after that game and a feeling that is lingering in him and he's not going to forget. So, I mean, I think all that stuff is there, but it's also the first conference game. Like it's an incredibly important game. You're playing the preseason favorite. Toledo was picked second. So, I mean, it's a 1-2 type matchup. I don't know if Miami now would be the favorite. But it's incredibly important. I mean, Toledo's in this unbelievable stretch right now. I mean, obviously Mississippi State and Western Kentucky, 2 road games that were not easy against, good opponents. They got the off week, but then they go Miami, at Buffalo, at Northern, Bowling Green. I mean, it's an incredible month of October. I mean, you're going to know after that Bowling Green game exactly where Toledo stands in the MAC title race. I mean, if they happen to be undefeated, then I would say you can pretty much not pencil them into Detroit, but put it in permanent marker. So I mean, it's a brutal stretch, and it's very, very important to start out 1-0. I mean, I think with no divisions now, I mean, every game kind of takes on even added significance. And I don't know. I mean, if you start 0-1, I think you're in a situation where you basically have to win out. Where in the past, I mean, you saw 6-2 teams make the MAC title game. I mean, semi-frequently. I don't really know if you're going to see that happen this year.
Gotcha. What have around the program? What has the vibe been, and what have they been saying the keys are to winning this game against Miami?
Yeah, I mean, I think the vibe is good. Obviously, there was disappointment after that Western Kentucky game. In a sense, after that happened, I kind of thought, it's probably bad they have an off week just because you kind of want to immediately get on the field when you lose. But I don't know. After seeing everything, I think maybe it was good for Toledo to just kind of settle down. First of all, the injuries had piled up as well, so that was a benefit. But I think they're probably going to go into this game fresh. They're going to go to it kind of clear-minded. I mean, I honestly think Toledo has a chance to win fairly handily. The national stats kind of get out of whack in the non-conference schedule just because these G5 teams play a lot of Power 5 teams, so they're not like totally indicative. And I mean, Miami losing to Northwestern, Notre Dame, and Cincinnati, like those are fine. Like those are not embarrassing losses. Some of those games were close, but I mean, their offense is just so bad. I mean, I don't think that's going to change dramatically. And I think Toledo's defense is pretty solid. So I think it's going to be really hard for Miami to score on Saturday. The Miami defense has been good, but even that, I think there's some things Toledo could exploit. The Rockets just have a lot of playmakers. So, I mean, I think that it's possible. And you wonder, like, when you're 1-3, I always wonder what that does psychologically. I mean, Miami knows like they're not like a 1-3 football team. But like your record kind of, it is what it is. And I just wonder what that does to you. And I mean, you didn't play great last week against UMass, you had to win in overtime. So to me, they're not number one in the MAC. I mean, where they were like in July. I mean, I almost think they're, Toledo, BG, Northern, Miami, I think are kind of the clear top 4, even though Northern lost to Buffalo. And I mean, I'd almost put Miami number 4 right now among that group. So I think Toledo, I mean, if their defense just plays a B game, I think it'll be pretty tough for Miami because I don't think they're going to score a lot. And I think Toledo will be able to get enough to win the game.
Gotcha. Talk about Tucker Gleason, his first year as a full-time starter and then at QB. And then like we talked about with the WKU game, it did not end the way he wanted it to. And I'm not putting the blame just on him, but he's got so many weapons around him, obviously running back, receiver, tight end, all over the place. Where do you think his confidence level is heading into this game?
I mean, I still think it's probably high. I mean, obviously, we talked before the WKU game, it was about how he had not turned the ball over and how important that was. And then, I mean, he turned it over several times against Western Kentucky, which did not help their chances. But he's still, I mean, he's completing over 60% of his passes, which is very solid. But 11 touchdown passes, 2 interceptions. I mean, that's a great ratio. And he's got 2 receivers with 4 touchdown passes or touchdown catches. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, Juwan Newton and Anthony Torres is tight end, and then Junior Vanderhouse has 3. So it's obvious who they're going to go to and kind of who the guys are that make the plays. But I don't think there's a defense that will necessarily completely shut them down in the MAC. I just think they have enough weapons. The thing you wonder about is what happens if their run game, if they have 22 carries for like 54 yards in some game, and then it's just all on Gleason in the passing game. Like, how do you respond to that? That's where I think it could get difficult. And perhaps that could happen in a game, whether it's injuries to the O-line or just kind of ineffectiveness from the running backs. I mean, running backs have not been great for Toledo, but I think they've been good enough. But I think Gleason, I mean, I think he's been, really, really solid. His teammates all like him. I think he mostly has made great decisions. And he just kind of has, I don't know if it's like an it factor or he just got this confidence to him that tends to, be a little contagious and rub off on his teammates.
Great stuff from Kyle. He's been a frequent guest on this show. He's awesome. We love having him here. He is so glued into that program, the past, present, and future, and really enjoy having him on here. Next up, we've got Chris Vogt, who covers the Miami Redhawks for the Journal News and the Report Ohio. So Brett Gabbert, obviously the last thing he wanted is to miss the second half of last season with an injury. Then so I'm sure the whole time he's been working his tail off to rehab, trying to come back stronger than ever. Then he comes back and, the team has been, for understandable reasons, but has been losing some games. He hasn't played quite how he'd like to be playing. What do you think his mindset is coming into this game against Toledo?
I can't speak for him, but I will. Gabbert's not going out there without wanting to win. 6th year, he probably has that in the back of his mind that, this is what happened at home against Toledo. And then he also understands that his team, rolled through, got to the MAC championship, beat Toledo. So I think he wants to be a part of that too. I did talk to him before the season started, and it did. I mean, it would upset me too, not being a part of the MAC championship and the ride from the mid-season point on. So I mean, I think Gabbert's going to be excited for this one. It's almost like a new opportunity for him, and actually, I would think a new day to play football each week is a new opportunity for him. But I think he's looking forward to this. And, like I said, I'm not going to speak for him, but just by what he's told me in the past with preseason talks, he's going to be happy to be a part of this one.
That makes sense. Okay. And so looking forward to the game up in Toledo this week. What's the latest on the injuries that you've been hearing on your end for Miami?
Yeah, I think the 2 biggest ones you got to worry about is Colby. Colby did go down. Colby Borders, offensive lineman for Miami, but he hobbled off. He said it was an ankle, nursed it. He said he'll be back on the field on Saturday up at Toledo. I know Jack Coldiron did not play last week, so coach kind of hints towards Coldiron possibly playing. I guess we look at it questionable for Saturday, but other than that, I think we're looking pretty solid injury wise.
Good.
Yeah, that's all.
Good.
That's all.
Good. That's you want, from the outside looking in, you always want both teams to be at full strength and let the best man win, right? And then
right.
I mean, hell,
Oh,
say this: everybody's banged up. I don't care who
right,
you
right. True.
bang, probably playing with a little bit of hurt and some bumps and bruises, some scrapes. But there's some things that aren't keeping some of the Miami Redhawks off the field.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So you look at the last 6 quarters that these two teams have played against each other. So you look at the regular season game down in Oxford last year, where Toledo jumped out to the big lead, but the second half, Miami started to gain some traction. Kind of that ended up running out of the time though, and then you look at the MAC championship game in Detroit. So that the last 6 quarters, Miami's outplayed Toledo when they played against them. What do you think? Does that kind of give the players some extra confidence heading into this week, knowing that, man, like we've matched up against these guys, and a lot of them are the same players on both sides of the ball?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. And I even think you can say that when you're going into close to halftime against Notre Dame. I mean, you're up 3-0, and then boom, you're heading into halftime 14-3. So yeah, you're gonna see some motivation there. I mean, Miami was in with Toledo, like you said, in the regular season contest in Oxford, and then they were able to take care of business in the MAC championship. So yeah, it's doable. I think Martin did say that, hey, the stars didn't align for us with the schedule playing Toledo first game of MAC play, but he said, I don't know how that turned out, but how that happened, but you can't change that now. There's no changing it. So I think Miami's going to be excited about it. There's no mindset that'll change that excitement going into this one. So let's just say that. And you're right. Having the 6 quarters on Miami's side, the last 2 games that they played them, for sure, that's going to be beneficial. But you always look forward to this one rather than harping on the past.
Of course. What do you see as the keys to Miami pulling out the win this week?
Miami's got to continue to get better on offense. That's number one. I think you got to look at what your weaknesses are. And I know Miami's trying to figure out some things to do with the ball on offense. Defense, keep playing the same way. Eliminate some of those big plays, and you should be okay. And then special teams, keep doing that. Rely on Dom. Let Dom unleash his boots. I think Miami's been getting in really good field position in terms of their punt returns and kick returns. So I don't think that's a big deal there. But I will say this, and I can't harp it enough, man. Offense has to step up if they want to.
Again, really good stuff from Chris. Just like Kyle, Chris is so glued into the Redhawks program, and I was at the Cincinnati at Miami game with Chris, and we were walking around on the field in pregame and in the postgame.
Is that why he's the mayor?
Exactly. So if they were to elect a mayor of Yager Stadium, where the Redhawks play, I think Chris wins in a landslide. That guy knows. He's very well connected there and very well liked, and for good reason. He's a really good guy, really good reporter, and Redhawks fans, you're lucky to have him.
It's funny, Todd. I was, when we were queuing this thing up, I was like, I saw the background, and I was like, is he going to jail? What's going on? Are you doing this report from a squad car? And I just started laughing or whatnot. But he's always so gracious with his time, and he brings so much depth to his reporting or whatnot and covering that team. He's invaluable to this program.
He does. And one thing that's really cool too is because Miami, every school has a good portion of local guys on their roster, and including the Redhawks. And Chris does a lot of work at the high school level too, and so he's known a lot of Miami's players since they were sophomores in high school. And so
that's the way to do it. Boots on the ground, knowing those guys and really getting into. He knows the players before they hit the program. That's the way I started, knowing those guys and watching them play in high school, kind of doing the evaluations or whatnot, and knowing exactly what players are coming into the programs on the collegiate level. That's the way to do it. And congratulations, the Report Ohio. It's starting to grow. It's starting to really boom in that area. If you need information on the University of Miami, Ohio, or the surrounding high schools, then you're going to be able to find that at the Report Ohio. Go check out that publication because we're all about journalism here.
That's a place to go. That's a place to go. And without further ado, we're going to get into this matchup. This is going to be a fun one. This portion of our show, if you are someone who is interested in digging even deeper into the Miami-Toledo matchup, and or you like to play some action on these games, point spreads, over-unders, prop bets, things like that, that's exactly what we cover in our OT segment. You see the QR code on the screen, click that, get in on the inside, and you'll know the ins and outs of this matchup, and you'll be able to get some bets that we like and hopefully make a little money.
That's right, Todd. As a matter of fact, guys, listen, this is the QR code, scan it, get in there. It's not that much to actually subscribe and get all of this information. You will win more than you're spending to support the show. Even if you just wanted to support the show, you can do it here. Just scan that QR code, become a member of the Brawlers Club, and you get to interact with us on a personal level, ask us questions. If you have a question on some of the action or some of the bets, send them over to Todd and I, and we'll take a look at it and actually give you an idea of what we think about it. Is it safe? Is it not safe? And we discuss all of that behind the paywall, and that's what this part of the show is going to be. So until then, for everybody that just listens to the free part, we're going to get out of here, guys. We love you. See you next week.
Thanks for joining us.
Something in your wildest dreams, straight out of a magazine. You show up and kill the scene. I got what you want, I got what you need. We're moving and don't look back, so quickly that we just might crash. We kill it like a heart attack. We got what you want, we got what you need. Let's go. I'm talking out of control. You're coming with me, 'cause we bring the party. Let's go. I'm talking out of control. We got the best show. You're coming with me, 'cause we bring the party.
Welcome to the MAC Yard Brawl podcast. We had an unplanned bye week last week due to Hurricane Milton, but we're back in action now. We've got a great show for you. I'm Todd Worley. Joining me is Memphis Spence.
Hey, guys.
We're going to be taking a deep dive into really big game at NIU this week between Toledo and Northern Illinois. We're going to be taking a deep dive into that one. Later in our show, we're going to get to our OT segment where our subscribers are going to hear some bets that I like. And for those of you that like to put action on these games, whether it's point spreads, over-unders, different prop bets, we didn't have a show last week due to the hurricane, like I said, but the week before. So all 7 of my bets hit. So if you haven't already subscribed, do so now so you'll hear this week's bets so you don't miss out. Before we continue, we're going to introduce this week's.
Todd, and if you were actually subscribers, they would already had that information on those 7 bets that hit. Just saying.
Exactly.
Just saying.
Exactly. And think what that could have done for you.
I know.
Think what that could have done. So this week's MAC Yard Brawler of the Week, our player of the week, is going to Northern Illinois defensive tackle Skylar Gill Howard. NIU had a huge MAC win on the road at BG, and Skylar Gill Howard had 7 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and 2 sacks. And it wasn't, obviously those are impressive numbers, but he was dominant beyond that. Really a difference maker on that side of the ball for the Huskies. And I've been high on him since early in the season. I honestly think he's one of the best defensive linemen in the MAC and is arguably NIU's best player on defense this year. Congratulations to Skylar. Now it's time for the MAC Yard Brawl whip around.
What's up, MAC Yard Brawl fans? It's Drew Bailey here, sports director from WZIP-FM at the University of Akron. Looking at my Zips, Week 7 on Saturday was a loss to Western Michigan, 34-24. A strange game. Akron jumped out to a 17-0 lead. had a chance to get the ball back. A Western Michigan punt in the second quarter. It was muffed by the Zips, recovered in the end zone for a Western touchdown. The Broncos then went on a 24-0 run in that second quarter. Akron outgained Western by over 100 yards in this one, but turned the ball over 4 times. There was a 5-hour weather delay in the third quarter. Just a strange game all around, but not without some bright spots for the Zips. Ben Finley passing for 395 yards, hooking up with Adrian Norton for 196 of those yards. Jordan Simmons had 160 yards from scrimmage. We saw backup quarterback Taj Bullock getting involved in the offense. So a lot of things clicking for the Zips, but it just seems like we failed to put together a complete effort, which has been the case this year. We're 1-6. We've had games where our defense has looked great, games where our offense has looked great. For whatever reason, whatever excuse we want to use, whatever explanation we can draw from it, it just hasn't been enough most weeks. Our only win against FCS Colgate, but we do have a bye week this week, a week off, followed by 2 home games back at InfoCision against Eastern Michigan and Buffalo. If we're going to put it together this season, if we're going to see progress in this program, now is the time to do it. We have a week off and then 2 games at home. Now's the time to put it together, show us something. We're 1-6 right now in familiar territory, looking to improve upon our 2-win seasons from the past couple years, and now's the time to put up or show up. Again, we're home in 2 weeks against Eastern Michigan.
Lindsay from the Buffalo News, here to talk for a few minutes about the University of Buffalo football team. The Bulls are in a 3-way tie for first place in the MAC with Ohio and Western Michigan. Now they have an opportunity to create some separation when they face Western Michigan this weekend at UB Stadium. UB ran for 230 yards in a 30-15 win against a shorthanded Toledo team last weekend. That was UB's top rushing output of the season. And Aljae Henderson ran for 142 yards and became UB's first 100-yard single-game rusher since Matt Myers, who ran for 110 yards against Kent State in November 2022. UB faces a balanced offense in Western Michigan. The Broncos aren't overwhelming, but instead they're efficient, particularly quarterback Hayden Wolf, who's averaging about 22.8 completions per game, and he leads the MAC in completion percentage at just under 70%. So UB won't just have to stop the run, they're going to have to stop the pass and limit the pass as well, too. Again, Buffalo against Western Michigan, 3:30 Saturday at UB Stadium.
Todd, this is Pat Eakin with the Bowling Green Sentinel Tribune. Man, what a nightmare last week. Bowling Green took on a very physical Northern Illinois team. 6 sacks, 5 of them on Connor Bazelak, who was thrown for 10,000 yards in his career, just one of 5 quarterbacks. And he's hurt and he's day-to-day for the Kent State game this week. So we will see. Lucius Anderson will start if Connor cannot play. Lucius is a redshirt freshman, talented, and in the future at BGSU. But I'll tell you what, a big part of the BG offense was their offensive line, a huge, good-sized offensive line, especially for a MAC school. And they failed last week, and Coach Scott Leffler is hoping his line can get it together. He expects them to. He expects the conference to come back. And against a Kent State team that has struggled this year, it's still the MAC, and you never know what can happen. It'll be a good one at Dwight Perry Stadium, and BG's got to get back on track. 2-4 now. They're expecting a lot better season than this. We'll see how it goes. Thanks, Todd.
The Miami Redhawks came out victorious this past weekend against Eastern Michigan. It was a big-time win for the Redhawks, their first win in MAC play. It moves them to 2-4 on the season. Wouldn't say it was a must-win for the Redhawks, but it certainly helps them move along into MAC play. All phases of the game were owned by the Redhawks. Chuck Martin, during Monday's weekly press conference, said he was pleased with the win, ecstatic with the win. Said maybe fix up some things on the special teams side of the bargain there, but offensively, we saw 200 plus yards rushing. We had over 200 yards passing. Mosey went off. Most of those yards were in the second half, but still Mosey did some work there. And Brett Gabbert threw 4 touchdowns, one of his biggest games of the season. He's getting back in Brett Gabbert form. Some takeaways from the Eastern Michigan game is that defense is still playing stellar. Held Eastern Michigan's playmakers, especially the wide receivers, in check. yeah, we had that bomb at the beginning of the game when Gabbard ended up finding Virgil on the first play of scrimmage. Eastern Michigan countered that the next possession. After that, it was all Red Hawks. Heading into this coming game against Ohio, I mean, it's another contest the Red Hawks are going to have to win to stay alive in the hunt for another MAC title, or at least an opportunity to play in it. So in terms of injuries, Borders came back and played. We also saw Virgil go out after his second touchdown was hit pretty hard. When he caught that second touchdown pass, they're going to start evaluating some things, probably taking a slow re-enter into playing there with Virgil. We got Nenk on the offensive line. Have no clue what's going to happen there, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that as well. But other than that, we should be on the healthy end there. Everybody's banged up. It's a no doubter there. We're already 7 weeks into the season, so just trying to keep everybody healthy is the name of the game. But Red Hawks in another position to have to win heading into Ohio with Yager Stadium, 3:30 kickoff.
Thank you to them. And then in other news, this week we've got Ohio playing at Miami in a crucial MAC game for both squads. Central Michigan is at Eastern Michigan. Kent State is at Bowling Green. And in a battle of 2-0 teams in conference play, Western Michigan plays at Buffalo. And lastly, Ball State goes on the road for a non-conference tilt with Vanderbilt. And now, as we mentioned, the big one in DeKalb this week. Our MAC Yard Brawl of the week is Toledo at Northern Illinois.
Huge game.
Huge game. And coming into the season, both teams were considered legitimate MAC title contenders. Both teams enter this game at 1-1 in conference play. Both teams have the talent and the experience to win the conference this year. And so the loser of this game, you don't want to say it's a must win this early in the game in the season, but it's close to a must win because the loser of this game would likely have to win out and then also probably need some help in order to get to Detroit. So if you want to win the MAC this year, for either of these teams, this really is a crucial game to win. Joining us today,
Todd,
we've got
crazy. I mean, Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame and Toledo. Didn't they knock somebody off also?
Mississippi State, yeah.
Yeah,
So
man, and now they're kind of this is a must-win game. You can't have two losses in the MAC and still expect to show up in Detroit. That's this is a really competitive conference.
It is. So that's a really big win. And I'm sure both teams, every week is big in college football, but I think both teams realize this is even bigger. Really crucial game for both teams. Joining us today to analyze this game, we've got beat writers from both sides of the matchup. First up, we've got Eddie Carifio, who covers the Huskies for the Daily Chronicle. Let's talk about the win at BG first. What were some of the keys for Northern Illinois to pull out the nice road win?
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously a huge defensive effort for them. 210 yards of total offense for Bowling Green in that game. Funnily, it keeps NIU at 0-2 when they've allowed less than 200 yards of total offense to their opponent. That's one of the weirdest stats, and it seems so on brand for NIU this year, just in terms of the general weirdness of some of the stuff that happens. But yeah, 210 yards, they held Bowling Green to 7 points, opening drive on the touchdown, nothing after. Opening drive for a touchdown, nothing after that. It was just a solid defensive effort, and despite, I think, pretty much every offensive player getting hurt, they still managed to put up 17 points.
Huge win on the road. Like this is such a fun season in the MAC. There's so much talent, so much parity, and I think each week is a battle in itself, and to come out with a win, especially on the road, is impressive. Let's talk about those injuries. Where do things stand? I know obviously the star player Ontario Brown didn't play, but then talk about some in-game injuries as well as his status, if you could.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's NIU policy, and Hammock lives by it, not to comment at all on injuries. We'll find out an hour before game time when the MAC mandates the release of an injury report. So we'll get an idea then. Brown was supposedly fighting to get back last week, ended up obviously not playing. And Jalen Poe actually got hurt. That had to be like a late kind of scratch type thing. He had kind of been the third back behind Brown and Gavin Williams, and he was not available. So they were definitely thin at running back as far as who traveled. Now, Hammock would be spinning in his grave if you heard me say they're thin at running back. He is very insistent that they are super deep and anyone can plug in. They've sort of showed it with Gavin Williams. They've sort of shown it with like Poe being able to come up. So, so that's the running back situation. Then Ethan Hampton got hurt during the game. They're starting quarterback. Josh Holtz came in and did a great job. Tremendous showing for him in relief. Led a touchdown drive. So we did ask if what the quarterback situation is, and after being a little cagey, we just had a flat out ask: is Hampton the starter? And Hammock said, you don't lose your position to an injury. So Hampton, if he's healthy, he'll be the one starting.
Gotcha. Any other key injuries coming out of the game?
Again, we don't know the status of Evan Buss, I want to say right tackle, right guard. Obviously a lot of continuity on that line, but he came out, he got hurt, and his backup, Thomas Pash, I want to say is how you say his name, a redshirt freshman, plugged in, barely even noticed. Hell, I didn't notice till afterwards. So they live by the next man up thing, and they, certainly did on Saturday.
Awesome. And then what about the defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, defense seems to be much healthier. I mean, you look at just talked about the depth there. I mean, Skylar Gill-Howard, the MAC Defensive Player of the Week, he's a backup. He's not even starting, and he's getting 2.5 sacks in a game and just causing absolute havoc. So the depth over there is really good. I don't think there's significant injuries. Obviously, it's always a surprise with 1:30 on Saturday. We'll pop on the MAC report, and it'll be 12 guys listed. Short of that, the defense seems to be okay. It seems to be on the offensive side where most of the injuries are at this point.
Gotcha. So if you rewind back to halftime against UMass, NIU comes out in the second half and looked like, obviously it was great for them to get a win after the 2 straight losses, but to me, it was the way they won had to have been so satisfying in that locker room, just because it was that physical downhill, like, we're going to get back to who we are. This is how we win games. And they got it done that way. And then to then continue on that momentum and get a big road win at BG. Do you feel like this team is starting to kind of come together and build something special this season?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things Hammock talked about yesterday during the press conference was learning from the mistakes, and they got off to a very fast 2-0 start. Obviously, a very big win in there at Notre Dame, but then they go and lose 2 games after that. Don't capitalize off the momentum. They're back to having 1-2, and he says the team understands that. They're not going to go in and have it, or definitely are aware of the home letdown that happened in the Buffalo game. Although Buffalo beating Toledo is now 2-0 and in first place. But, that aside, NIU is aware of what happened, according to Hammock, and they're trying to prevent that from happening again. They've learned and they've grown. And that's, the calling card of this team, and that's how Hammock presents this team. And, it certainly had some on the field proof of that. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond. Obviously, Toledo is an elevated challenge for them, but it should be interesting, like you said, to see if they can, keep stacking wins, as coaches are so fond of saying.
Of course. So without divisions this year and with already having one in-conference loss, for both of these teams, NIU and Toledo, could you make the MAC championship game at 6-2? Possibly, but obviously things have to fall right at that point. So I don't want to say it's necessarily a must win, but I would imagine the players and coaches are approaching it that way. What have you gleaned is kind of the mindset of the coaches and players heading into this game for NIU?
Yeah, obviously they're not going to say they're thinking about that. I mean, it was asked, and they're not going to say they're thinking about about that. But you are right in the two losses in the conference. I mean, I don't think it's automatically going to eliminate you, but especially as you pointed out, there seems to be a lot of parity. Again, I don't want to harp on the same thing, but look at Buffalo 2-0 right now. So, no one saw that coming. So outside of maybe people in upstate New York, but yeah, I think 2 losses is definitely a possibility to get in, but I mean, you want to have 0-1 because that pretty much guarantees you a spot.
Of course. What do you think the keys are to winning this game against Toledo for NIU?
They need to not turn the ball over. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, I could get all high and mighty and try to show off breadth of knowledge and everything, but the fact of the matter is, when this team doesn't commit a turnover, they win. When they win the turnover battle, even then it's iffy, but if they don't turn over, they win. I'm pretty sure they're either 2-0 or 3-0 when they're not turning the ball over this year. And I think, like 1-2 when they do have a turnover. So they need to not turn the ball over. Their defense is good enough. If they're not giving the other team extra possessions, they'll hold them to 250 yards and win the game.
What kind of atmosphere are you expecting at this game?
Yeah, it is homecoming for the Huskies. Hammock has been, and the players too, actually, were floating, hoping for a sellout. I don't think they've sold out since, I want to say like 11 or 12. No, I'd be later than that. I'd probably during the orders. 12 or 13, I think, was the last time they sold out. I don't think they've hit 20,000. Well, they had 18 in the Buffalo game. But, yeah, it should be a packed house or close to a packed house. I would think getting up to that 18,000 number they hit against Buffalo is in the realm of possibility, especially given the importance of this game and the fact it's homecoming. So I think it should be about as electric of a crowd as you see at Husky Stadium.
Great stuff from Eddie. That beard is looking plump today. That thing is going. I like it. And again, he's a frequent guest of the program. He is awesome. As we've said, we're so grateful to have him as a guest, and Husky fans, you guys are fortunate to have him covering your favorite team.
And by the way, you still need to get that beard some NIL money.
We do.
I told him I'll try and get him some.
That's our biggest mission this season.
That's right.
Next up, we've got Kyle Rowland, who covers the Toledo Rockets for the Toledo Blade. Let's get right to it. So Toledo had pulled off a big win at home against Miami of Ohio, and then you thought they kind of had some things rolling a little bit. Then what happened at Buffalo?
Yeah, it was not good. We've heard this story before. I mean, won at Mississippi State, then lost to Western Kentucky, won against Miami, lost on the road the next week to Buffalo. This was just, an awful performance by Toledo. There's no real sugarcoating it. The defense was pretty bad. Unbelievably bad against the rush, which they had the 10th ranked rushing defense going into the game. Buffalo's rushing offense was virtually non-existent. Then their running back has 143 yards, I think it was. Tons of chunk plays given up. Offensively, Toledo's O-line, it's been a problem most of the season. Seems like it's probably going to be a problem the rest of the season. They got to find a way to run the ball. I know they can throw it. Tucker Gleason's done pretty well at it. When he was injured, John Allen Richter comes in and was unbelievable. I don't think there's a controversy in the sense that Gleason's played poorly, but Richter was so good that unless Gleason's 100%, I would almost roll with Richter this week just because, he played really well. Just some issues that the run defense, I don't think is going to be. I feel like that was a game where sometimes teams play poorly. They just don't have it. We see it in college football a lot more now. Look at, Alabama and Vanderbilt. So I don't think that's going to become this problem for Toledo, but the offensive line is something that just, I don't know if they have to get more creative, change some blocking scheme stuff, something, some running back, even though there aren't holes, they need to just create something, manufacture something out of nothing. And it just hasn't been able to be done so far.
Yeah, it was surprising in a lot of ways. you mentioned the offensive line, the running backs, and Tucker Gleason. All three of those groups are, Alan Jones was out. Seems like there might be some injuries in the running back room, and then also Tucker Gleason getting hurt in the middle of the game. What do you know is the nature and the status of those guys?
Essentially nothing. But I mean, I think they probably would have lost anyway if Jacquez Stewart and Willie Shaw had played Saturday. I mean, those are their top two backs, and they were out against Buffalo. But it certainly hurts. I mean, it's not like their stats were outstanding or anything. I mean, I think just an all-around kind of running back skill set, Willie Shaw is the best guy they have. Just because Stewart, I mean, he can obviously break stuff and he's really fast, but he's not like a true between the tackles every down type of running back. I mean, he's smaller. So I think Shaw being out has been pretty big. Wallensack, I mean, he really has potential. He's from this area. I covered him in high school several times. Great kid, easy to root for. I don't know if he's not hitting the holes right. I don't know. He just hasn't quite been there. They had that one great drive against Miami in the second half where they just punched him right in the throat. But other than that, the line just hasn't really been able to do it. They got creative against Mississippi State when a few guys were hurt and were fairly effective. So I don't know. I mean, I think Saturday's going to be this entire week, I'm sure, was kind of a gut check time for the O-line. I would assume they'll come out very prepared, certainly, but angry and wanting to prove something because they've heard it from the fans, from the media, and from their coaches too, obviously, that they're not kind of, holding up their end of the bargain.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. And then it seemed like Toledo may be holding this all close to the vest, but with Tucker Gleason's injury, Alan Jones's injury, Jacquez Stewart, any idea of what type of injury it is or how long they're out for, or it's totally up in the air right now?
Yeah, I mean, Gleason, it seemed like it could have been a combination. He got hit hard. I don't know if he's like concussed or anything, but maybe a hand or something. Stewart was hobbled a little bit in the Miami game, so I think that was just aggravated as a lower body injury that perhaps got aggravated. They need his special teams as well. I mean, teams have figured out he's a really good returner and kick it out of the end zone a lot, but he just is so dynamic returning kicks that, if he can get one and bring it out, like chances are they're going to get really good field position. That was another thing that was just a disaster against Buffalo. The field position was awful. Their average starting field position was their own 19-yard line. They were backed up inside the 10, I think, 4 times. And when you can't run it and you've become one-dimensional, it makes it incredibly difficult to go those types of distances. And something else with Richter, some people might say, it was 21-0 when he came in. Probably was, facing a softer defense. That really wasn't the case. And also, because Toledo was so one-dimensional, everyone knew they were going to throw every play. And he still was able to find stuff. I think Jerwan Newton, 2 straight games now, he's had a career high receiving yards. He is a really, really good player. I know we've talked about him several times on this show. But when he's involved in the offense, it really seems like good things happen for Toledo.
Great stuff from Kyle as well. Again, another frequent guest of our program, and we're so fortunate. He really is. And once again, just like Eddie, just like some of our other frequent guests, so dialed into the Rockets program, and Toledo fans are fortunate to have him covering their favorite team. So we're going to dive deeper into this now. We've got some great information from the media from both sides, and now I'm going to give some thoughts on. We'll start with NIU and then work to Toledo, then talk about how they match up with each other. So. Yeah. Northern Illinois, it's been an interesting season. So obviously you had the huge win in South Bend, then you have a bye week, then you come home and have a really tough loss at Buffalo, and then a game at NC State. There was a very much a winnable game, and then slipped away though. And then, but then you look at the second half of the game against UMass, then you look at the performance at Bowling Green, and I think the last 6 quarters, this NIU program has to feel good about how they're playing. And so start with the defensive side of the ball. I like the run defense. I think I know Buffalo hit some running plays on them, but I think it was more I believe the one in the second half where Buffalo had the long touchdown run, I think it was 3rd and 7. I would imagine NIU was anticipating pass and was in had a defensive call to stop the pass. Buffalo really have to give them credit for calling a run in that situation. But I don't think the fact that NIU gave that play up is an indictment to the run defense on their run defense. So I really think it's hard to run the ball consistently right at this group. I think the pass rush is still a concern for me. I think, we mentioned Skylar Gilhoward. I think he's definitely the best player in NIU's defensive front and arguably on their whole defense. So I think he's the guy that, to me, has to continue to be a difference maker in the running game and passing game.
Fascinating show. But if you're not in the Brawlers Club, this is as far as you go. Todd went 7-0 in our last show. Only way to get that is to do this. Join the MAC Yard Brawlers Club. If you're not part of the Brawlers Club, you don't get the rest of the show. For everybody that makes this show possible, we thank you. For Todd, I'm Memphis Spence. We'll see you next week.
Something in your wildest dreams, straight out of a magazine. You show up and kill the scene. I got what you want, I got what you need. But moving and don't look back so quickly it just might crash. But kill it like a heart attack. We got what you want, we got what you need. Let's go. I'm talking out of control.
Welcome to this week's episode of the MAC Yard Brawl podcast. I'm Todd Worley, and with me is Memphis Spence.
What's going on, guys?
We've got another great show for you today. We're going to take a look at what's happening around the MAC. We're going to take a deep dive into the giant I-75 game coming up this week. And for those of you that like to put some action on these games, you should know that our bets from last week's show went 4-2 and almost 5-1. Kent State, I'd said I liked Kent State to cover at 20.5, and they lost by 21. So we were that close to being 5-1, but still 4-2 is okay. And with that 4-2 record, that brings the combined record for our last 2 shows to 11-2. So, if point spread, yeah, not bad, right? So if point spreads, over unders, and prop bets are your thing, you need to subscribe now so you don't miss out this week. This week's MAC Yard Brawler of the Week is Bowling Green tight end Harold Fannin Jr., who could have won it just about any week this week, or this season. I'm sorry. This past week in the win over Kent State, they won 27-6, and he caught 10 passes for 171 yards, and leading his team to a big bounce back win in the MAC. Really impressive player. Obviously, the stats are incredible, and for a lot of tight ends in college football these days, it's kind of like a blocking optional type of thing, and very anything but physical. We'll just leave it at that. But he's not like that. He's a tough kid. He's really good blocker at the second level in particular, and also a willing blocker at the point of attack as well. And I think that's only going to continue to improve with more reps and with more coaching. it's already further along than a lot of the college tight ends that you see. And he's just a true junior on top of that.
I can see him going maybe even fourth, third round, somewhere around there in the draft if the team's really interested.
Yes, I was going to get there in a second. I think like in the passing game, you've got the way his ability to create separation with his explosiveness, his suddenness, his top end speed, his feet, the way he stems his routes. Not many tight ends can do that. Then on top of that, the way he catches the ball in traffic outside his frame, routine catches. He doesn't have focus drops. So those two areas are really impressive. Then probably the most impressive is what he does after the catch. He turns into kind of like definitely like a running back, but then almost like a Mike Allstott type of running back where he's running through people, he's carrying guys. His balance and power are really impressive. But then for a guy his size, he's also elusive in space. It makes guys miss, and obviously explosive and fast. He's a nightmare after the catch. And so that's why it's like he can turn a 3-yard catch into a 75-yard gain at any time in any game. Just a nightmare to game plan against. And you talked about the NFL draft. I think that he's listed at 6'4", 230, and I think that is going to be what – and sometimes those measurements on a website are very accurate. Sometimes they're not even close. So I think his verified measurements, his height and arm length in particular are going to be key here. Like right now, I think he's in that second, third round wheelhouse, but he very much could be in play for the first round, depending on how the rest of the season shakes out, what his measurements are. And then if he participates in an all-star game, and then what he does in the combine. So how he handles the pre-draft process. But I mean, right now, I'd say easily a third round grade, probably a second round grade, and then a first round grade could be in play depending on how things shake out. So amazing season this year, and have to give massive amounts of respect to the Bowling Green staff for believing in him out of high school and developing him and helping him get to this point. And obviously for him for Harold to work so hard and put himself in this position. Congratulations to him on a great week and a great career so far.
Fantastic. You deserve this award, Harold.
Absolutely. Next up, we've got our MAC Yard Brawl Whip Around.
What's up, MAC Yard Brawl fans? Drew Bailey here, sports director at WZIP-FM at the University of Akron, looking at my Zips, taking on Eastern Michigan this week. The Zips are 1-6. Coming into this week's game, 0-3 in MAC play. We've lost 4 straight to Eastern Michigan. Quick injury report. Senior defensive lineman Bennett Adler has been beat up, but he's good to go this Saturday. He's got 3 sacks and is a big leader on the Zips defensive line. Junior wide receiver Alex Adams listed as questionable. He's yet to play at all this season, so if he does play, would be a big jolt for the Zips offense. Adams was first team All-MAC back in 2022, the team's leading receiver that season. Would be great to have him back, obviously. A player to keep an eye on for me in this game is Taj Bullock, the backup quarterback. He's been used in limited quantities this season. He's kind of taken on a Swiss Army knife role. He rushed for 2 touchdowns in the Zips last game against Western Michigan, but we've seen him line up as a receiver, seen him pass the ball as the backup quarterback. Not sure how he'll be used, but it seems like when he's on the field, good things happen. The story for the Zips, unfortunately, nothing new through 7 games. We're 1-6. Like I said, we've had a few games where we had the lead, like the 17-0 start we jumped out to against Western Michigan. We had the game against Bowling Green where we had a shot at the end to tie or take the lead in that game. Haven't been able to convert or put things together when we need to. So we're coming off the bye week. I think now is the time for the Zips to make a breakthrough, for some progress to be made. Akron's finished 2-10 each of the last 3 seasons, and progress alone is not obviously the goal, but the Zips have the chance to improve upon last year's record, past year's record. We've got 5 more games of MAC play, 2 consecutive games at home at InfoStation, including this Saturday against Eastern Michigan and next Saturday against Buffalo. Now is as good a time as ever for the Zips to get that first MAC win of the season. Go Zips.
Rachel Lindsay from the Buffalo News. Going to give you a weekly update on the University of Buffalo football team for MAC Yard Brawl. MAC standings are in a logjam behind Western Michigan. Buffalo can earn some valuable real estate this weekend with a win at Ohio. Here's the problem. UB has won one game at Peden Stadium in Athens since 1997 when it beat the Bobcats in 2008 down in Ohio. UB and Ohio are 6 teams tied for second in the MAC behind Western Michigan, and UB's got to do 2 things to prepare for Ohio. We've got to move past a loss that was ultimately determined by a questionable first down call in the final minute that gave the win to Western Michigan last weekend. They also have to focus on offensive consistency. UB had a season-high 551 yards of offense against Western, which was a product of explosive plays and simply needing to keep pace with the Broncos in a MACtion-type game. UB is also going to be without nickelback Savion Brown, who's out for the season after undergoing surgery on his right leg Monday. So expect Jalen McNair or Deion Crawford to start Saturday at nickel at Ohio. Again, UB Ohio, noon, Peden Stadium in Athens.
And in other news, Buffalo this week travels to Ohio in a battle of 2 teams that are both 2-1 in MAC play. So really big game for both squads to stay in contention for the MAC title. Central Michigan travels to Miami, and the Red Hawks, had some early season struggles, have started to get things rolling a little bit. And then let's see if they can keep that up and stay in MAC title contention. Eastern Michigan travels to Akron. Eastern Michigan, one of those other one-loss conference teams looking to stay in MAC title contention. And Akron's still looking to get off the mat in MAC play. Haven't won a conference game yet, and the Zips have been close. Let's see if they can get done this week. Northern Illinois travels to Ball State, and Kent State travels to Western Michigan. And Kent State hasn't won a game yet this year, so this could be a kind of a season-defining win for them if they can get it. And Western Michigan is the only undefeated team in conference play this year, so let's see if they can keep rolling. And now, if you are a MAC football fan, I would think you would know this by now, but in case not, this week's MAC Yard Brawl of the Week has to be Bowling Green at Toledo. Not only is this a huge I-75 rivalry, no matter what the records are, but this year in particular, you've got 2 teams that they've been playing close games lately, some classic games against each other lately. And this year, they both have the talent and the experience to contend for the MAC title. And the loser of this game, they both have one conference loss early on. And so the loser of this game could see their MAC title hopes take a major hit. So neither team can afford the loss. They both have to win this game for the conference title race this year. But then you also have a huge amount of bragging rights as well. So such a big game, and we're excited to highlight and feature this game. Joining us today, we've got 2 reporters, both with the Toledo Blade, but representing both sides of the rivalry. First up, we've got Kyle Rowland, who covers the Rockets for the Toledo Blade. Thanks for joining us. So Toledo had a disappointing loss at Buffalo 2 weeks ago, and then this past week had a nice bounce back win at NIU. What were the players and coaches saying about what the keys were to that win and how they felt about the game?
Yeah, I mean, I guess defense obviously was the key. 13-6, pretty ugly game. I think combined 13 punts and 8 turnovers on down. Just some stats you're not really used to seeing. But offensively, I mean, Toledo didn't turn the ball over, so that was huge. They converted the only touchdown of the game, which was a huge difference. Their kicking game seems to be pretty good. Dylan Kunanen has not missed a field goal since the opener. But I thought the defense was just unbelievable. I mean, NIU got some rush yards, but all in all, I thought it was a great, bounce back in terms of after Buffalo had torched them running the ball. So I thought it kind of went how I predicted. I mean, there was no reason to really think Toledo would win. Statistically, NIU was the more impressive team, but it just kind of felt like Toledo would win an ugly game, and they did.
They definitely did. What I thought, if I remember correctly, when you were on our show last week, you were talking about you were kind of expecting the bounce back game from the defense, and that's exactly what they did. And then, so I thought that was impressive. What, obviously, Tucker Leeson missed a game, and there's some other injuries too. What, if anything, do you know about the status of Tucker and some other guys?
Yeah, I mean, I would think Gleason will play this week. I mean, number one, he was available for interviews on Monday. I thought that was just kind of an interesting thing. I mean, maybe it's misdirection, who knows? But it just didn't seem like whatever happened against Buffalo is something that's going to keep him out for a considerable amount of time. I would expect him to start. I mean, I'm kind of going into it envisioning he'll start. I think they need to get Jacquez Stewart back. I mean, he was questionable on Saturday. Obviously, wasn't in there, didn't get any carries in the run game. I still think they need him just for the aspect of, he can break one. I mean, he's just got that speed and elusiveness. I mean, he can catch the ball well out of the backfield. I mean, he's the one who had the game-winning touchdown against Bowling Green last year. So I just think he's an added element that helps Toledo's offense. Other than that, I mean, I think they're pretty solid. I mean, the offensive line on Pro Football Focus graded out really well last week. No, they didn't run the ball like unbelievably well or whatever, but I mean, Savon Clark and Connor Walzak both averaged over 4 yards a carry, which is a good number. I thought that the line was solid, the running back. I mean, everything was just kind of good enough for them to win. I mean, they need offense against Bowling Green. I don't think this is going to be an ugly, defensive slugfest like last week. So they need all hands on deck. They need to be able to throw the ball. We'll see.
Gotcha. Did Gleason say anything about his injury and his media availability, or he kind of kept it close to the vest?
Yeah, I mean, just getting better every day. Same stuff guys always say.
Yeah. Kind of a specific question for you. Early in the game, I think you mentioned the turnovers on downs for both teams in the NIU game. Did Jason Candle say anything about, I think Toledo had it like around the 25-yard line and elected to go for it rather than kick a field goal early in the game. Did he say anything about that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you're mentioning the at the end of the first quarter.
Yeah.
I mean, Toledo had a huge win behind them. The first quarter ends on fourth down. Then they're going directly into the wind. And I asked him about it because at the time I was like, what are they doing? Like, why? And he said the previous play ended with 2 seconds left and it should have been fine, but the clock kept running and it ran out. He mentioned it to the officials and obviously nothing happened. So that's kind of why that happened, because it was a weird thing because it was like 4th and 6 or 7. I think.
Right.
And it really didn't make much sense. So he's blaming the clock for it. But yeah, I mean, they definitely were going to kick a field goal if they were going the opposite direction.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Okay. So spinning forward this week, I know that this is a huge game for both teams, obviously, both for this year, but then every year for the rivalry. And then 2 years ago in 2022, Bowling Green pulled the shocker at the Glass Bowl with that big pass play late in the game. What does this game mean to the Rockets on a macro level to beat Bowling Green?
Yeah, I'll answer this both ways, honestly, because I was talking to this with one of our other writers the other day. I mean, I think this is a massive game on Saturday, and I think it's a massive game just kind of for both programs, more so Bowling Green, but a little bit Toledo. I mean, it's essentially an elimination game for the MAC title game, I would say. I mean, you're going to have 2 losses, and you're going to not have the tiebreaker against one of your teams that's, main competition. So I think the loser's basically out. So it's huge for that. It's huge for the rivalry. I mean, you always want to, beat your rival. It's a huge game for the area and everything. You deal with Bowling Green and Toledo people every day of your life when you live here. I mean, you see them at the grocery store, you see them at the bank, you probably work with graduates of both schools. So it's just like omnipresent every day. So you always want those bragging rights. And then, going forward, I mean, for Bowling Green, I think this is the biggest game of the Scott Loeffler era. I mean, it's year 6. This was kind of the year everything was set up for you. They were kind of a trendy pick to make the MAC title game and even win the MAC. Brought back a lot. I mean, they have a really good team. They almost beat Texas A&M and Penn State. And then if you lose this game, and you're already basically out of the MAC race. I think they'd have 5 losses overall. I mean, it's just like, if that's happening in year 6, I mean, what exactly is the future of the program? And then for Toledo, I mean, to beat Mississippi State and have all the excitement, you've gone to the MAC title game the last 2 years, you won 11 games last year, and to have 3 losses now in October after, that great win over Mississippi State, I think would be incredibly disappointing for them. So I think there's just a lot on the line for both teams.
Definitely. And I know, until 2022, Toledo had really owned the rivalry in recent years. BG pulls the upset at Toledo in 2022. Toledo gets revenge last year. Is there an element of, like in the Michigan State rivalry, you've got the little brother thing. Is there an element of that? Is there that sort of dynamic between Toledo and BG?
I don't think there's necessarily a little brother element, but there's definitely, I mean, Toledo's the city, Bowling Green's, more rural. So you kind of have that a little bit. Lucas County, where Toledo is, the big city or whatever you want to say. And it's the opposite in Wood County. But I think it's a mostly friendly rivalry. Like, do have coaches, throughout the history of the rivalry not liked the other school? Like, yeah, obviously. But I mean, amongst fans, I mean, these people are your neighbors. I mean, it's definitely not as hostile maybe as Ohio State, Michigan, which is another huge thing in this area. But it definitely, I mean, it's a massive, massive deal. And when Toledo and Bowling Green play, I mean, it's the single biggest, event on the sports calendar in Northwest Ohio. And it's on a Saturday this year. The weather is going to be unbelievable. I think it's going to be an all-time kind of tailgating pregame scene on Saturday this week at Toledo. It's going to be a sellout. I mean, I think it's going to be awesome. You talk about like the little brother element. I don't think that exists, but I do think I don't know if it's become psychological yet. Maybe if Bowling Green won this year, it could be. But I mean, Scott Loeffler absolutely has Bowling Green ready to play against Toledo every year. And they generally do not have as much talent. They haven't been near as good. I mean, twice he has won as a double-digit underdog over Toledo. He's beaten Minnesota. He's beaten Georgia Tech. He almost beat Penn State and A&M this year. The only other problem that he has is his team plays down to competition a lot too, which I think can be frustrating, for their fan base or whatnot. But I have no doubt that Bowling Green is going to come in and play one of, if not their best game of the season. That's just kind of how they've been under Loeffler.
Once again, great stuff as always from Kyle. He's such a gem, and we're so fortunate. Exactly, we're so fortunate to have him join us, and Rockets fans are fortunate to have him covering their favorite team. Next up, we've got Michael Burwell, who again works for the Toledo Blade but covers Bowling Green, and this is his first time on the show, and we're excited to have him. You briefly mentioned injuries. Are there any key injuries heading into this game that you're aware of with Toledo?
There's a few. It's going to be interesting to see the wide receiver core. Malcolm Johnson Jr. had a great touchdown catch against Kent State. He left that game with an injury. We'll see if he comes back. A couple other wide receivers. Finn Hogan was out. RJ Garcia II, transfer from Kansas State. He's been out all year, but he seems to be close to coming back. If BG can get any of those 3 receivers back, that's going to be enormous for them, because they're kind of thin at the wide receiver position to begin with. They've been beat up all year. I think only half of the wide receivers on the roster are even healthy at this point. So any of those 3 coming back this week would be big. Coach Scott Loeffler basically said we'll find out on Saturday if they play. But I think for the most part that's the biggest injury concerns. They got back tackle Nick Reimer last week. He missed the previous 3 games with an injury, and that was big because the offensive line, the starting 5, there's really, really good camaraderie with them. I mean, they're huge. They average like 6'6", 314 a person. So him coming back was pretty big. I don't believe they have too many other injury issues, but it is going to be interesting to see about the wide receiver core if any of those three guys can come back.
Gotcha. Okay. Talk about this rivalry a little bit. Really big for both sides, and I know that 2022 win at Toledo at night in the snow when it's snowing sideways, and to pull out the last minute win like that had to have been one of the a career highlight for a lot of these guys. To me, from the way from the outside looking in, seemed like that might have been one that kind of got the players and coaches over the hump in terms of thinking like this is all paying off. Everything we're doing is paying off. Where do you think that, like, how big of a game is this? This is obviously a big game for conference standings this year, but how big is this rivalry on a macro level for the BG program?
Yeah, I mean, it's enormous. I mean, every year, I mean, this game is always circled on the calendar. I mean, it means so much to Northwest Ohio. I mean, the Toledo and Bowling Green communities. I mean, even last year, the game was at Bowling Green and obviously on a weeknight during MACtion, and that stadium was packed. I mean, and it wasn't great weather. I mean, it wasn't snowing, but it wasn't that good of weather. And I mean, just the communities care so much about this game. And I mean, I know BG, they care deeply about this game, and as does Toledo. I mean, both sides. I mean, this is it for them. This is, there's a lot that they want to accomplish in the year, like during the season, but winning this game means everything to them. And given just the league implications right now, obviously the standings are so kind of congested right now towards the top. Both of these teams are 2-1 in the league. Honestly, this loss could do it. If whoever loses this game, it may knock them out of the MAC championship. So along with the rivalry aspect of it, just the fact that it means so much in the league standings now is pretty significant.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing what Scott Leffler and his staff have built there. I know I've been scouting BG since before that staff took over, and just to see the difference in the level of talent and just the on-field product, it's night and day. It's really impressive what they've done, win or lose this week. And so talk about so obviously you can't talk too long about the Falcons without bringing up Harold Fannin Jr. He's had an amazing season, unbelievable season, and that's an understatement. An absolute difference maker in every sense of the word. How did they get him? Like, what was his recruitment like, and who were they battling for him, and how did that work?
Yeah, so to be honest, early in his high school career, he was getting some looks from, not really sure what level, but he was definitely getting some looks. And then I talked to his high school coach recently for a story, and he just kind of mentioned he was one of those COVID kids that kind of got caught up as far as academics. I think he got a little bit behind. I think maybe that scared some teams away or scared some schools away. Not completely sure, but Bowling Green was either his only offer or one of only a couple offers that he received, which is, he didn't get an offer till I think late in his senior year. I know he didn't commit until late in his senior year, but he came from Canton McKinley High School. He was a superstar there. The coach and Scott Leffler had a really good relationship. Scott Leffler is from the area. And basically the high school coach was just like, listen, you can't miss on this guy, and just, give him a chance. And Harold stepped right in as a freshman and had 4 rushing touchdowns, which is unbelievable. And then last year, first team All-MAC as a sophomore. And it's just every week this year, there's a highlight reel catch. He makes the most mind-boggling catches, and it's weekly. And he's doing this not only against, MAC schools, he's doing this against the best defenses in the country in the toughest environments. He torched Penn State and Texas A&M in back-to-back games. I think close to 300 combined receiving yards, 19 catches, 2 touchdowns between the 2 games. So it's an interesting story. I know, he wasn't really highly recruited late in his high school career, and BG gave him a late offer, and he committed there. And he's pretty loyal to the Falcons. Obviously, he stayed this year, and I mean it's paying off for him and the team for sure.
Great stuff from Michael there. Loved what he was able to share with us about Harold Fannin Jr.'s recruitment. I thought that was really interesting. And now we are going to analyze this game. This is such a good matchup. And first, I'm going to talk about just Bowling Green's kind of their strengths and weaknesses on both sides of the ball. And then we'll get into Toledo, and then we'll see how these teams match up here. For BG, open conference, obviously you had the two close, tough losses to Texas A&M and Penn State. And then open conference play with a close win over Akron. Lose a disappointing one at home to Northern Illinois, and then bounce back with a win over Kent State. So where this team is, I think they're still kind of trying to find themselves. Who are we? I think that BG sees themselves as MAC title contenders, and I think most people would agree with that. But this is the first, after the disappointment, this is the first conference game since the disappointing loss to NIU where BG has a chance to prove that in the conference. And to be able to do that against Toledo, and 2 years ago, Bowling Green had a huge win late in the game at Toledo. It was a night game. It was a matching game. It was snowing sideways. And it was one of those classic wins for the Falcons.
Yeah.
And this is, kind of returning to the scene of the crime. Let's see if BG can get it again this year.
Looks like we've come to the end of another show. And if you're not a MAC Yard Brawler or in the Brawlers Club, you can't get any of the rest of the show. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the opportunity to join today. If you're not part of the club, join today, and you can actually get the rest of the show where we go over all of the action in the MACtion. All of it. 11-2 so far, the last couple of weeks. And you're going to want to have this information if you don't have it. Otherwise, we'll see you next week. For Todd, I'm Spence. Special thanks to both Michael Burwell and Kyle Rowland, and really the Toledo Blade for loaning those guys out to us for this show. Thank you for another episode of the MAC Yard Brawl. We'll see you next week.
Something in your wildest dreams, straight out of a magazine. You show up and kill the scene. I got what you want, I got what you need. We're moving and don't look back. So quickly it just might crash. We kill it like a heart attack. We got what you want, we got what you need. Let's go. I'm talking out of control. You're coming with me, 'cause we bring the party. Let's go. I'm talking out of control. We got the best show. You're coming with me, 'cause we bring the party.
All right. All right.
Welcome to the MAC Yard Brawl, your one-stop shop for everything related to MAC football. I'm Todd Worley, and with me is Memphis Spence. We've got an awesome show on deck for you today. We're changing it up a little bit this week. We're with MACtion is set to begin. Many of the teams in the MAC have a kind of a mini bye this week, and so because they don't play till the middle of next week. And so what we're doing is we're going to go around the MAC, and we're going to have in-depth interviews we've got 7 of the 12 MAC teams represented by their beat writer here today. So we're really excited to share all that information with you. First things first, though, we're going to go with this week's MAC Yard Brawler of the Week is going to go to Bowling Green cornerback Jordan Oladokin. Obviously, everyone knows the Falcons had a huge win at Toledo, not only for the conference championship race, but also just that I-75 rivalry. So then in the game, late in the first half, Toledo's driving with a chance to go back on top, heading into the locker room. Instead, Jordan Oladokin had different plans. He had the 61-yard pick six to put BG up by 2 scores. It had another interception in the game as well. So the best players play the best in the biggest games, and that's exactly what he did against Toledo. Congratulations to Jordan.
Big time, man. Big time. I'm glad to see that guy. I love to see defensive guys get the player of the week because, I'm a defensive guy, and I love to see defensive guys get player of the week.
That was huge. That was absolutely huge for them, and he earned it, man. Really earned it.
Yes.
We're going to get into – it's time, man. Let's get after this. Let's do – so we've got, like we said, 7 of the 12 teams represented here. Up first is Toledo. So we've got Kyle Rowland from the Toledo Blade that's going to talk to us about the Rockets.
Yeah, let's start it off right with Kyle. Let's do it.
Let's talk about the showdown at the Glass Bowl. Toledo lost a tough one to Bowling Green. What were some of your main takeaways coming out of that game?
Number one, the pick six, obviously I thought was the biggest play of the game. I mean, it seemed like Toledo was driving to maybe take the lead. Instead, they throw a pick six and they go from down 1 score to 2 scores. They did respond with a field goal then right before halftime. But I don't know. Pick sixes, blocked punts are just so incredibly difficult to overcome in games. The win percentage for teams that get those plays is super high. I believe it's in the 90%. But I mean, turnovers, they had another interception, 8 turnovers in their 3 losses. I mean, that's the huge story, I would say. I mean, if Toledo protects the ball, they win. If they don't, they lose. So, I mean, going forward, if they can avoid that, I still think they can win out. Not an overly difficult schedule. I'd say Eastern Michigan's their toughest remaining game. If they win out, I mean, I kind of think it's 50-50 making the MAC championship game. Just the MAC's just complete chaos, I would say, so far. Western Michigan's undefeated, so they're sitting pretty, I would say. But other than that, I mean, who knows? Miami and BG each have 1 loss. But I still think Toledo's got a lot to play for. 9-3, 8-4, I think would be a pretty solid season, considering, entering the year. I mean, they lost 14 starters. They lost the entire offensive line. Quinyon Mitchell, a first-round draft pick. Penny Boone, DeQuan Fenn. I mean, those are massive losses. I think all of us maybe fell victim to the excitement and the potential after the Mississippi State game. But in reality, I mean, I think 9-3 and 8-4 isn't bad when you consider everything they lost coming into the season.
It's a really good point. Really good point. What were the players and coaches saying about how they felt they played, or what were were they pointing to the turnovers too, or what were they saying prevented them from winning that game?
Yeah, I mean, definitely turnovers. I mean, everyone kind of knows. I mean, Tucker Gleason especially. I think he's been good. There's a small segment of the fan base, I guess, that wants John Allen Richter to play, and I think he's fine, but I don't think Gleason has shown that he should not be playing. I mean, he's putting up great numbers. I mean, I know he's had some turnovers, but I mean, he's got 15 touchdown passes. They moved the ball pretty well. I mean, most of that game, even with a run game that was, I don't know, I guess better, but still not great, especially considering Bowling Green's rush defense isn't outstanding. But I would say the overall theme, just massive disappointment. It's not your normal loss. This isn't a loss to Ball State or Eastern Michigan or whatever. I mean, losing to your rival, getting beat by 2 touchdowns at home. It's the second straight time they've lost to Bowling Green in Toledo. So huge disappointment, but you got to get over it because, a week later you have another tough game, Eastern Michigan, physical team. It's not going to be easy on the road up there.
Yeah, let's get into that. What do you think the keys are to the Rockets pulling out of the win and bouncing back?
I mean, I think I think this game will be higher scoring, and when I say higher scoring, I mean like in the 20s than the Northern Illinois game. I mean, anything would be higher scoring than that. But kind of similar. I mean, I think it'll be not the prettiest game. I mean, Eastern does a great job of kind of mucking things up. They create a lot of turnovers. That's kind of been a theme under Chris Creighton his whole time there. So that right there, I guess, is an issue for Toledo. I would say Toledo is a slightly better team. I know they're favored by a little over a touchdown. It's a game you should win. If they win, it will follow the trend of win, loss, which they're on right now. I mean, they haven't had a winning streak since September now. So it's definitely one of those kind of get right games. I would expect Gleason to play well. I mean, Jawan Newton right now, nationally, he should be being talked about, I think. I mean, he's second most touchdown catches in the country. Just every week, he doesn't just play well. He has like a career game. He's had his career high receiving yards now 3 times this season. I just can't say enough about the guy. I don't know if eventually Toledo's going to establish a run game at some point this season. I mean, still really has not happened, and we're into November now. So I don't know if you just can't rely on it. But I expect the defensive line to apply some pressure. I think Eastern Michigan is vulnerable in that area. And this is a game where they can, really get some pressure on Cole Snyder, the Buffalo transfer quarterback, and maybe create some havoc.
Okay. Switching gears for a moment, what can you share with us about Toledo potentially making the move to the Mountain West Conference?
I mean, not a whole lot. I know it's still being kind of talked about. Brett McMurphy continues to kind of float it out there that there's discussions. I mean, everything I've heard is it's not overly serious from Toledo's standpoint. I think it's good for them to have leverage on the MAC. It's good to have their name out there. Anytime you can be involved in potentially, making your entire athletic department better, bringing more money in, enhancing the football program, I think it's a good thing. But I would be very surprised if that ended up happening. I kind of think there's a better chance of Northern leaving. But it almost seems like it needs to be a package deal, that it'd be difficult for one of them to go without the other.
Gotcha. What has been your sense among the fan base? Do most of the fans want to move, or do most of the fans want to stay, or what?
Yeah, split. They've just been in the MAC for so long, and the MAC's been so stable, and you obviously have history and things with the teams you're playing regionally. You can drive to any game. But if they're going to get a significantly better TV deal, and fans think that money can be a game changer for the program, I don't necessarily think they would hate it. I think it would take some getting used to, and I think they would have to be successful if they moved, obviously. If they moved and left everything behind and then the program struggled, I think that would be a pretty bad thing for the fans. But I don't think Toledo would be out of place in the rebuilt Mountain West. I think the travel would undoubtedly be difficult. It obviously would work both ways. It would not be easy for, Wyoming and whoever to come to Toledo. But Toledo's the consistency of the program. They've played some of these teams out of conference. They've won some, they've lost some. So I don't think they would struggle if they moved.
Right. Yeah. Jason Candle's shown that he can build a sustainable winner from year to year. So absolutely. Great. Let's get you out of here on this. Where can our viewers find your work?
Yeah. ToledoBlade.com. And then I'm on Twitter at Kyle Rowland. Just spell my name out. KYLEROWLAND.
Great stuff from
Great.
It is
fantastic. Yeah.
Exactly. Great stuff from him as always. And I really do think Toledo's still in this race. If the Rockets win out, I think they're very much in the race to get to Detroit still. So it's going to be interesting
Yeah.
to see how they can bounce back from the tough loss and if they can play well down the stretch. Up next, speaking of a team that's playing well right now, up next we've got Cade Hampton, who covers the Ball State football program for the Star Press. And Ball State has won 2 MAC games in a row, including a big win at home over NIU. So really big win for the Cardinals over NIU this week. And then before that, there was a narrow loss to Vandy and then the win against Kent State. So things have, Ball State's won 2 straight MAC games. Talk about the vibe within the program right now.
Yeah, I mean, the vibe is it doesn't really seem like it has shifted very much from the start of the season. I think this team kind of knew they were right there. I mean, you look at their first couple of MAC games, they lost. It came down to the last couple of plays against both Central and Western Michigan. So I feel like this team kind of knew they were right there on the cusp of figuring some things out. And then these last 3 games, like you said, winning the last 2 MAC games and then the close one against Vanderbilt, I think that has done a lot for their confidence, and they just seem to kind of be putting some things together, and just they're continuing to attack everything the way that they've been all season. And a lot of things are just coming together for them now, and they're just really meshing, especially on the defensive side of the ball.
Gotcha. I was just going to ask you that. Who are some of the key standouts right now on the offensive and defensive side of the ball for Ball State?
Yeah, I mean, I would say on offense, it's tight end Tanner Koziol. He is the team's leading receiver. He's having a pretty historic season for the tight end position at Ball State. I think if he keeps his current pace, he might break most of the tight end receiving records at Ball State. And, if it wasn't for Harold Fannin balling out at Bowling Green this year, he would probably be the first team All-MAC tight end. But I know Fannin probably is the lock for that spot. But also on offense, Caden Samanza has really impressed me this year at quarterback. He's a young guy, redshirt freshman that they played for, I think, first 3 games or so last year, and then decided to redshirt him. And the offense has really taken a step forward from last year with him at the helm. And then Braden Sloan out of the backfield has also been a pretty key standout player. He's the workhorse back, gets a lot of receiving look, lots of early down, short yardage work. But they've also mixed in Vaughn Pemberton in the backfield a little bit more lately than they have been all season. So
good. That's impressive to see a team stay together like this. I like seeing that. Big one. So obviously Tuesday night, November 5th, Miami comes to town. Miami is very much in contention for the MAC title. Ball State has another opportunity to take down a contender, the conference. And then what do you see as the keys to getting another big win at home?
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as the offense continues playing the way they are, that they can hang with anybody in this conference. I mean, with Samanza and Cozy all clicking, and then the rest of the receivers in that room, Justin Bowick being back has really helped. And then you also got Cam Pickett, Kean Magwood. As long as the offense, everybody's doing their job, they can hang around with anybody. And then for the defense, they just need to, continue to make those improvements that they've been making, continue to stop the run, which they've been doing very well lately. And then they also need to continue to force some turnovers. If they can force some turnovers and get some momentum on their side, that was another, big thing that the defense, I think, was missing early on. And then, this past game against NIU, I think it was technically a +4 turnover margin, but one of them was like a fumble recovery on NIU's very last lateral desperation type play. So, but still three really crucial turnovers throughout that game that really just kept the momentum on their side. And I think that will be really important. But as long as the defense can, force some turnovers, big plays, and keep getting pressure on the quarterback, I think is also going to be a really important aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be a good game. I'm looking forward to it. Let's get you out of here on this. Where can our viewers find your work?
Yeah, I am online at thestarpress.com, I believe is the website. And that's me. Sports section, pretty much everything you find in the Star Press sports section regarding Ball State and Muncie High School stuff is going to be from me. So that's where I'm at.
Well, anything on social media?
Oh, yeah. Social media, Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter, is Cade Hamp 10 with the number 10 as my So it's like Cade Hamp and then 10. So that's my handle there. And then same thing on Instagram as well.
Awesome stuff from Cade there. Nice to see Ball State. There are a lot of early season struggles and then some close games. So some really tough losses. And then to get to bounce back and really get the ball rolling a little bit here late in the season, that's nice to see.
Absolutely. And Cater always brings some good information too. I love to see like young journalists in here, just, really on top of their program. I love that. Young beat writers.
Exactly. Me too.
Yeah.
Up next, we've got Eddie Carifio, who covers Northern Illinois for the Daily Chronicle, and NIU had a tough loss at Ball State. Might have eliminated the Huskies from MAC title contention, but make no mistake, this team is going to do their best to play spoiler. The rest of the way, they still have games against Western Michigan and Miami of Ohio. So let's see what Eddie has to say. How are you, Eddie?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, man?
We're excited to be here and to have you on with us. And that beard is plump today, man. I like the look.
Yeah, no, it's having a day, I think. I don't know.
For sure. Let's get to it. So NIU had a big win at Bowling Green. In the last 2 weeks, there have been close losses to Toledo, then Ball State. What happened in the Ball State game?
Wish I could tell you, and I was there, and it was this NIU team has been impossible to figure out all year, and it's a game on paper that they should have won. They were 12-point favorites, and if you look at it, they probably should have been more, given Ball State's weaknesses and NIU's strengths. They were back mostly at full strength. Ontario Brown was available, and they can't move the ball. They don't stop the ball at the least opportune times. And, they celebrate like they're going to win this sucker with 17 seconds left. And then Ball State's like, hold my beer. And their freshman kicker makes a third field goal of 47 or more yards as time expires. So crazy game. The short answer is I have no flipping idea what happened.
So that had to have been a gut punch loss in the sense that you're trying to. I know all these vets on this NIU roster, they see themselves as contenders for the MAC championship, and this was a game they had to get. What was the reaction among the players and Coach Hammock after the game?
Yeah, well, saw themselves as MAC contenders because Hammock just flat out said, "Yeah, the MAC is gone now." So, and at 3 losses, he's right. I mean, you're not gonna in the old division format. Maybe you'd have a chance of getting in if everyone beat each other up, but that's just I don't think going to happen in this new format. Even 2 losses was probably a little bit of a stretch, but yeah, no, the MAC's not happening at this point. They're just playing for the seniors, playing to extend the season for a bowl game is just pretty much the consensus out of that locker room after that loss.
Mm-hmm. Look at the schedule. There's still 2 really big opportunities to kind of play spoiler. You've got the upcoming game at Western Michigan. Then in 3 weeks, you've got traveling to Oxford to take on Miami. And both those teams are close to the top of this. Western Michigan leads the MAC, and Miami has 1 loss right behind them. Do you see, from the outside looking in, I could see this NIU roster really trying to come together and say, hey, guys, let's play spoiler. Let's have some huge wins to close the season out. Do you see them kind of galvanizing and playing well down the stretch?
Yeah, absolutely. Because this team always does what you don't expect them to do. So now everyone's counted them out. Everyone, I assume there's rumors, Notre Dame was a fluke, even though that is the NIU game. Just the kicker missed the kick as opposed to the Ball State freshman making the kick. I mean, that's how NIU plays games. They play 1-score games, whether you're a team that's going to make the playoffs or a Ball State team that's going to win 4 games. They play you to a 1-score game and hope for the best at the end. And that works in their favor usually. So I think, you'll see them, like you said, galvanized behind, playing spoiler. I think, they have, I think they get the Western game. I think they got a good chance against Miami.
I don't think anyone would be shocked to see NIU go on the road to Kalamazoo and get the W there. I think I could absolutely see them playing their best game of the year in that game. Wouldn't be surprised at all. So with so many, spinning ahead a bit to the offseason, I'm just curious. with so many seniors on the roster, what sense have you gotten in terms of how NIU feels the recruiting efforts are going for next year's roster?
Yeah, I don't know what coach isn't going to say it, but Hammock absolutely loves the depth that they have. You started seeing some players get some playing time. Lord, I should have written his name down. There's a running back who got his first carries against Ball State, kind of backing up. No, but he got like 2 or 3 carries kind of behind Williams in that kind of Jalen Poe row since Poe's been hurt. He got the couple behind Williams and Brown. Hammock goes on and on about the depth in the running back room, even though we don't usually see it. This was the first, glimpse we saw past those top 3 guys. So that's there. And he loves the depth on this team. And so we'll, like you said, there's a lot of seniors. When you have the most seniors in an experienced team, that means there's going to be some losses coming. But, Hammock views this as a developmental program. He doesn't view the portal as their number one source of bringing in players. Number one source of how they lose players, just like anybody else. But, I think we've talked about this, that they mitigate that fairly well. And, hopefully that for them, that trend continues. Obviously, a bowl game will be very helpful toward that end. Obviously, getting some wins and causing some havoc against Western Michigan and Miami, closing out 4-0, 3-1 would help retain the players they have, keep them from getting into that portal, especially the key ones you feel that are the future of the team. So that's probably the biggest thing this team's playing for right now, is to prove that this team has talent and can be competitive next year.
Of course. Switching gears, what can you share with us about the potential of NIU moving to the Mountain West Conference in the future?
It seems like something like that would have happened. I'm surprised the movement kind of stalled out on that, especially after the Mountain West got up to 8 teams. It kind of seemed that was going to be the piece to the puzzle that would bring in whatever their next move was for some football-only teams to pad things out. Obviously, it's radio silence. It's funny because they just had their winter sports media day, and I know at a lot of their media days, their athletic director Sean Frazier speaks, and he was unavailable on at the media day. So they are obviously it's radio silence from the school. I like the move as a football-only thing. I can't see the downside from NIU's standpoint. I know travel is one of the big things that gets brought up, but you're talking 4 games, and then you just play closer to home for your non-conference games, and with the money increase, you don't necessarily need to go chasing a big paycheck in North Carolina or whatever. You can try to chase the big paycheck, from Wisconsin or something. So I think it's a great move. I think it also opens up the other sports to maybe look at a different conference there, something where they could be a little more competitive, something like, one of the valleys or, something like that. I think it's a good move, but I'm sure the chances of it happening are somewhere between none and none.
So you don't think it's actually going to happen?
I get the feeling it's just a lot of talk and nothing ends up coming from it. I mean, I'm famously wrong on a lot of this stuff, so we'll see. But my sense is as fun as it is to talk about and game out scenarios, I don't think it happens. I think that they stay in the MAC.
I got you. Has Coach Hammock been asked about that, and if so, what has been his response?
That has not come up. We have not asked him about it. I haven't asked him about it. It's one of those things as a beat writer where you kind of know the answer that you're going to get. You still kind of usually ask those questions, but honestly, I burn that capital on injuries and stuff, so I don't want to, double burn stuff on, on that as well. for something we know that he has no control over, really, when it comes right down to it. I mean, I think NIU, it's really in the Mountain West's hands, to be honest. I mean, obviously NIU says yes or no. But that's I think a decision that extends beyond football.
Of course. I'm sure even if Coach Hammock knew and had control, he still wouldn't say anything about it. So you're not getting
absolutely.
Right.
So I hate not asking because you're going to get the answer. But like I said, I burn up asking about other stuff that I don't need to, really poke the bear.
Yeah.
Even more than after the 12 times I've already poked them.
Right. Back to this upcoming Western Michigan game. Actually, now that you mentioned it, any key injuries on NIU's part that you're aware of?
They see they're going to have their press conference Thursday, so usually that gives some insight. Obviously, they're tight-lipped about what's going on, but it seems that they're healthy. Brown was back taking full snaps. Rudolph was back taking full snaps. I'm pretty sure the line was back at full strength. There were a couple of players that went down here and there, but I think they're, for as good as could be expected at this point of the season.
Good. Awesome. Let's get you out of here on this. Where can our viewers find your work?
We're at daily-chronicle.com. You can also check out on Twitter at HuskyWire and at DDC Eddie Correa.
Great stuff.
I love it.
Yes, that beard is legendary. And this game at NIU at Western Michigan, just have to think that the NIU players, if they lose the game, I'd be surprised if they don't at least play really well, even if come out with a loss. Just I think they're going to see this as their chance to kind of get some redemption on the season and spoil another team's MAC championship aspirations. Up next, we've got Rachel Lindsay from the Buffalo News. The Bulls had a unexpectedly lopsided loss at Ohio University, and then but looking to bounce back this week against Akron. It's been an interesting last 3 weeks for the Buffalo program. The big win against Toledo, then the narrow loss against Western Michigan, and then what happened in Athens last week.
Athens, UB is just jinxed in Athens. They have won one game there since 1997. There was the year 2008 was their last win. And just one of these, UB could not flip the field at all. They were up 10-7, I believe, after Messiah Birch's touchdown. And then Parker Navarro, Ohio's quarterback, just found his touch. Ohio was able to produce, big game, explosive plays. They were able to open the field up as well. And they really took advantage of UB's past defense, which is kind of been a question mark, over the last few games as well, too. And when UB got the ball, it was the complete opposite. They just went backwards. They couldn't produce because the running game, even though it was productive, it was not lengthy productive. One thing I was looking at the statistics, they had a lot of negative plays on offense, especially in the run game, which forced them to put more pressure on CJ Advana to throw the ball. And he had a very good production, but right now, UB is looking for more balance in its offense as well. And you just can't blame the surroundings at Peden Stadium. I mean, Ohio, they're one of the traditionally strong programs in the MAC. After the game, I thought I would not be surprised to see them in Western Michigan up in Detroit at the end of the year.
They look good. Okay. What was the reaction among the coaches and players after the game for Buffalo?
Shell-shocked. I think shell-shocked is the right word to say because, they were expecting after, for lack of a better term, after being jobbed out of that fourth down call at the end of the Western Michigan game, which there's still going to be questions. I watched that happen 2 weeks ago, and I said, God, I covered JT was short when Ohio State, beat Michigan in 2016. I just had flashbacks of this again. They were ready to go. They were ready to come in. They were ready to really take control and, even and build off the momentum against Western Michigan, where it was a MACtion game on a Saturday, one of those high-scoring shootout affairs. They're ready to carry that momentum in, and Ohio again just shut them down. So a little shell-shocked, but at the same time now they're like, all right, we have to regroup. I mean, they had two opportunities to win a game, get closer to bowl eligibility, and to kind of carve their own spot in the MAC standings. I mean, it's kind of chaotic in the MAC right now if you look at it. Western Michigan's first. There are 3 or 4 teams at 3-1, 3 and 4 teams at 2-2. Never mind who's going to get one of those top 2 spots in the standings, but who's going to be bowl eligible? Are there going to be too many bowl eligible teams as well? Everybody's kind of got their fate. Every win's going to matter. I hate the cliche, but UB is now like, we've got 4 wins. I mean, I was looking up a statistic yesterday. UB is 0-9 in the last 3 Novembers, and you got to win games in November. So that's the thing. And even this weekend against Akron, that's going to be a test. Did anybody see Akron beating Eastern Michigan this weekend? I was surprised when I saw that. I mean, good for Joe Moorhead, good for the Zips, but that just really speaks to the parity, parity, of this league right now.
Great, so many great points here. So, looking back earlier in the season, Buffalo had got blown out by UConn, but then bounced back, and love the way they bounced back. And so now, you mentioned Akron, like this is probably the worst time to catch Akron. Like they finally broke through with a conference win, and you have to think they're going to be sky high and really confident. And so, how do you see Buffalo bouncing back this week after what happened in Athens?
I think what they have to do is really set the tone in that they've got to come out, whatever whoever wins the toss, they've got to come out first, set their tone, whether it's defensively or offensively. Again, string together plays. Third down has been an issue in the early part of the season. They have these third long plays. They have to manage first and second to get to those short thirds. Their third down conversions have gone up as well too. They can't be scared. They can't overlook Akron as well. They have to look for offensive balance, like I said before. Take out those negative plays. CJ Agbano was sacked 4 times in Ohio as well, which didn't help the offense's cause. So it's really about getting that fast start, not overlooking Akron, and again, not looking at the next 4 games and say we have to get things done on Saturday before we can move any further.
Of course. And then because we can, just looking ahead on paper here.
Yes.
With 2 losses, yes, there's a log jam. Obviously, Western Michigan's on the top, undefeated, and then there are 3 1-loss teams, and then some 2-loss teams also. And to me, I think 6-2, you've got a fighting chance to get to Detroit. I still think there's a lot of carnage to be had. And looking at Buffalo's schedule on paper, it's relatively favorable. You've got Akron, Ball State, Eastern Michigan, and Kent State. All 4 definitely winnable games. Do you see have you got any sense within the program of like, we're still in this thing and or are they just focused solely on Akron right now?
They're focusing on Akron, but I believe personally they're still into this team. I've covered this program for this is my 7th year covering the program. My first year was when Lance Leipold was coaching. They had been bowl eligible in 2017, weren't picked for a bowl, too many 6-win teams, not enough bowl slots. Second year, they were just very, very determined, very resourceful, very much like we set out this mission. We're going to do this. They went to Detroit. They went to the Dollar General Bowl in Mobile. And that carried, 2019, they faced a similar situation. They had quarterback Matt Myers was injured. Kyle Van Treese, who lost the starting job, came in, led them to a bowl bid, led them to a win at the Bahamas Bowl. 2020, they ran the table in the MAC. Then Lance left to go to Kansas. And I'll get into a point, so bear with me. One of the things I've seen over the last 3 seasons under Maurice Linguist, and this is no disrespect to Maurice at all, but it was a different attitude in this team. There were times I'd watch the team the last couple of years and they'd be down, double digits at halftime, and they'd cash it in. I don't see that out of this year's team. And I think the Western Michigan and Toledo games are the best example of that. I mean, I picked Toledo to beat UB, but I keep forgetting Toledo does not do well here in Buffalo. They do great at the Glass Bowl, but not here. And even against Western Michigan, they were down, I think, 35-17, came back to rally to tie the game, as well, and made that into one of those action shootouts. So the attitude is very different. This team knows, when we're down, we're not down for good. We have the ability to come back. And now what they have to do is do that and finish these games as well. And it's not just finishing. Finishing is about building habits, completing things in practice, the little things that you have to do, the boring things that kind of like are rote, but they pay off in a game. What's the 10,000 hours, the practice and you get it done thing. But I'm seeing a lot more of a difference. And Pete Lembo's really instilled a faith that he believes in these guys. So everybody else has to believe in each other as well too. And that's not the difficult part. It's just they're in a very, very competitive league. Again, who saw Akron beating Eastern Michigan and Cole Snyder, who used to play at UB? I think is one of the most talented quarterbacks in this conference.
Such a big win and definitely a shocker for the Zips to pull that one off. Let's get you out of here on this. Where can our viewers find your work?
Okay, you can find me on Instagram at @rlenzy reporter, on Twitter, Rachel M. Lenzy. You can also find me at buffalonews.com. Go to the college page, and all of our coverage of University of Buffalo football will be on there. And I'll be at Akron this weekend covering, I think it's going to be a pretty exciting game.
It's possibly the best press box in the MAC, by the way.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I love that place. Love that place.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you so much for joining us.
Right.
We always appreciate having you on.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
she's the queen. She's the queen of Buffalo.
she's really good. She's really good. And you look back early in the season, Buffalo had a head scratcher when they got blown out by UConn, but then they bounced back and played really well the next week. And so it's going to be interesting to see how the Bulls bounce back after that tough loss at Ohio.
Yeah.
Speaking of who the Bulls will be playing, they're going to be playing the Akron Zips, and we've got Drew Bailey joining us. He is a sports director that covers the Zips for WZIP-FM, and awesome to see Akron get off the schneid and get a conference win.
Finally, let's do it.
It had been a tough season for the Zips, and then but they finally broke through with a big win over Eastern Michigan, and that had to have been such a huge relief and joy for the players and coaches, I would imagine. What was their reaction after the game?
Yeah, as you can imagine, like you said, relief. We knew we had a bye week prior to this Eastern Michigan game, and I think the mentality was like, now is the time to get a win, to improve, to make progress. If we're going to do anything good with this season or see strides in this program, now's the time to do it. So I think it was a big relief to see that we finally won one of these close games. We've been in a lot of one-score games, haven't been able to get it done a lot. So I think relief and just a confidence boost knowing that we can win one of these close battles in the MAC.
Mm-hmm. Whether it's Joe Moorhead or the players, what have they said about the way they've stuck together? Because it's been a tough season. And then you mentioned the close losses to Western Michigan and to Bowling Green. And teams can get down on themselves and lack confidence and sometimes splinter out from the inside. What was the key to them staying together and putting a good product on the field and getting this win?
Yeah, I think it's the key to staying together is just staying together, I guess, and not letting yourself get down. I think we've had a lot of games where our offense plays well or our defense plays well, but we've struggled to put together a complete game. So I think the message has been just building each other up and playing complementary football. And I think we were finally able to do that to the highest level we've seen this season, which got us the win one.
Okay, so Drew, talk to us about who are some of the key standouts on both sides of the ball in Akron's win over Eastern Michigan.
Yeah, on the offensive end, I think you got to start with Jordan Simmons. I think he had 105 rushing yards. And the rushing attack, the running game is something that's struggled for most of the season, struggled against Ohio to open MAC play. But that's something that's improved over the last few weeks. Again, Jordan Simmons had over 100 yards. Charles Kellum is kind of the second back. I think he had 55, 56 yards. And Taj Bullock, the backup quarterback, but he's been so much more for Akron than just the backup quarterback. 2 rushing touchdowns against Western a couple weeks ago. He also had 2 rushing touchdowns against Eastern Michigan this week, both in the first half. He's kind of become the Swiss Army knife, comes in third downs, goal line situations. You don't know if he's going to throw it, but yeah, Taj has been huge for us. And then on the defense, I think CJ Nunnally is probably the guy you have to look to. He had 11 tackles, I think, in that one. Bruno Dahl's another guy, defensive lineman, has been active and has been improving throughout the season. I think he had a sack in this one. But our defensive front played really well in this one for the most part.
Good. So the Zips Buffalo comes to town this week, and moving forward, I would imagine this had to have been a huge boost of confidence to get the win over Eastern Michigan. How do you see this team playing the rest of the season down the stretch?
I think this win against Eastern Michigan, understandably so, is just a big jolt of energy now that we're into action. I think we just needed this to kind of reassure ourselves that we can compete in these close MAC games and we can compete against these other schools in the conference. I think Eastern was 5-2 coming into the game, and we got the win. But yeah, we're home again against Buffalo, And I mean, technically, we're still bowl eligible. I don't know. We're obviously trying to take it week by week, but I'm sure that's something that's on the team's mind. So I think we're confident right now, especially coming off that win against Eastern. Buffalo just lost to Ohio, so I think we're looking to be back in front of our home fans and get another win MAC play.
Yeah, this is the worst time to catch the Zips right now, coming off a big win, and they've got to be super confident and with things clicking. That's awesome. Okay. How is Akron on both sides of the ball injury wise?
I think defense is pretty good. I think Lama Lavea is questionable. I'm not sure what his injury is on the defensive line, but I think he's good to play. The big story on offense the whole year has still been Alex Adams, who was our leading receiver a couple years ago. He hasn't played the entire year. It sounds like, from what I understand, it was a leg injury where he was supposed to come back against Colgate earlier in the season, had a setback, and every week he's questionable is the answer that we get, and it just seems like I don't know what the deal is, but he's not coming back. Ben Finley, I don't know what his injury was, but he kind of I don't know if he got the wind knocked out of him or he was just beat up at the end of that Eastern Michigan game. He came out, talked to Coach Moorhead about that, said Ben met with the trainers and he'll be good to go for Saturday.
Okay, I remember the Ohio State game. That kid's he's a tough kid, man.
He's been beat up on a few occasions this year for sure, but yeah, no, he's tough and wants to be out there, and yeah, for sure he'll be out there Saturday. So
good to hear that. Okay. The rest of the team sees that kid, they can gravitate towards a QB that they know he's going to give everything he's got, and so they need to do the same thing. I like that. Sure. Okay, awesome. Where can our viewers catch your work?
Yeah, I mean, you can go to our X accounts at WZIP Sports. You can follow me at brew_daily. If you flip the letters in my name, look up WZIP FM 88.1. We have an app. If you can listen to us there, you can listen on our website and check us out there.
And that's Drew's so dialed in there, and it's so impressive it's always so impressive to me when a team just has struggle after struggle after struggle after heartbreak after heartbreak. And then sometimes that can really spiral out of control for the whole season. But then to see them kind of take a stand and get that big win at home, really excited to see how the Zips can play down the stretch here and see if they can put some more wins on the board.
Yeah, and Drew, another young journalist on top of it, he was just like, and he called it out last time he was on. He's like, now's the time where they can actually, get to winning and start turning this place around. He kind of saw like a little bit of some momentum in the program. Even though they were losing, there were tiny steps that they were taking. And every time that he came on and gave a report, he would kind of show that. He was like, and he called it last time. Now's the time that they're going to actually do something. So it wasn't much of a surprise to him, even though it was a surprise to me.
Right. Yeah. Such a big win for those guys. And then speaking of teams who are on a roll, the Miami Redhawks are on fire right now. Up next, we've got Chris Vogt from the Report Ohio. And no matter what he says, I do think he is, at least unofficially, the mayor of Yager Stadium. That he knows everybody, and he's beloved there. But let's hear what he has to say. The Redhawks are on a roll, man. After the tough loss up at Toledo, Miami's reeled off 3 straight wins, all in convincing fashion. How have they done it? How have they turned it around like that?
Gosh, I'm telling you what, I saw this coming from the Redhawks just because, you have those first 3 games of the season against, Power 4 programs that sort of get you mentally ready and prepared for MAC play. And they're just getting better. I think they're understanding who they are as a team right now. You got to adjust to personnel leaving and, new guys hitting the field. But gosh, they're starting to click on all cylinders. And I think you had mentioned it prior that after that Toledo loss, it just, I don't know if it kind of woke them up to say, hey, well, if we want to compete for a MAC title, we're going to have to change some things up. And offensively, they're just looking so much better. Defensively, they've been, stellar. Nothing needs to change there. But offensively, I think is what's been most impressive the last couple of weeks. Gabbert's been looking good. All 3 running backs have been great. Davis, Brunson, and you got Tracy. Gosh, it's been really nice. So when you take all things considered, you get 3 in a row. It's hard to stray away with what's been working.
Yeah, and that receiving core is scary. That we've got, Reggie Virgil, you've got Javon Tracy and K McDonald. I mean, that's a 3-headed monster that's tough to cover.
Yeah, and that's also what's been looking nice. I think Gabbert's kind of settling down. I know that Coach Martin's kind of preached on getting timing down with everybody on the receiving core. And when you get an opportunity to make 1, 2, 3 checks down the field for your receivers, that's a nice thing for Gabbert to have. But gosh, I mean, that Javon Tracy had a fantastic one-handed catch this past week against Central Michigan, and just things like that have been going Miami's way. And gosh, it's impressive at this moment.
Of course. What have the players been saying has been the key to this turnaround in the recent win streak?
I think just getting wins under their belt has been wonderful. The morale, post-game interviews with players has been fantastic, as they should be. I mean, I wouldn't be happy with losses. But I got to mention this, is that when we're watching Chuck Martin win his 60th game at Miami, you could just see the players were just invested, and they were tuned in, and you could see the support from the players, and I think that makes a big deal. And I can't say that these wins right now are timely, but the win for Coach Martin is a big deal right now, and it couldn't have come at a better time. The 60th win this past weekend against Central Michigan. Everybody is just raring to go, and I only think that this momentum and Coach's 60th win as a Red Hawks football coach the last 11 years, it's not going to be good for programs going up against Miami from here on out.
Mm-hmm. What's the mindset now? So 4 games left in the season. The Red Hawks control their own destiny to make it to Detroit because they hold the tiebreaker over OU. They play BG. So if Miami wins out, they're going to make it to Detroit. What's the mindset within the program right now as we head down the stretch here?
Just continue to get better. I know that's cliche-ish, but everybody wants to get better. Keep doing what you're doing. Understand that what works is working for a reason. Don't change things up. You can kind of play to yourself. Don't play to your opponents. Play to what you can do, and I think Miami's doing a wonderful job of that. I mean, they had the best offensive performance this past weekend against Central Michigan. So I think they're going to analyze what they did against Central Michigan and then kind of work off that and continue to keep it rolling. But that's kind of been key right now for them to kind of focus on the task at hand here in the future. Maction's coming up too, so it's going to change the scheme, the schedule. I know it's fun to have some games on prime time and on ESPN, but this is tough for programs to kind of adjust to once you've been used to playing on Saturdays.
Of course. And actually, one more bonus question. Is it official or unofficial that you are the mayor of Yager Stadium? Has that been? Was there an election, or where do we stand with that?
I tell you what, I do watch a lot of the game, but a lot of the game I am talking too. But I don't think I'm the mayor. There's far more worthy folks that are getting that title. But down south, a little bit further south, Hamilton. Yeah, I might be Hamilton, but not Oxford.
Okay. You're a little too modest, but we'll let that slide for now, though.
Awesome.
Cool. Thanks for joining us, man.
You bet. I appreciate your time. Thanks for always having me on.
Yeah, so I'm going to disagree with Chris. I'm going to say that he definitely is the mayor of Yager Stadium.
Yes, he is definitely. He's the president. We're going to call him the president.
The president. Okay, I like that. But man, they had that tough loss. They had the non-conference games where they lost 3 games to P4 schools, and then barely beat UMass, and then lost at Toledo, and then ever since then they've been on absolute fire with not only 3 straight conference wins, but all lopsided fashion. And the Redhawks control their own destiny. If they win out, they're going to be in Detroit. Awesome season so far.
Yeah.
And speaking of teams that control their own destiny, now we've got Pat Eakin, who covers Bowling Green for the Sentinel Tribune. How are you today, Pat?
Good, Todd. How you doing?
Good. We're thrilled that you're here to join us, and such a big win for the Falcons up at the Glass Bowl. Talk to us about it.
Oh, my gosh. Yes, 30,000 people there. Just a wild environment. Bowling Green played well. They played very well. Terrion Stewart, Connor Bazelak, of course, Harold Fanning, like we talked about, Jordan Oladokin, 2 interceptions, pick 6, 61 yards. Read that perfectly, jumped it. He recognized the play. Everything just about went right for the Falcons.
That's
and you know what's sad, Todd? I'm a Toledo grad, so that makes it a little bit here or there for me. So, but either way, I'm glad for BGSU.
So, BG's after this win over Toledo, BG's really put itself in good position moving forward. So with 4 games left, if I'm reading it correctly, the Falcons control their own destiny, because if they win out by including a win over Western Michigan, they'd hold the tiebreaker there, and they beat Miami, who would then have a second MAC loss. So what's the mindset of the program right now, heading into those last 4-game stretch?
Well, it's like last year. The team got better as the season went on. And I think that's what you want to see this year. Last year they were down a little bit early, and they had a strong finish, especially during the action weeks. Just cleaned up. And I think the mindset, of course, is strong. You've got a lot of veteran players on this team. And, they were without one of their linemen. They've had a couple players leave the roster, and, Scott Leffer has alluded to some issues in the locker room, possibly with who knows what, but he hasn't said exactly. He said he'll talk about at the end of the year. You and I have kind of texted about it, but the players, he says, are buying in, and they've got the guys they want playing. And Harold Fanning, you got some NFL prospects here. Harold Fanning is definitely an NFL player. Terrion Stewart, possibly. Connor Bazelak, even. I wouldn't throw so far out there. Joe Nolodokin, and you've got a veteran team that's played a lot of football, and Connor Bazelak, went over 11,000 yards for his career. Terrion Stewart over 2,000 yards rushing for his career, puts him 13th on the all-time list at BGSU. So you've got a lot of veteran players who know what they're doing, and I feel like they had a little bit of letdown. I don't know if there was some noise that kind of. When you're talking to NFL players, you've got a lot of noise around the locker room. But I'll tell you what, the guys that are playing now are just veterans, and they know what they're doing. And I think they just stay on cue, and I think they can beat anybody in the MAC on a good day.
Awesome. Let's get you out of here on this. Where can our viewers find your work?
It's www.centtrib.com, and you can also go to Sentinel Tribune on Twitter and Facebook. We're a daily print newspaper. We're down to twice a week, but we're posting daily. Right now I'm very busy. Got an unbelievable amount of teams running regional tournaments in soccer and volleyball and football playoffs. And then Bowling Green, fortunately, we get a week off. So I concentrate on that high school stuff a little bit, but, we'll be back at it with BGSU football here on Tuesday up at Mount Pleasant.
You've got a conference championship race to cover, don't you?
Well, I think so. And it hadn't happened in Bowling Green in a long time. You're right.
Yeah, this is fun, man. This is fun.
Yeah, it is.
Awesome.
It is.
Thank you so much for your time and for joining us. We always love having you on.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks for having me, Todd.
And he's such a wealth of information.
Got more gray than me, man. That's he has a lot more wisdom than I do. So he's a fantastic. I just like to sit down with guys like that and just kind of pick their brain. What have you seen over this program over the years? because he just has his ability to compare program after program after program, and all that he's done there. I mean, is priceless, honestly.
It is, and then how interesting that must have been for him as a Toledo alum who covers Bowling Green, and then he's been through on the media side. He's been through so many lean years for BG, and then it's got to be refreshing to see them very much in contention for the MAC title this year.
Yeah. I mean, they're tied in the standings with Miami, Ohio, and Ohio also. So they're right in the thick of things.
Yeah, they went out, they're in it. So this is gonna be a fun 4-game stretch all across the league, and then even the teams who are out of MAC title contention, or at least appear to be on the outside looking in, are still in contention to a lot of them are still in contention to qualify for bowl games. So that's another lucrative pursuit as well. So we're going to see who can put it together down the stretch here, and we're having fun. This is the best time of the year.
Oh yeah. I mean, Western Michigan. If you would ask me at the beginning of the year who's going to be leading this conference, kind of mid to late, October, I wouldn't have chosen Western Michigan, but here we are. The MAC continues to be one of the most unpredictable conferences year in and year out. And in my 15 years of national sports journalism, I can't call. It's so hard to call the MAC and figure out who's going to win in the MAC week after week. That's why I think what you do is impressive in going 11-2, back-to-back weeks. That's ridiculous. As a matter of fact, if you want to go to 11-2, you all need to get into this MAC Yard Brawl Club. This club, you'll get the information that he goes over week in and week out. You're not going to get it this week. We're not going to have it this week, but we will have it in as Maction picks up. He'll have more Maction picks and whatnot in the foregoing, and you'll see exactly the picks from the former games or whatnot. Get in, ask them questions before the game, and make yourself a MAC Yard brawler.
Yeah, and if you're a big MAC fan, we have access to so many of the beat writers across the league. If you've got a pressing question you want us to ask, tell us. We'll ask the question, and we'll get an answer for you as quickly as possible, and we'll include it on our show. Maybe give you a shout out as well.
Exactly. There's nothing wrong with you asking us a question. If you're part of the club, asking us a question, and then Todd or I will just ask the journalist right out. The journalist may ask the player or the coach. That's kind of how it goes. We're here to make sure that your voice is heard when it comes to MACtion. Guys, we had a fantastic show. It's always a pleasure coming on this show with you guys. For Kyle Rowling, Kate Hampton, Eddie Carifalo, the Queen, Rachel Lindsay, Drew Bailey, Chris Vogt, and J. Patrick Eakin, for myself, Todd Worley. Guys, we will see you next week.
Thanks for joining us.